Hello everybody, my name is Vangeris, and this is a commentary of Dark Souls 3, where I will take you through the game from beginning to end, and talk about everything under the dark sun for far too long. This video will follow the format of my other commentaries, that being a lengthy walkthrough of the game and its content with a critical analysis of the overall product at the end. I will also be throwing in a bonus section comparing this game to those that came before it, and its place in the Souls series as a conclusive work of art for a both beloved and divisive franchise. Some housekeeping notes before we begin. Firstly, I've recorded several different builds for this video, as I will be talking about how each build has progressed from the previous games, and I wanted to cover all the bases. The main footage will come from my tank run, but you will also see clips coming from Glass Cannon, Pyromancer, Sorcerer, Miracle, Parry, and Bleed builds. These cover the basics for what most builds originate from, and I've thrown in some extra runs so I can show you all the quests, as well as some testing I did. Don't be surprised if you see a lot of splicing between each build and their runs. I'll try not to do too much splicing unless I think it's relevant or entertaining. Secondly, this video is organized into sections based off each area of the game during the walkthrough, and each topic during the analysis. If you would like to skip to a certain area or section of the game or video, there are timestamps to take you there. We will be revisiting some areas, so they will appear multiple times and be labeled as such. Thirdly, I would like to thank everyone that helped make this video possible. I'd like to thank those who inspired me to do this, that being Mauler and Matthew Matosis. Mr. Matosis' commentaries of Demon Souls and Dark Souls were incredible inspirations for this project and other commentaries I've done. Mauler's critical analysis series of Dark Souls 2 really helped with understanding the dynamic of the series and how things have changed as the franchise grew. I'd also like to thank everyone that supported and gave constructive criticism to my Dark Souls 2 and Dying Light commentaries. They were both great learning experiences, and I hope this one will improve upon them. Finally, you are free to disagree with anything I say in this video, and I welcome discussion for what I may get wrong or not understand to its full extent. Please leave a comment letting me know what you thought, as that is the best way to help these videos improve. I can't learn and grow if you don't criticize my content, so the more the merrier. Now, let's get into Dark Souls 3. The opening cinematic begins by explaining the history and function of the Kingdom of Lothric, as a place where the transitory lands of the Lords of Cinder converge. This immediately lets you know several things about the game. We know that there are Lords of Cinder, which should remind you of the original Lord of Cinder, Gwyn, and the visuals establish that societies have risen and fallen into decay as we look upon ash-covered structures against the backdrop of an old castle we'll all be very familiar with. Then it shows the pilgrims and the old words that embody the truth. The fire fades, and the lords go without thrones. We then see a pilgrim fall over and presumably die, showing us that as the fire fades, death comes in its wake. Then we get an explanation that when the link of fire is threatened, a bell tolls, and awakens the old Lords of Cinder from their graves to serve their purpose once again. This highlights a subtle point from the previous games. The cycle of linking the fire is endless, and now it has become so frequent that a system in society has been devised to uphold the linking of the fire. We then get to see some of the Lords of Cinder we will fight in the game. The sludge that is Aldrich, Saint of the Deep. The numerous undead legion, the Abyss Watchers. And Yorm the Giant, Guardian of the Profaned Capital. We are told that the Lords will abandon their thrones, and the Unkindled will rise, reigniting that spark in every player as they know what's coming next. These Unkindled are the undead that we all know and love, and this cinematic ends off telling us that Ash seeketh embers, and then sends us into the character creator. For those of you who played all the Souls games, this intro is more in line with Demon Souls and Dark Souls introductions, where it set up the world and the major players within it. This was a return to form after Dark Souls 2's introduction focusing on the player character's history, which to my mind was a great improvement over Dark Souls 2. Now that we're in the game proper, let's make our characters. We'll focus on our tank, as Mr. Tanky Wanky needs some love given his stupid name. We'll be starting out with our burial gift of a fire gem, as you can infuse weapons early in the game once you reach the hub, and trust me, you will want fire damage. After giving our tank a nice beard, we spawn into the Cemetary of Ash, where you can see that we came from a grave. Looking around, you can see that we're surrounded by other graves, showing how large of a scope this Unkindled Rising thing has become. Just like the previous Souls games before Dark Souls Remastered, the controls appear in Xbox fashion, showing how hard it will be to learn the controls for mouse and keyboard. Good stuff. Unlike the previous Dark Souls games, you immediately start as your character without having to look for your gear or wander around to find some old ladies who insult you. You'll also notice the Bloodborne tracking dot has replaced the Dark Souls tracking circle, making it a bit easier to see what you're locked onto. If you paid attention to the graphics, you can also see that this game shares a similar engine to Bloodborne, as everything looks greasier, especially when you attack an enemy and blood splatters everywhere. A little after you spawn, you'll find a corpse reminiscent of Oscar from Dark Souls 1. As you can see, this corpse has a crest shield. Like Dark Souls 1, this knight gives you an important item, Ashen Estus. For those who noticed the blue bar between your health and stamina, Dark Souls 3 brought back focus points from Demon Souls, and they have now included a system to restore focus points, or FP, via a new type of Estus flask. Be wary though, as you have to balance your Estus accordingly depending on your playstyle and build. If you're going for more of a knight or glass cannon or the like, you will probably want all your Estus to be thrown into the Sunny D variant. If you're more of a sorcery, miracle, or pyromancer user, you'll probably want a decent split between the two types of flasks to balance health and spell use. This is one of the greatest changes from the previous games, and I mean that in every sense. Returning FP allows for more variability in the builds in question, because you now have a separate bar of resources to manage while fighting, which adds balance. Many caster builds in previous games could spam with Reckless Abandon until they ran out in Dark Souls 1, or they could have way too many casting options in Dark Souls 2 because of all the items that restored spell uses. Now, you'll have to watch how much you use before you need to take a swig of your new cocktail, but we'll get into that more as we progress. As we clear the area, you'll notice that even as a knight in full armor, I can still roll at a decent speed. This is not constant if you have too high an equip load, but all the starting classes will be able to roll at an acceptable level from the start. Continuing on, you'll find a path off to the right that leads to the first ravenous crystal lizard in the game. Like the Titanite lizards from previous games, these enemies drop upgrade materials, but all of them are locked to drop Titanite scales, which are used to upgrade special weapons. However, these enemies will put up a fight, rolling at you like a skeleton wheel, dropping on top of you like the Asylum Demon, or breathing on you like an awkward date. One thing you'll notice if you continuously attack this enemy is that you can guard break it, which leaves it open for a critical attack. This is a feature that you will see throughout the game. It's not a new thing, but critical attacks are much more prevalent in this game compared to its predecessors. Getting back to the main path, you'll get a gorgeous view of the surrounding mountains and a massive structure that you'll become familiar with very soon. A little after this cliff, you'll find a bonfire, where you'll learn the Rest emote. This next area houses more hollows like before, but in greater numbers. Take things cautiously and you should be fine. You can jump down onto a grave for a free Titanite shard for later, and then jump even further down on top of an unsuspecting hollow, teaching you the plunging attack. If you come around to the cliff's edge, you'll find two hollows guarding some firebombs, which will be useful for the upcoming fight. Once you enter the arena, you'll notice a kneeling knight with a sword going through him, and some black goop swirling around him. Retrieving the sword triggers the boss fight with Udix Gundyr. This is a callback to Dark Souls 1, where you must defeat a boss before getting to the hub and the rest of the game. Similar to the Asylum Demon, this enemy is weak to firebombs, but that isn't all at your disposal. Dark Souls 3 has several bosses that are open to parries, and if timed right, you can be the ultimate parry god you've always dreamed of. Udix is a good practice for early parrying, as his moves aren't too fast, so you can fight him a few times before defeating him if you need some boss practice. Now, this boss is something of a mixed bag. On the one hand, his first phase is a good starting point for teaching the player about delayed attacks and how bosses are more susceptible to parrying now. It also serves as a nice challenge, as you have to defeat him to reach the rest of the game, and he'll show that even the first boss has multiple phases. On the other hand, his second phase is where he assumes what I have dubbed the BCP, or Bloodborne Camera Problem. I've coined this term because Bloodborne was the first From Software game to incorporate several huge bosses that are cool to look at, until they end up filling your screen with fur, blood, and insanity as you try to navigate how to watch for their moveset properly. Basically, they crowd your camera to the point that it's difficult to fight properly, because all you can see are their textures and limbs flailing around. Now, Udix doesn't suffer from this as badly as some of Bloodborne's bosses, but it can still be very annoying for new players that are doing fine until the boss triples his range and has massive new attacks that can slap you around very easily, all the while filling your field of view. This isn't the worst boss in the world, or of Dark Souls 3, but I really don't like the second phase. especially given how often you'll deal with enemies that have even more cheap moves. Anyway, we've defeated the boss, who dropped an item we'll use shortly, and our ember is restored, giving us more health and a fiery tinge to our clothing. This is how Dark Souls 3 applies its ember system. The embers work in a similar fashion to humanities from Dark Souls 1 and human effigies from Dark Souls 2, although they are slightly different. Unlike humanity and effigies, embers can only be used once per life, and they give you a health increase until you die, which is pretty cool in itself, and also balances it so people can't spam it for healing, like they would with humanity in Dark Souls 1. This is also a nice reverse from Demon Souls and Dark Souls 2's health reduction penalties, since you technically gain health via embering, instead of suffering a health penalty when you aren't in human form. It's technically almost the same since you gain 30% of your health after embering, but it doesn't feel as punishing as health reduction feels, so that's a plus. Once embered, you can summon people or phantoms to help you, excluding a few specific summons we'll talk about later, and this enables invasions. That's the high and low of embers in Dark Souls 3, which I think are a cool idea, but I also think the way they handle restoring your ember isn't good. Personally, I prefer the Dark Souls 1 humanity system to this. As with the ember system, you're forced into the ember state, whether you want it or not, and you get nothing if you're already embered. Bosses giving humanity had a very layered set of mechanics involved, and that added to your resources in whatever way you chose to use them, via unhollowing, kindling, covenants, or healing. Humanity being an extra source of healing is something that we can debate for days on its impact to the difficulty of Dark Souls 1, but I think it's not that bad and only needed a few tweaks. This ember system is an interesting change from the predecessors, but it doesn't work well for good players and seems to only give an advantage to those who are struggling, excluding those that summon help. Think of it this way: you try a boss and defeat it on your own without being embered, then it embers you as a reward. Feels good, doesn't it? Now think of defeating that boss while being embered already, and you get nothing extra for being better at the game. The thing is, the ember system is strong. My only complaint is how they give it to you. I would have preferred if bosses dropped an ember once defeated, giving the player the option to ember up if they wanted to, or remain without it until they need it. This restriction that forces you through it makes it where some players will kill themselves so they don't have to deal with invasions or to save an extra heal with the embers, or they'll become embered when they don't need it, and will not use the embers they pick up in the environment unless they die. It wastes resources unless you have problems with the game. Embers don't have the layered mechanics that humanity did, and as such, it's a simple choice to make, especially for those who don't need them. It's a very one-dimensional choice to force embers on you when all they do is trigger online stuff and give you a health boost. It seems to only help those who are struggling with the game, while lacking any meaningful reward for those succeeding, besides summoning and extra health, of course. It just seems like the developers wanted to give people an extra sense of victory upon defeating a boss, but didn't stop to consider what the players who already got good get from it. Dropping the ember is the best option for this, as you give the player the choice of whether to use it or not, and a reward that everyone can use, either now or later. This system doesn't support that choice, however. It would be like you kill a boss and get their weapon on one run when you're struggling, but you don't get it when you're doing well. It's backwards, and is something that really should have been tweaked a little bit. Long rants aside, let's get into the Dark Souls 3 hub. We'll run around fighting more lesser enemies and looting items before we make it to Firelink Shrine. Yes, they brought it back, but it's not the same as before. We'll talk to the Firekeeper, and she'll relay that she is here to tend the flame and tend to you. Then she mentions the lords having left their thrones, and they must be returned to them, giving a hint towards the goal of defeating the Lords of Cinder and bringing them back. After that, you'll see that you can level up through the Firekeeper like in Demon Souls and Dark Souls 2. This is one thing that I really dislike, and I mentioned it in my Dark Souls 2 commentary video. They had an opportunity to fix one of the major issues that Dark Souls 2 introduced, that being the simplifying of the bonfire mechanics and forcing players to level up at the hub, but they didn't bother. My criticism still holds true here as it did then. Dark Souls 1 is still the best system for leveling up for multiple reasons, as was outlined in my Dark Souls 2 commentary. Instead of letting the player rest and go, once again, we must warp back to the hub, go through a loading screen, talk to someone, and then warp back to wherever we were and go through another loading screen just to do something that we could do in a fraction of the time in the first Dark Souls. Thankfully, they featured the bonfire level up in Elden Ring at Sites of Grace, which was something I was grateful for, but it's still disappointing that Dark Souls 3 didn't do it when given the opportunity. They still could have used the Firekeeper as well, It's not like she would be purposeless without leveling the player up, as she is key to the plot and some of the endings. This is just the developers ignoring an issue and making it more like Demon's Souls and Dark Souls 2. Anyway, once you see the stats you can level up, you'll notice that a new stat has been introduced: Luck. Luck affects item discovery and slightly boosts other things like bleed and poison procs and defenses. There are a few items in the game that scale with luck, making it a unique stat in a sense, and is described as an essential property unique to humans. I know people need a lot of luck when dealing with some scenarios in these games. Moving on, you'll see that I tend to split my early levels between Vigor and Endurance, as those affect your health and stamina caps. This is for several reasons, but it's mainly because of the safety net of having high stamina as soon as possible, and getting to a reasonable amount of health so you don't get insta-killed by some moves. I usually like to get my health to 1000 hit points before scaling anything else, as it essentially gives you the tankiness needed to survive most attacks throughout the early game. Then you can continue scaling it as needed. Endurance, however, has a serious cap, but not a hard cap, at 40, and you only gain an additional 10 stamina from leveling Endurance from 41 up to 99. It's a joke to level it past 40, so I usually get it to 40 and leave it at that, since the next 59 levels are almost useless compared to leveling any other stat. This is something Dark Souls 1 and 2 did better, as Endurance in Dark Souls 1 continued scaling your equip load after 40, and in Dark Souls 2, slowly scaled your stamina up until you hit 99, as well as some other minor improvements. Overall, Endurance in Dark Souls 3 basically caps at 40, so don't bother going higher unless you think you really need max stamina and are open to wasting almost 60 levels. After I level up, I'll talk to the Firekeeper more, and she'll tell you to produce the coiled sword at the bonfire. This sword was the item that Udix dropped after defeating him. Upon thrusting it into the bonfire, you'll be able to progress to the next area, and warp between all bonfires from now on. We'll go over the impact of this later, but let's explore Firelink Shrine. Sitting upon one of the 5 thrones is Ludleth of Courland, who was one of the past linkers of fire. He has returned to fulfill his duty to link the fire once more. It's interesting to note how fragile he appears to be, given the nature of what it takes to become a Lord of Cinder. But he's probably past his prime and is too old and frail to fight any longer. Also, because he has no legs. He's an important character, but he also holds a mechanical purpose we'll see much later. Talking to him, he'll explain that there are 5 thrones for 5 lords to be used as kindling for the fire. Then he states that this is a reenactment of the first linking of the fire. This brushes over Dark Souls 2 ending where you sit in a chair in a tomb after just killing a bunch of things. Which is nice, since that made no sense then and still doesn't now. This also returns the symbolism of the thrones and linking the fire back to what it originally was, recreating the cyclical nature of the original Dark Souls story. Here is also where he states one of the lines that I really like.
I may be but small, but I will die a colossus.
It just sounds epic in the traditional sense. Upon looking over the thrones, they will give you a brief description of each lord and where to put them once you retrieve the items necessary to progress. A unique aspect of this is the throne atop them all that reads, High King Lothric, last hope of his line. This is significant, as Lothric is a major reason why the fire has not been linked this time around, and we'll talk about him later. You'll find a handmade merchant that you can sell and buy things from near the bonfire. You can slowly expand her repertoire by finding umbral ashes throughout the world, or from dead NPCs. If you talk to her, she'll hint to the online aspect of finding embers, through invading or cooperation via a soapstone. Mechanically, this vendor is a great advantage to players, because we now have someone to help us clean house whenever our inventory gets too huge, or if we need something specific. When browsing her wares, you'll notice a 20,000 souls key to the tower behind Firelink Shrine, where it explains that when a firekeeper has served her purpose, she is led to true darkness, where she enjoys a long-deserved sleep. This ominous explanation will become clear when we farm the souls to grab the key and enter the tower, but that will have to wait. Going back to the Firekeeper, she'll continue to bug you about putting the coiled sword in the bonfire, even though you already did. I'm not sure what triggers this dialogue to stop, but it seems to go away after using the bonfire, so it shouldn't be too bothersome. Just a little weird. Going to the back of Firelink, you'll meet a familiar face in Andre the Blacksmith. He's back, and ready to smith once again. Unlike Dark Souls 1, this Andre serves all of the smithing purposes for this game. He upgrades your gear, infuses it through the different coals, and repairs it, if you ever actually manage to break anything. Limit Breakers made a great video going over how durable the durability of armor is, and it's insane how durable items are. It's one thing that I believe led to Elden Ring dropping durability altogether, because hardly anything happened with durability in the series preceding Elden Ring, especially in Dark Souls 3. Dark Souls 1 and 2 had their moments of durability being something to consider, but it was so rare in Dark Souls 1 and so frustratingly cheap in Dark Souls 2 that I think that the developers actually made an improvement by making things ridiculously durable to the point that you may as well drop it. They probably only kept it because it was in the other games. Now, weapons can break in this game, as they aren't nearly as durable as armor, but you'll rarely break a weapon given the propensity of bonfires and how durable they are to begin with. You'll only have them break if you can't navigate and ignore bonfires and items, or if your weapon is one of the few weapons with low durability to begin with. Other than that, you should be fine. A new aspect to Andre is that he will help upgrade your Estus flasks. You'll find shards throughout the world, like in Dark Souls 2, and you have to bring them to Andre to add them to your Estus count. He also controls how to balance your Estus, letting you mix and match as needed whenever you're here, which will be often. Now let's infuse a weapon. A good infusion for the early game is the Fire Infusion, as I picked the Fire Gem as a starting gift. It'll be very helpful during the first few areas, and is a great aid against one of the more annoying enemies in the game that we'll see soon. When you explore further, you'll find stairs leading up and around toward the tower behind the hub. You'll find a giant tree from Dark Souls 2 that can drop a seed of a giant, letting enemies attack invaders, but it doesn't drop one until you've been invaded once. Behind the tree is the door you need the 20,000 souls key for. Alternatively, you can hump this tree until you jump onto the nearby roof, opening up one of the areas that the tower leads to. I highly recommend doing this, as it will be very rewarding for you, and is much easier than grinding 20,000 souls. After failing a lot, then making it and celebrating, we'll explore this area above the shrine. Here, you'll find an entrance that leads to rafters, and the first Estus shard you can get in the game. You'll also notice the bird talking to you near the center, which is kind of misleading as the nest for the bird is above you, but players can still trade down here as well as up there. You'll find an illusory wall against the back of the rafters, and this leads down to a chest containing the covetous silver serpent ring. Now we jump down and move on. We got an extra Estus and a great ring before the games really started. 10 out of 10, best skip. Now we're going to go outside. In one corner of this map, you'll find the Swordmaster, a nearly naked dude who wields a katana. He's a tough cookie if you're a melee build, as he can stunlock you easily. If you're a caster, it's much simpler, but stay on guard for his weapon art slash. One weird thing about Firelink Shrine is that sometimes fog walls will appear at the entrance and the exit toward the tower. You can't interact with them or go through them until they fade, which seems strange since they aren't there to begin with. I'm not sure why these fog walls exist, but I suspect it may deal with loading the area or something like that. Eventually, we'll defeat or cheese the Swordmaster, and we'll grab his katana and his loincloth. Kinda weird, but a free bleed weapon isn't too bad. If you're weird like me, you can cosplay as the Swordmaster and roll around slashing people up from the moment you reach Firelink Shrine. It's a fun build, but the weapon's durability can become an issue if you aren't careful. Going back to the tower for a moment, you can notice an item behind the door that you can't open. This item is quite useful, but we'll need to farm souls to get it. We'll come back to the tower later, as that item and another item are very important. Before we leave, we'll talk to Hawkwood. He is an unkindled like us, and believes us all to be worthless, as we can't even die right. Then he spawns the conniptions meme, and goes on to mock the idea of the lowly unkindled seeking the Lords of Cinder and returning them to their thrones. Then he says we're not fit to lick their boots, before giving us the collapse emote. And with all that out of the way, let's warp to the first real area. The High Wall of Lothric is the beginning of the real Dark Souls 3, and it begins by unveiling the area via the creaky doors we all know and love in this series. One of the cool things about the Souls series maps is that many places off in the distance are locations you'll actually visit later. Both of those structures and bridges will be there near the endgame content, but you'll have to wait for that. This area has two pathways, the left path leading toward your objective, and the right path leads to a shortcut to the bosses. The right path will have a few dogs and large soldiers to slay. I'll talk about the dogs later, but this area shouldn't be too difficult if you play it cautiously. Near the end of the right path, we'll find a Pus of Man. These enemies are incredibly annoying based on their extended combo, damage, and the camera being filled by a flailing mass of blood and pus. Thankfully, they're absurdly weak to fire, so have at them with a firebomb, pyromancy, or fire weaponry. Remember the fire gem from earlier? The left path leads you to an area with many squishy weaklings surrounding a dragon corpse. You'll run into a few guards that are alerted by a screamer, but you can usually cut them down quickly or back up to handle the guards coming to gank you. Up a small stairway you'll find the binoculars, which will help you see stuff. It's nice that they keep the binoculars in these games for those who just want to chill with a great view. Once in this room, you can peer through the grate in the wall to see several enemies and items awaiting you, but you'll be in for a surprise. That surprise is a dragon swooping in to burn your giblets to a crisp. This enemy is very tough to deal with, as most of the lines of sight to shoot anything at it are covered by a fire-breathing attack that lingers on the ground that does chip damage as long as you stand in it. It's also hard to lock onto the dragon for spells, so prepare for a lot of manual aiming if you bother to beat it. Upon defeating it, you'll get a large Titanite shard, which is nice, since those won't become available until later. You don't actually kill the dragon, but it'll fly off and go burn someone else. In the tower that the dragon was on top of, you'll find the first mimic of the game. Mimics in Dark Souls 3 return to their Dark Souls 1 roots, that being they don't grab you if you attack them in their chest phase like in Dark Souls 2. And they have an obvious tell if you look at them long enough to see their movement. Upon defeating this mimic, you'll be given the Deep Battle Axe, which is a fairly strong early game weapon, and is quite effective against the next boss we'll face. Upon exiting the Mimic Room, you'll find a Lothric Knight who I haphazardly managed to parry. These enemies are a step up from the average Lothric soldier, but also follow the same rules of slap 'em silly if you don't want to be cool. Above this building is a bonfire, and then we'll continue. This building introduces the assassins that can critically strike you if they get behind you, so be careful to keep them in front of you. We'll exit this building and find another Pus of Man near another dragon corpse, and we'll find a Titanite lizard before making our way down. From here, you have two options to progress: down the ladder, or into the building. Since we have to go down to the area below regardless, we'll go inside the building. This area has several enemies that can compound the difficulty if you get into trouble, so I advise dealing with the weaker enemies in the side room before taking on the Spear Bro. You'll eventually come to a room with several large enemies and a few dogs that houses an Estus shard and a key at the bottom. If you're careful, you can clear the room via firebombs and abusing the explosive barrels around the area. You'll find the cell key down the stairs and the Estus shard on the nearby anvil. The cell key takes you back to the area just below the second bonfire of this zone, but we'll head there in a minute. Now we'll jump down to fight Fatso, who is one of the tougher enemies in the early game. He has a large health pool, high damage, and far reach with his weapon, so be careful here. He can be led around the fountain in the center over and over if you want to slowly kill him by burning his feet. When you look around the area, you can see corpses of Lothric Knights and other fat bros strewn about the place, implying a great battle was held, and nearly everyone perished, as is a through line of the Souls series. Before heading down to the boss, we'll run up the stairs to a spam bush, and then we'll unlock the elevator up near the first bonfire of the high wall. We'll rest, and return to the area below. Here, you'll find many Lothric Knights, but also a summon to help you. The Dark Souls 2 mascot decided to help us today, which makes dealing with these enemies relatively painless. Near the main cathedral area, you'll find a beefy knight who can really lay a smackdown on you if you don't play carefully. Thankfully, our friend Albert helps us stomp him. We'll go into the cathedral and talk to Emma, who is sitting in a chair just below a ladder. She will explain that she was the High Priestess of Lothric Castle, and that the Lords of Cinder are not here, but have left to go to their churning homes. She then tells us to head to the bottom of the high wall, and to raise the banner after the main gate. After that, she will mention a gift to help you summon blue sentinels to defend you against invaders. Then she will tell us to go through the main gate, and raise the banner, but warns us that the dog keeps a close eye on things. The watchdog of the Boreal Valley, hinting at one of the bosses here. As I said bosses, you can tell where the other will appear given how Albert can't enter this building. We'll be coming back here much later in the game, but for now, let's head toward the watchdog of the Boreal Valley. When you head down the stairs, you'll reach the entrance to the boss arena without a fog wall. If you've defeated the Swordmaster, his summon sign will appear here. He will appear later as well, but we'll get there when we get there. You'll see several dead bodies of the Pilgrims of Londor the guys from the cinematic, lying on the floor, and we'll see much more of them soon. Once you run up to the door, a cutscene will play where an icy mist appears near the way you came in, and the watchdog appears. Vordt of the Boreal Valley is a humanoid boss who fights like an animal, and his attacks inflict frostbite, a new status effect in the series. This effect deals damage like bleed, and reduces stamina regeneration for its duration, so be careful to avoid Vordt's attacks and frost breath. The boss himself isn't too difficult on his own, but his multi-charge and breath combo can give players a pounding if they aren't careful. One minor thing to mention as well is the score for this fight. It's one of the most Dark Souls style boss tracks I've ever heard, and you know what I mean. In case you don't, here's a snippet of his piece. It's just so over the top and grandiose. I'll talk about the soundtrack later in the video, but personally, Dark Souls 3's soundtrack is my favorite of the trilogy. After defeating Vordt, you can view his soul, which explains that he served as an Outrider Knight, and was never far from the Fleeting Dancer. This hints at the other boss of this area that we'll see much later, as well as a certain type of enemy that we'll find throughout the world. Now, do not pop this for souls, as it will only give you 3,000 souls. If you save it for a little while, you'll be able to convert it into his mace, or a useful ring that we'll see soon. We'll go back to Firelink to sort out our inventory, Estus, and upgrades, and we'll return to farm some souls for that 20,000 souls key, all while getting better armor to boot. By the end of it, we're all decked out as a Lothric knight, and ready to purchase the key. Before we do that, we're going to use the cell key. To find the cell it unlocks, you have to go down 2 levels from the second bonfire of the High Wall, and follow a path past a few hollows, and you'll find the NPC Grey Rat of the Undead Settlement. When you speak to him, he'll mention that you must be unkindled ash, and then asks a favor of us. He describes a settlement of undead below the high wall where an old woman, Loretta, lives, and he'll ask us to give her a ring. He'll stress that it's not for charity, and that he'll repay us as he may be a thief, but he has more wits than most royalty. This explains why he was locked up. If you accept his request, he'll promise to do his part if we do ours, before giving us the blue Tearstone ring, and then teleports away. NPCs will do a lot of teleporting after you talk to them, which is a nice touch, so you don't accidentally endanger them after talking to them. The ring he gave us increases damage absorption when HP is low, but its damage absorption is pretty trash early game, and later in the run you'll find far more reliable and useful rings to use. But that doesn't mean this ring isn't significant. Vatividia made a great Prepare to Cry episode about Greyrat and his story, and he touched on the idea that Greyrat was searching for the ring to save Loretta, as it protects its wearer when near death, implying that Loretta may have been about to die via illness, tragedy, or just the average danger of the world they all live in. But we'll see where Greyrat's story goes later. After purchasing the key to the tower, we'll unlock the door and head up. Here you can unlock a ladder up to the real nest where you can trade with the bird for various items like the previous games. When you reach the opposite tower, you'll find an elevator that takes you up, where you'll find a key item for one of the endings, the Firekeeper Soul. I'll go over this item later. When you head back down, you'll notice some items below you on the graves and at the bottom of the tower. The item at the bottom is the Estus ring, which increases the health gained by your Estus flasks. This only works for the healing Estus, but you'll find a blue counterpart later for your Ashen Estus. And as you can see, this is essentially a Firekeeper grave dump, with mounds of bodies of previous Firekeepers piled up and left to collect dust. One day, this will be the fate of our Firekeeper, depending on the ending, of course. You can also find the Firekeeper set on one of the tombs jutting out from the side, but be prepared for some deaths, because this fall will usually kill you. The lip is just big enough where a player can fit, but also slip off if you don't get it right. You'll also find Greyrat has relocated to the shrine, and can be found just to the left of Andre. When we talk to him, he'll tell us that whatever trinket we need to speak up, but don't ask where he got them from. He'll be a separate vendor from the old lady, and will often sell some items for a discount that she doesn't offer, or items she doesn't sell. He will also mention this place being a bore because, what good is thievery if you've nowhere to go? This will play into the mechanics of his quest and vendor functionality as the game progresses, but we'll get to that later. When we head back to the bonfire, we'll greet our sister, and you'll see that she reacts to emotes, like the doll in Bloodborne, which is a nice touch. She doesn't react to all of them, but her reactions send simps rolling. After you've reached the second bonfire of the High Wall, an NPC will appear leaning against the throne for Lothric. He is Leonhard, and his questline is one of the weirdest, as you can complete the entire thing after beating the game, as you can see by the character I'm talking to him with. Be warned, as doing his questline will block you from completing Cirrus' questline, which we'll see later, but you can complete both if you do Cirrus, and then do Leonhard, after you've finished her questline. Anyway, he'll give us cracked red-eye orbs, and explain that these are for pillaging and invading other players. He doesn't say much else at this point, so we'll move on. Now let's raise the banner, and see some familiar faces. Recognize them from Dark Souls 1? They'll appear later to move you from another cliff to a place you need to go, so I imagine that they've become the official taxi service of the Dark Souls universe. We'll tackle that when we reach the last DLC. Our flying friends bring us to the Undead Settlement, where you'll find several important things, as you'll soon see. But first, let's look at this guy. Just watch him as he tries to get those 360 headshots. He'll come into play later. For now, we're going to head down the stairs towards a gate, but first, let's talk to an NPC. Because I'm an idiot, I sped through his dialogue without thinking, so I had to enter New Game Plus to get his dialogue on our tank after beating the game. Spoiler alert for gear we'll be using. Anyway, when you walk toward the edge of the bridge, you'll hear this guy sobbing, begging for death to undo his shackles. When you talk to him, you'll learn that he is Yoel of Londor, a pilgrim, but he failed to die as was ordained. He asks us if we would take him into our service, and mentions that he was once a sorcerer. If you accept, he'll mention that he should be dead, but we've granted him new purpose. He serves a valuable purpose other than sorcery, and is key to one of the endings, so whether you like sorcery or not, it's a good idea to send him to the shrine. After talking to Yoel, we'll move on through the gate to reach the next bonfire of this area. If the gate closes on you, don't worry. The lever on your end works just fine. This bonfire is useful for a particular purpose once you have Yoel in your services, but we'll discuss that in a moment. When you return to the shrine, you'll find Yoel in a corner, who welcomes you home, saying that he hardly deserves to behold this divine flame. Then he assures you of his leal service. Leal means loyal or honest for those who don't know, but the way he says it can come off as suspicious. But we'll get there when we get there. If you talk to him, he will mention how his sorceries are far from the wonders of Vinheim, which is the sorcery school in this age. Then he'll mention that he can tease out your true strength. This is something that is both mechanically and narratively significant, which we'll touch on later. He goes on to say that the pilgrims of Londor are aware that those with the dark sign are special. Then you get the beckon emote. He doesn't elaborate just yet, but we'll get there. If you choose to, you can grab a few early sorceries from him, as the first real sorcery vendor won't show up for a little while. But the vendor function is only specific to certain builds. His other function is much more significant. When you ask to draw out your true strength, he will allow you to level up once for free. This can be done up to 5 times, which will lead to new dialogue saying that you have attained ample strength. He hints that all will soon be clear. Now, I said the levels were free, but each level requires a certain number of deaths to allow a level up. This is a neat mechanical function, since it basically allows you some levels even if you're struggling. If you aren't, you can just jump into death pits until you can level up 5 times. What's also great about this is how this mechanic stacks in New Game Plus. As long as you've died the required number of times to level you up, your character will get 5 free levels every New Game cycle. It's pretty handy in the early game of sequential runs, because by that time, you'll probably need over 100,000 souls to level up each time, and a free 5 levels is a great boon to have at that point. But now we'll head back to the Undead Settlement. Upon returning, you'll see that I'm giving up repeatedly so I can get all the levels from Yoel. After that's done, we'll get into the area proper. You'll find a lot of peasant enemies use axes or pitchforks to fight you. That, along with their dirty and tattered clothing and crudely built shacks and buildings, will give you an idea how rough it was living here. You'll also see other enemies that look like Grey Rat with their slave hats. You'll see these guys quite a bit throughout this section and other parts of the game. You can also find corpses that hold items are strung up throughout the area, and here is one for Grey Rat's questline. You'll also notice how the game is still buggy after all the patches. Anyway, this corpse holds Loretta's bone, and the item description lets you know that Loretta kept this bone. This lets you know that she's dead now. The next time we visit Firelink Shrine, we'll bring it to Grey Rat to continue his questline. The area the bone drops in has several peasant enemies, but also has an evangelist praying at the tree. The peasants are fairly easy to take out here, especially since several of them are near explosive barrels. The evangelists themselves are fairly tough for a new player, as they have a wide reach with their mace, and 2 spells that can cause blood loss, and a grab that burns you. They usually have high poise, so it's best to attack from range or go for backstabs during one of their spell windups. It also helps to avoid their book slap, which is hilarious, until it happens to you. After clearing the area, you can find another Estus shard at the base of the burning tree. This tree is surrounded by bodies, and has several hanging bodies from its branches, displaying all the atrocities being done. But after that, you'll have a choice to make, as you have 2 paths to go down. Going past the tree will take you down toward the boss of this area, and going across the bridge will lead you to the next zone. If you go to the bridge route, but you hang a right around the edge of the building, you'll fight your way through several slaves to reach an NPC you can use to reach a special area for a certain questline later. But before that, fashion souls. I may be a knight, but I'm still a slave to the grind. One weird thing you can find is this talking cage dude who basically hints at the NPC I mentioned earlier, but we'll talk about that later. From here, you can move down to see another area with explosive barrels and a drop-off to another path. Be careful here, as the peasants will throw firebombs, and those can cripple you when comboed with the explosive barrels. We'll snipe them and grab some items before alerting the jar guy in the back. These enemies have variants that will crush you under their porridge bowl, or with a cleaver that will cause blood loss. They often have extended combos, so it's best to watch their moveset for a while before attacking, so you can understand your openings. If you jump down, you'll find a bonfire under the area, with the exploding barrels and a pathway up to where the peasants were throwing firebombs at you. Just past them, you'll find Cornix, a pyromancy trainer, who laments being a crow trapped in this cage. He mentions that he heard the unkindled make for fine vessels, assumedly for pyromancy, and then acknowledges you have learned some pyromancies. If you have. Whether you have or not, he will ask if you'd like to learn pyromancies, and if you tell him you would like to learn, he'll thank you, and then teleport back to the shrine. We'll talk about him later, as there's a lot to say, but not in the way you'd expect. Moving on, you'll be able to jump down and find an area with a bridge and a doorway leading down into a sewer. You'll find a dog and a few rats down here, but this pathway unlocks a shortcut between the 2 pathways I mentioned earlier, between the boss path and the path to the next zone. You'll find a bonfire here you can rest at, and there is a locked door in the sewer that we'll come back to. If you take the boss path towards this bonfire, you'll run into a building with a hole in the floor that leads you to some Estus soup and the Warrior of Sunlight Covenant item. Equipping the items activate the Covenant features for online. The Estus soup can be found a few times throughout the world, and it acts as a free Estus if you need it. You'll have to get past more peasants and another evangelist before dropping down to the bonfire near the sewer. When you get close, you'll be invaded by Holy Knight Aldrich, and you can choose to fight him here, or light the bonfire and die, since you'll respawn here anyway. He's a tough cookie for melee characters, as his sword does a great deal of damage, applies bleed, and he has the ability to parry you, for what can be a one-shot kill. Not to mention the healing spell and the power within he uses to buff his damage even more. This NPC is tough, so choose your attacks and punish openings wisely. After defeating him, we'll go back to the area with all the slaves, and we'll find a big dude with a cage on his back. You can target him, but he isn't hostile, so walk up behind him like any normal person and jump in his backpack. A cutscene will play where your character enters the cage and fades to black. You'll hear the sound of a cage smashing, and you'll awake in the Pit of Hollows, where you'll find a regular version of Aldrich. If you look around, you'll find a mass of cages and roots surrounding you, implying that we're underground, and many people have been brought here. If you talk to Aldrich, he'll tell you that this is a pit for hollows, and not the sane folk. But we might be hollowing posing as otherwise. If you tell him you are, he'll say it's important to know who you are, and that we'll all be mad soon enough. He'll play a major role in a questline later on, but now we've got to continue. When we return to the dilapidated bridge bonfire, we'll run through the sewers and across the bridge toward the tower that contains the archer we saw when we first came here. When you enter the building, you'll notice the elevator, and when you get close, the platform ahead will rise, and a familiar onion will appear on the lower platform of the elevator. This hints at elevators having more than one platform, and gives you a clue for how to reach the top or bottom for future elevators. But let's talk to our round friend. He will be absorbed in thought before introducing himself as Sigurd of Katarina, a throwback to Sigmar from Dark Souls 1. He'll explain that he's in a pickle, and asks if we've ever walked near a white birch tree, only to be struck by a giant arrow. He explains that they come from this tower, and he wants to talk some sense into the archer. His main problem is that he can't find his way up. He mentions someone shooting giant arrows at a birch tree, and if you go for the boss before talking to the giant up here, he'll shoot giant arrows at you when you get close to the birch tree. But if you make it up to him and make peace with him, he'll help you by only damaging the enemies around the birch trees here and in other locations. After making peace, you'll go back down the elevator, where you'll hear Sigurd thinking near a platform you can jump to. This is a nice hint that he's moved, but it doesn't really explain how he managed to get up here since the elevator didn't move after we went up. But he's up here. Anyway, he'll say he worried about you disappearing, but we gave him an epiphany for the lift. Then he'll mention that he sometimes doubts himself, as he went up the tower and then found himself here somehow. Even he doesn't know how he got here. Then he'll mention the humongous beast walking around below us, and that he's no coward, but it makes his skin crawl. He warns us to think before we head down there. He also mentions trying to talk some sense into it, but notes that he's far too overheated. When ready, you can engage the demon, and Sigurd will assist you. Be careful here. Sigurd can die during this encounter, which will lock you out of his questline until the next New Game cycle. A good way to cheese this enemy is to shoot it with arrows while on the building, as it can't reach you, and the constant stream of damage may save Sigurd's life. If you fight it normally, it hits like a truck, but Sigurd is a good distraction to help you kill it quickly. After defeating the beast, Sigurd will commend your performance, but warns us not to get over our head, and that we unkindled must put our duties first, which will hit much harder at the end of his questline. After that, he'll propose a toast by giving you Siegbrow, his special version of Estus, and this gives you the toast emote. Then he takes a little nap after the toast, and you get to hear him snoring. After a little snoring ASMR, he'll give you the sleep emote, so you can take a nap after defeating anything. After all that, you can explore the area to find some weapons, Covenant items like the Pale Tongue, and the Northerner set. Making your way up into the building, you'll run into several cage dudes, a few dogs, and 2 evangelists. Be careful dealing with these 2 at once, as they can cover each other and smack you silly. Thankfully, you can aggro them one at a time, so lead one away before fighting the other. Moving further up the building, you'll reach the roof where you'll find Flynn's Ring, which increases attack power based on how low your equip load is. You'll be able to drop down into a tower that requires some drops to reach the Chloranthy Ring and the Mira set. Remember Lucatiel from Dark Souls 2? Dropping down from here, you'll be able to loop back around to the bonfire next to the sewers, or you can chicken out with the Homeward Bone if you're too lazy to fight. After returning from leveling up, we can loot the area in relative safety. There are several souls and white branches you can pick up, but the key items here include the first set of ashes most players will get, as well as an undead bone shard. These shards upgrade your Estus health given up to a level of 10, but you have to burn them at the hub bonfire. It's weird how you needed to talk to a Firekeeper in Dark Souls 1 to upgrade your Estus strength, but in its sequels they make you do it at the hub bonfire. And yet they subjugate the bonfire to the Emerald Herald and the Firekeeper. Why not just do it at the bonfires you visit? This is one thing that I'm very happy with Elden Ring for, as it lets you upgrade a lot of things, including your flasks, from the Sites of Grace whenever you're ready. It's nice to see Elden Ring improve on some things from the Souls series, even if there are several missteps as well. Maybe one day I'll tackle Elden Ring, but who knows. Anyway, if you move up the hill behind the Field of Arrows, you'll find the Cleric set, which looks very similar to the Evangelists, before finding the Mortician's Ashes. Ashes will upgrade the inventory of the Shrine Handmaid, and you'll do this several times throughout the game, as she's essentially a backup vendor that never stays dead. Moving up through the building behind the birch tree, we'll find a path that leads to a big door and an obvious arena. By opening the door, you create a shortcut between the dilapidated bridge bonfire and here, even though the regular run isn't that much longer than the shortcut. They're pretty even, all things considered. But that won't matter when you get a look inside the arena, as you'll notice the peasants all bowing before a fat tree. Never thought I'd say that. This is the boss of this area. I'd advise taking out the little guys first, as you can clear most of them before the tree attacks. The curse-rotted Greatwood is a massive boss that only allows damage on certain weak points found wherever the egg sacs are. After smacking one of these clusters enough times, you'll do massive damage to it. Once it reaches about half health, it'll do a butt pound and break the floor, sending both of you into the pit of hollows from earlier. Once here, an arm will emerge from the front and will smack at you when in range. Be wary of the grab from this hand, as it will do decent damage. Other than that, avoid the pus the tree spews and its flailing limbs, and you should be fine. Once defeated, it will drop its soul in the Transposing kiln, a key item we'll talk about shortly. You'll find the bonfire next to what looks like the corpse of Aldrich, but it's a little misleading since he appears later during a questline. The flow of time is convoluted indeed. But we've one thing to do before we leave this area, and that's leave. If you return to the Archer Tower and go down the lift, you'll encounter the first Boreal Outrider Knight in the game. These enemies are similar to Black Knights and the Haid Knights, as they are special enemies that can smack your frozen buttocks around. They're similar to Vordt from earlier, but are much quicker, and will usually drop something for you once defeated, like the Irithyll Straightsword, giving the players an early and relatively easy to get frost item. With that, we'll find the first bonfire in the Road of Sacrifices, and be done with the Undead Settlement, for the moment. Now let's give Ludleth the Transposing kiln, so we can get some boss gear. When you give it to him, he'll ask for a Twisted Soul, and explains the basic function of the Transposing kiln. This is why we saved Vordt's soul. You can get the Pontiff's left eye, which recovers health after a certain number of attacks. This number depends on the weapon type, but faster weapons will usually have a better time with this, while large weapons will proc almost instantly in groups of enemies. Limit Breakers made a great video explaining it in detail, so go check that out for more in-depth explanations of it. Plus, enjoy the memes, as they are fabulous. After leaving the transposition menu, Ludleth will tell us that we shouldn't treat the Firekeeper poorly, as we are both prisoners kept to link the fire, and he makes a great point. We'll go over that more when we get to the endings and DLC of the game. Now we'll look over the soul of the rotted Greatwood, as it explains that, ever since its establishment, all manner of curses have managed to seep into the Undead Settlement. The worst of them were sealed away inside a spirit tree, but eventually the curses took their toll. This implies that the tree was something of a healing factor, as it absorbed the curses going into the settlement, but even it couldn't stop them from continuing to seep in. Such a nice and happy tale. Now we'll talk to Cornix, who expresses his gratitude for trusting him, and allowing him to gaze upon the majestic flame of the main bonfire. And as he promised, he will impart pyromancies to you. From here, you can learn pyromancies, purchase items, or reinforce your pyromancy flame with him. Like other NPC vendors, we'll give him items to unlock more pyromancies as we progress. At first, you can get several basic pyromancies: Fireball, Fire Surge, Great Combustion, and Flash Sweat. We'll be grabbing them all and then upgrading our pyromancy flame. You upgrade it the same way you upgrade other basic weapons with Titanite shards. If you talk to him, he'll say that in order to learn pyromancies, we must vow to become his pupil. He'll then explain that we'll need a pyromancy tome to learn more advanced spells. He says that this is the easy way, as growing up in the Great Swamp would have caused us to learn the hard way over time. We'll also talk to Grey Rat, where we'll give him Loretta's bone. He seems shocked by the fact that she was already dead, before saying that he isn't surprised. He says we can keep the ring as a token of thanks, before we'll move on. Now we've got to obtain a Pale Tongue, either through invading, or finding or farming one in the world to progress Leonhard's questline. There is a farming spot later on that has 2 enemies near a bonfire for easy farming if you don't want to invade. Once you have a Pale Tongue, and once you've gone through the Undead Settlement, through lighting the cliff underside bonfire or defeating Treebeard, Leonhard's questline will progress. When you return to him, he'll say that he is the Ringfinger, a reference to a covenant we'll get into later, and that there is an uncracked red-eye orb held by a dark wraith in the deepest cell in Lothric. Then he will give you the lift chamber key to the locked door below the second bonfire of the high wall. He then says that he can see our invasiveness in our eyes, which is funny considering I never did any invading at all. At least not on this guy. Now let's head to the Dark Wraith. We'll make our way down to the door, where you'll find a lift that will take you down to a room filled with corpses and a Dark Wraith facing away from you. I recommend backstabbing him if you can, but we'll nuke him on our boy. Then you'll get the Red Eye Orb, which allows repeated invasions, before returning to Leonborn at the shrine. When we talk to him, he'll say he knew we were a dangerous person, before giving us the applause gesture. Then he'll tell us to pillage as much as we want, and if we grow weary of our duty, we can become a Finger of Rosaria at the Cathedral of the Deep, an area we'll visit later. If you return to Greyrat after a while, he'll be hunched over, lamenting that Loretta was already dead, before giving you the curl up emote. You can't trade with him during this, but he'll go back to normal soon. Now let's give the Ash to the Handmaid. Most of the time, she'll give the same dialogue, saying that it's nice, and that the new wares will work for us. With this Ash, we can get a key that we need to unlock the door in the sewers of the Undead Settlement, which we'll go back to explore now. After unlocking it, you'll go through a few crypt-like areas with a statue that lets you absolve yourself of sins, and we'll find a couple skeletons chilling out. After that, we'll come to the area below the big pot-throwing dudes, where you can grab some upgrade materials. After almost getting crushed, we'll continue forward to find a corpse above a doorway. This drops a blessed red and white shield, which has some slight health regeneration because it's been blessed. It's not very good unless you plan to dodge, but it is a nice early game regeneration item. Just after the shield, you'll fight a bunch of rats before finding a ladder that leads up to Irina, the miracle gal for this game. When you talk to her, her dialogue makes it obvious that she's blind, and she mentions the dark surrounds her, and it nibbles at her flesh. Then she asks us to touch her, and if you do, she'll sound like you're banging, and you'll get the prayer emote.
Ah, yes, there you are. So close, indeed. Then I am not entirely alone just yet. Praise the merciful gods above.
She'll mention that she came here to become a firekeeper, but she is too frail, so she asks to serve us. If you accept, she'll teleport away, and we'll go talk to her guardian, Igon, outside. When you talk to him, he'll chastise you for pitying creatures that are beyond help. He says he's sick of looking after her, and that we're allied for as long as we assure Irina's safety. This stuff will come up later, but now, let's move on. After returning to the shrine, you can find Irina in the opposite position of Yol, sitting next to a few candles in her own little corner. This position will play into something later, but we'll get there. When you talk to her here, she'll mention how honored she is to serve us, and other bits of dialogue that send Simps to Hornytown. You can buy a couple of basic miracles from her here, as well as a ring that boosts your attunement slots. You can expand her inventory by giving her tomes throughout the rest of the game, but we'll talk about those more when we find them. I'll get replenishment on this guy, just because I like the slow healing, since it's useful for counteracting poison, which we'll need later. Before we leave, we'll talk to Hawkwood again, and he'll say we're brasher than he thought. He will then give you a heavy gem before saying that he doesn't need it now, that he's flown the coop. Then he'll explain some details about the Undead Legion of Farron. They are a caravan of undead, sworn by wolf's blood to contain the abyss, and will bury a kingdom at the first sign of exposure to it. Joyous bunch, aren't they? He goes on to say that gaining admission to the Legion is a matter of some ceremony, requiring the snuffing out of 3 altars of flame to open the door to the wolf blood. He'll say that even undead want to believe they're special before saying that he pities them.
I pity the sorry souls.
Now we'll see that Greyrat is back to normal. Talking to him has him suggest going on the prowl to loot treasure and weapons for us. If you accept, he will go to the Undead Settlement for a while to expand his vendor options, and he'll typically return after you kill a boss. At the end of his request, he'll say that Greyrat the Thief was once a well-known name until he got locked away. He has a total of 3 areas that he will loot from, but he will die on his 2nd or 3rd outing, depending on variables we'll talk about later. But let's head down the Road of Sacrifices. This wooded area has several enemies that appear as hunched over people until they sprout wings and give you severe ear pain. This wind-up time gives you the space to kill or severely damage them, as when they sprout wings, they become more spastic than a bad hip-hop dancer. You should also be careful of the big winged ones holding a staff, as they can alert the others to your presence and spew poison or fire at you. This first area is relatively short, so it isn't too much of a problem unless you haven't gotten good at the game yet. After poking the staff wielder, we'll jump down to an area below where we'll meet a special NPC wielding the butcher knife. This NPC doesn't have a name, at least not from what I could find, but she doesn't need one since she's fairly easy to kill if you slap her silly. When you kill her, she'll drop the butcher knife, a weapon that gives differing amounts of health back for every attack. It's useful if you can wield it, but the return is almost negligible because it scales depending on the attack and your total HP. It gives anywhere between 1 to 30 HP back depending on your total health and the attack. The larger the health pool and heavier the attack, the more HP drained. At this point in the game, it gives a little bit per attack, which is nice, but it's outclassed by the fact that you can get a regeneration shield before this item and a regeneration ring later. Those two items make getting this weapon a rather underwhelming choice considering what other items are available before and after, but if you want to pretend to do a Bloodborne run of Dark Souls 3, you do have the option to, which is pretty cool. After we make our way back up, we'll come to a bridge with more winged dudes, and we'll jump down again to a different area. This little grotto houses a regular dog and a pregnant-looking dog that guards the Braille Divine Tome of Karim and Morn's Ring. These items will be helpful to the miracle builds out there, as the ring increases the strength of miracles, and the tome will unlock more miracles to buy from Irina if you give it to her. After returning to the bridge, we'll make our way to a bonfire with two NPCs, Henri and Horace. Henri of Astora will be the opposite gender of whatever you picked for your character. Because of this, most people think of Henri as a woman, since most gamers are guys and make characters like themselves. But it is nice that they gave the ladies something special too. Anyway, if you talk to Henri, she will introduce herself as unkindled like us, and that her friend is Horace. She'll ask if we are in search of the Lords of Cinder, and informs us of the area forward as the Crucifixion Woods. I'm sure it's a nice neighborhood. Then she'll go on explaining that Farron Keep, home of the Undead Legion, is beyond the woods, and that the Cathedral of the Deep is further than that. Technically, this isn't true, as the Cathedral is down one path from the Crucifixion Woods, and Farron Keep is down another. You'll have to go down both to progress in the game, but we'll talk about that later. Getting back to the conversation, she'll explain that they seek the cathedral as they believe it to be the home of Aldrich. Remember the sludge from the intro? Then she'll say that we are both seekers of lords, and that we may cross paths later, and one of us may be in need. We'll help them when we get there. If you continue talking to her, she'll explain that Horace isn't very talkative, but is an upstanding, kind-hearted knight. She says that without his help, she would have cursed this onerous duty long ago, which will feed into what happens to them later. If you talk to Horace, he'll make a guttural sound, and you'll now have access to the Blue Sentinel's Covenant. You can probably guess that Horace is mute, and that is because he has no tongue. I won't go into that too much, but VodiVidia made a great video about this and Henri and Horace's relationship. Don't watch that now, though, since we're just starting their questline. But links to everything I cite will be in the description. But now, let's turn in that tome we found. When you give it to Irina, she will mention how telling the tales of greater miracles can be quite the epics. She'll now have Med Heal, Tears of Denial, and Force added to her stock of miracles. The first and last are simple enough, but Tears of Denial grants you a free hit when your HP reaches 0. You basically can take one additional hit, even if it should have killed you, which is nice, but it costs a lot of FP and is something that isn't really useful unless you're about to die anyway, which you should be avoiding at all costs. In any case, it can be useful if you're struggling. After talking to Henri and Horace, Cirrus will appear on the steps of the shrine. When you talk to her, she will call herself a former servant of the divinity, and mentions that one's duty is a solitary affair, so she doubts that there is much to gain from talking to us. We'll come back to her later. Now let's get back to the Crucifixion Zone. As soon as you head down the slope, you'll notice the denizens have taken up arms against you, using logs. Full-blown logs. What a way to go. We will be going down this side way before anything else. You'll see poison bugs that you may recognize from Dark Souls 2, and these lycanthrope enemies. They make a bunch of noise and can combo you to death, but if you smack them quickly enough, they should go down without too much of a hassle. Just past these enemies is an area with a shortcut near a giant crystal lizard for later, and a black knight. This guy will pummel you into ash, so be careful when dealing with him, especially since he's on stairs. You can make your way around him or through him to find the Farron Coal, one of many coals that expands your infusion library at Andre Jr. This one provides heavy, sharp, and poison infusion, which scale with strength, dexterity, and luck respectively, when applied to a weapon. One thing I find kind of funny is how the coal mentions it was used to forge the greatswords of the Undead Legion, but you actually get the greatsword from Ludleth via soul transposition. This is one thing where I really wish we used Andre as the person for boss weapons. He is a smith after all, so it would fit his function in the world. Ludleth wouldn't have much purpose with this in mind, but you can make him give all the spells, pyromancies, and miracles that bosses give. It's not a huge problem either way, I just think it would fit better this way since the coal says it literally could make a boss weapon that it doesn't make. But maybe they decided to use Ludleth for streamlining the process so we wouldn't have to deal with so many different aspects to what Andre could do, so there is that. Anyway, we'll manage to kill the Black Knight, and it drops the Black Knight shield, which is a fairly good shield as it's very strong against fire and blocks 100% of physical damage. It's a bit weighty though, so we won't be using it. But we will be coming back to this guy on our parry build for a special reason. When we get back to more tree slappers, you can see the ridiculous range and stun lock of their mighty sticks. This is one of the things that makes this area annoying since they often group these slappy hollows together, so taking them on can be aggravating. A little farther in, we'll find a path leading around a building, which leads us to another Estus shard and more lycanthropes. As you can see, they burn easily, and I tried to get one to jump in the fire again, but it didn't work. You'll also find a bonfire overlooking a giant crab, the subject of many memes. While running like a coward, we'll be invaded by Yellowfinger Hazel. He's kinda like the guy that invades in the painted world of Ariamis in Dark Souls 1, but now he's got spells and a pickaxe. He'll invade you multiple times in this area, and another, so figure out a good strategy to fight him, or he'll be a yellow pain in the neck. For this build, his spells don't track too well when you're high up, so abusing this makes him much easier. Defeating him grants you his pick and his hat in case you want to look like a madman coming after people looking like him. Near the way around to the Estus shard, you'll notice a purple phantom on the ground. This allows you to summon a mad phantom to fight, with this one being Aldrich from earlier, only he's way stronger this time around. And I mean that. He'll destroy you if you aren't careful. Be wary of his parry, as it will probably kill you in one hit. After some work, I managed to beat him, so we'll head back to the shrine. When we give the coal to Andre, he'll mention how he's honored to use it and praises the gods. Since we won't be using any of the infusions in question, we'll upgrade our weapons, sell off our junk, and then move on. Before we leave, I'll begin swapping back and forth between the Fire Longsword and the Irithyll Straightsword, since fire negates the wait time before you can reapply Frostbite, and it never hurts to have alternatives in case of enemies that are strong to one damage type. When we return to the Road of Sacrifices, we'll enter the building near the bonfire to find an ambush of several hollow warriors and mages that spam spells at you. If you can handle it, it shouldn't be too difficult, but if you can't get to the crier in time, good luck. Off to the right, you can find a pathway with a Titanite lizard that leads down and around in the event you fall into the area below in the next room of the building. After getting spat on by a crab, we'll make our way back inside to the next room with another group of hollows. Once they're cleared, you can engage the boss of this area, but we've got two areas to visit first. There is a hole in the area just before the boss that will drop you in a room with a lycanthrope and some sorcery gear. You'll find the Sage Ring, which shortens spell casting time, and the Sorcerer set in the corner. This is one of the nice details about these games, as the developers will usually have the sets of every starting class found throughout the world, if you choose to use their gear after picking up a different starting class. When you reach the main door into the area before the boss, take a left and you'll find a staircase leading up to an NPC. He'll explain that this is his study and that he has reading to get back to. If your intelligence is below 10, you won't be able to do much with him here, but if it is above 10, you can ask to learn sorceries from him. He will agree to teach you, but you must make a promise. In exchange for teaching, you must bring him knowledge via scrolls you'll find throughout the world. If you make the promise, he will explain that he is Orbeck of Vinheim, and says that you will learn together before teleporting away. We'll talk about him more as we progress. Getting back to our tank, once you enter the arena, the Crystal Sage boss fight will begin. This big hat will shoot spells at you while teleporting around the arena. This first phase isn't too difficult, but it really picks up in phase 2, as the sage multiplies, and you have to find the real crystal sage, which you can identify by the color of the spells used, as all the duplicates use blue spells and the real one's spells are purple. It's not too hard of a boss fight, but it can definitely present some challenges if you happen to get comboed by multiple soul spears, or other abilities the sage may have. But with this out of the way, let's head back to Firelink. After killing the Crystal Sage, you'll get its soul, which explains that the twin Crystal Sages once served as spiritual guides to the scholars of the Grand Archives, and one went to ally with the Undead Legion. The sage we just killed is that sage in question, but this also hints at another sage existing, which we will see much later when we actually get to the Grand Archives. Since we don't want the boss spell or weapon, we'll pop it here for juicy souls. Greyrat will have returned at this point, saying that he made a score. He will now have more weapons, consumables, and ammo types available, and this will continue to increase as his questline goes on, assuming he survives, of course. If you talk to Orbeck, you'll find him opposite Cornyx sitting next to the wall. From here, you can learn several basic spells from him, like the various soul arrows and buffs for your weapons, but this will expand with every scroll you give him. But be warned, he will disappear from the game if you kill 4 bosses without giving him a scroll. Luckily, 2 scrolls are found down the other pathway from the Road of Sacrifices. We have yet to go there, but we will after we complete the side passage toward the Cathedral of the Deep, the next area we'll visit. Anyway, if you talk to Orbeck, he'll remind you of your promise, and then we'll be off, since he doesn't say anything else. After returning to the Crystal Sage bonfire, you'll find a path behind him that leads you through an area with a couple Titanite lizards and big guys. You'll also be able to find the Herald set here next to an Evangelist. This area is quick, so you don't have to worry too much about fighting since there is a bonfire just past these enemies that opens up to the next area, the Cathedral of the Deep. This area begins with 2 special enemies, Fallen Knight and Spider Shield. I don't know what else to call them, so we're going to stick with those names. If you take a hard left just after the bonfire, you'll find the Fallen Knight guarding some ashes. Since we want them, we'll frostburn the Knight to death and pick up the Paladin's Ashes, which describes a worn-out paladin who sought the Cathedral of the Deep, but he paid the price for his headstrong justice. These ashes will unlock a couple charms, weapons, a talisman, and Lloyd's shield ring, which reduces damage taken by 20% at full HP. This makes the ring utterly useless whenever you're not at full HP, which is fairly often, and nobody wants to waste a heal just to get a boost for 1 hit. Don't get why this ring is here. It's one of those rings that won't be used except by people who waste healing, and even then, you would be better off just to heal after getting hit than equipping this ring. Seriously, I can't stress how stupidly useless this ring is. Unless you need it to avoid an insta-kill, don't use it. Anyway, you can loop around above Spider Shield Guy to find the Crest Shield, which is a fairly easy to use shield with some decent defense per its requirements. We'll then proceed to smack Spider Shield to death, and we'll reach the next area. This area sucks. That's it. You'll have crossbowmen shooting you while getting ganked by dogs that teleport behind you and constantly spin around to confuse your orientation. It's incredibly annoying to deal with, but it's thankfully the worst thing in the way to the next bonfire. After dealing with that mess, we'll run into our first suicidal enemy that sets themselves on fire and will attempt to jump on you to kill you. They do extremely high damage, so be ready with the dodge or hope your shield can block it. After that enemy, you'll find a group of enemies around another Estus shard and a doorway leading to a small church with a bonfire and an NPC here. This NPC takes you into one of the 2 DLCs for the game, so we won't deal with him yet, which sucks because he'll blather on every time we come to the bonfire. This is annoying, but I'm just ignoring him now for the sake of the commentary. You can talk to him, get to the DLC bonfire, then come back in a minute or 2, so it's not hard to do. I have other issues with this that I'm going to save for the discussion of the DLC in question, but that's much farther down the road. After resting, we'll head forward through this graveyard of ever-respawning enemies. They have a grab that can be very annoying, but they are weak to fire, so abuse that to stay alive. This area isn't that great, but one item here is fantastic for any build that uses spells, pyromancies, or miracles. This area contains the Executioner's Greatsword, which has a passive effect similar to the Ring of the Evil Eye, but for focus points. Every kill while holding this weapon will give you a small amount of FP back, which is great since you don't have the ability to regenerate FP yet. We'll talk about that more when we get there. You'll eventually come to a bridge that leads you to an area with another white birch tree, and this is where our old archer friend comes in handy once again. if he hits what he's aiming for. This area has some useful items like repair powder and more camouflage, but the real value comes from the undead bone shard here. Up the stairs, you'll find a path to the right that leads into a building that includes the Curse Ward Shield, an item you may recognize from one of the most persistent bosses of Dark Souls 2. After that, you'll find a ladder that acts as a shortcut, so you don't have to repeat the graveyard section again. You can simply drop down to this area from the bonfire, and then climb right back up to the Cathedral. Nice and simple. The only problem will be the weird worm enemies down here, which we'll talk about in a moment. Below the ladder, we'll find another crystal lizard chilling here, and we'll slap it down for more upgrades. This area has lots of upgrades, from the crystal lizard to a few titanite lizards, and regular titanite shards just laying around. It's a nice little boost to whatever you may be upgrading at the time. Before we head back up the ladder, we'll deal with the weird worm enemies I mentioned. These enemies are absurdly weak to fire, but the drawback is that if you get hit by them, even once, you will have a growing bleed effect on you, as the enemies are made of these little maggots that will constantly bleed you until they expire. You consume an item that cures the bleed status effect, or until you hold a torch, which causes them to fall off. This effect is very annoying, as it will proc several times before expiring, depending on your bleed resistance, of course. I've heard that you can also quit out to the main menu and return, and the effect will be gone, which makes sense, but I didn't bother testing it since it doesn't really matter since you're so close to a bonfire. After making it back up the ladder, we'll try to enter the cathedral, only the front door is locked. We'll have to go around to another door along the side, but not before dealing with several enemies on the scaffolding and rooftops. You'll find several hollows and slaves to fight here, so keep an eye on your surroundings as there are a lot of them. After making it past several groups and some bleed boys, we'll open the side door and see a piece of Aldrich's sludge, similar to slime from Dark Souls 1, and several Devout of the Deep. These enemies are usually slow, and will try to throw little fireballs at you or poke you with their golden pokers. Just after them is a lift down that leads you back to the room with the bonfire and NPC, after opening a locked door from the other side. You'll see this more as we go through the rest of the area, as this is one of From Software's most effective maps in terms of shortcuts and interconnectivity. After upgrading and returning, we'll go back up the lift and find a giant guarding the path forward. These enemies are very tough to deal with if you try to run past them, so I've found it's best to shoot them with whatever ranged attacks you can muster. If you continue to bait out one of their melee attacks, you should have no trouble slowly chipping down their health bar. Before progressing, we'll go through a stairway that leads to an evangelist and a deep gem. This gem infuses your weapon with dark damage, but they lose stat scaling, so be careful if you decide you want some edgelord damage or not. By contrast, if you infuse a shield with a gem like this, it will increase the damage resistance to dark, which can be very helpful in certain, if rare, cases. After going back up only to be grabbed by Aldrich's goop, we'll punch it to death to make the most of the Pontiff's left eye. Then we'll head across the open area before finding Lloyd's Sword Ring, which increases damage dealt when at full HP. While better than the shield ring, you have to have gotten good with this game to the point where you're mostly at full health to really make the most of this ring. Again, interesting idea, but very little chance of it being effective in the long term for most players. Anyway, we'll make our way down some passages to another mimic. When killed, it drops the deep Braille Divine Tome for all the miracle lovers out there. Just past that, we'll find an area that leads up for an ember, and around for the Seek Guidance Miracle. When we make our way down, we'll fight one of the Cathedral Knights. The shield variant will buff his mace to leave little holy bombs around wherever they connect with the floor, but since he has a shield, you can break his guard for an easy critical hit. After defeating him, you can enter the room he came out of, but if you stay in there too long, you'll encounter this. This is one of two Deep Accursed you'll encounter in the game, both of them near Aldrich-related areas. They are fairly annoying to fight, as they can build up curse quite quickly on you, and are often cheesed because of the locations you fight them. There is always a place where you can just spam them with ranged attacks. Take this one for instance. He can't get out of the door, so I'll just fill its head with arrows. Overall, not a great enemy, and not a great encounter either. Upon defeat, it will drop Aldrich's Sapphire, a ring that allows you to regain FP from critical attacks, those being backstabs, ripostes, and guard break critical hits. This is useful across the board, as most players will use FP in some capacity, which is nice. This also explains some of the lore around Aldrich, as it states that he was infamous for his appetite for flesh, and that he had a joy of imbibing the final shudders of life while luxuriating in his victim's screams. Aldrich was something else, but we've got more to do before we get to him. You'll find an exit door nearby that leads into an open area with several slaves and an invasion by a pointy bro we all know. Longfinger Kirk is one of Rosaria's fingers, a covenant that invades to steal tongues from their victims. Upon killing him, he will drop his barbed sword and spiked shield so you can poke whoever you want. You can find his set in Rosaria's chamber, which is above this area, and we'll see it later. While exploring, you'll find these areas of Aldrich sludge that cause you to fat roll through them, no matter what equip load you have. This can be circumvented with a weapon that has a movement effect, like Quickstep, so it's not too ridiculous unless you have to deal with several enemies while wading through it, which we'll do shortly. This area we're heading to gives a few items and the Saint Bident weapon, but then we'll head over to the other side of the room where Kirk spawned. Here you'll find a pathway leading to the other door near the main bonfire here, as well as another door to an elevator that we'll use in a little bit. Now we must deal with sludge and a giant, which is not fun. He can be shot from outside of the sludge, but then he'll throw sludge at you. It's often best to simply roll past him, as trying to fight him is going to suck no matter what. What's even worse is that a grub person will drop down that can apply the growing bleed effect, which makes this even more hectic on top of the sludge, the giant, and the numerous slime enemies attacking you. Yeah, great design, devs. Great idea. Moving up the staircase, we'll find more cathedral knights and their little henchmen. But first, we'll go up an elevator to open the front door of the cathedral. Here is where you will encounter an onion knight who is not what he seems. When you talk to him, he will say that he's managed to track down the cathedral's treasure, but it's across a narrow passage. He will continue to explain how tempting treasure is, and when you try to cross it, a familiar face reveals himself.
Shame on you, you greedy guts.
It's From's boy, Patches, ready to keep kicking you down because of your greed. If you haven't defeated the giant, he'll tell you to say hello to the giant, but if you've already killed them, his dialogue will wonder where they've gone. When you return to where Patches was, he'll now be on the other side of the gap, and you'll have to take a long path around to reach him. But now we return to the main bonfire to find Sigurd stuck in a well, calling for help. He'll ask us if we've seen his armor anywhere, but we don't have it to give him. We need his armor to progress his questline, so we'll need to talk to Patches. This requires us to use that door from an elevator near the main cathedral bonfire. After going up, you'll need to go outside to find a ladder leading further up, where you can kill a dude to get the deep ring, before jumping down onto the rafters that lead to an area above the entire cathedral. After battling some slaves, large hollows, and some knights, we'll be able to jump down to Patch's side of the cathedral, where you can purchase the Katarina armor from him. When you talk to him, he will deny knowing you until you confront him. He will then apologize and blame the onion armor, and all's well that ends well, right? Then he blames the curse before giving you the prostration emote. He offers a trinket as an apology and then mentions being a merchant. You can buy Sigurd's set for 15,000 souls, or you can kill him here or earlier to grab it, but this radically affects some questlines for later. This is also one of two ways to meet Patches, the second being at Firelink Shrine, which we'll discuss later. When you're done, you can lift the thing connecting the two sides of the cathedral before exploring further. But before that, we'll give Sigurd his armor back, and he'll thank us and give us the Rejoice emote. Now that he has his armor, he can get out for some reason, so we'll move on to finish the upper area where Patches resides. If you go up the stairs from Patch's location, you'll be attacked by a lot of grubs, but you can open the big door nearby to reach safety and a bonfire. This area houses Rosaria, another covenant, that allows you to reallocate your attributes or alter your appearance. This is limited to 5 times per playthrough, but this is also one thing that I dislike, as the permanence of whatever build you make is part of the reason honing your build is so much fun. Being able to abruptly change it seems to undo that permanence, and I think the games are better off without it. But that's just my opinion on the matter. This area also has a strange habit where activating the bonfire will change how some questlines behave. The flow of these quests is convoluted, and I'll address that later in the video. For now, we'll do some stuff for Leonhardt's questline, as you need to give Rosario one pale tongue to progress his quest. Make sure you do not rank up with the Covenant, though. That can screw up his questline, for some reason. You'll find Bloodhard near the entrance. Speaking to him has him explain that Rosaria would be pleased to know that he's found another finger. Then he gives us a warning that Rosaria's fingers need only fetch tongues for her, otherwise we are free. He then mentions that Yellowfinger, Hazel from earlier, chose to believe that all fingers share camaraderie, but then Leonhard says to not force our romances onto the other fingers. We'll be coming back later for this questline. Anyway, we'll get back to our tank as we kill Patches so we can nab the onion set and his ashes. Now we are quite protected and jolly, but also a fat rolling vegetable. That won't stop us from progressing though. If you read his ashes, they will explain that Patches never lost heart and never looked back. He marched in one direction, and that direction was dead ahead. This plays into his questline in a very special encounter in the final DLC. Once you reach the main area of the cathedral, you'll find summons for Henri and Horus before a fog wall. You can also find Cirrus here, but you have to use a dried finger to increase your co-op numbers, but you will be fine with Henri and Horus. Behind the fog wall is the boss of the area, the Deacons of the Deep. This fight is essentially what happens when you take the Prowling Magus and the Congregation boss from Dark Souls 2, but make it interesting. This fight requires that you find the glowing enemy, and damage is dealt to the boss whenever that enemy is killed. At around 60% of health, the main boss, Archdeacon Royce, will appear, and you can damage the boss directly. He spawns with 4 unique blue-robed enemies that can heal him, so it's best to take them out quickly, or damage the boss into oblivion as fast as you can. Be careful in general, as the groups of enemies can really stun you to death, but it also leads to some ridiculous damage or healing depending on your gear. The one attack to be mindful of is when all the Deacons begin casting a spell in unison. This will cause curse buildup, which will most likely kill the player, so it is best to interrupt the Archdeacon to avoid it. Once defeated, you will gain their soul and a small doll, that we will need later to progress. If you rest at the bonfire, the Archdeacon set will appear at the altar for you to loot. It's not very strong, but it's hilarious to run around killing things looking like the Pope. When you inspect the doll, it will tell of the old city of Irithyll in the Boreal Valley, and mentions how the Pontiff Sulyvahn gave this doll so that subjects might use it to cross the barrier when they return home. This is a necessary item, as it essentially acts as the key to allow entrance to Irithyll, but that's a ways away for now. Now we'll head back to Firelink to level up to avoid fat rolling, because it's hard to be a slow onion in this world. After that, we'll give Patches ashes to the handmaid, and she'll mention how warm his ashes are, acknowledging that it's fresh. She'll give this dialogue whenever you give ashes from someone you kill, or is killed. We'll also get a look at the horse hoof ring that Patches dropped. It boosts the kick effect, increasing the stamina loss when guarding against it by 40%, which is a massive margin. It also details how Patches adored this ring, and the feeling it gave him when he kicked people into the depths of treacherous traps. It even pokes fun at players, as it says, "But who is the sorrier? The horse who knows only to kick, or the fool who approaches the old beast without thought?" We've had to deal with him in 3 of the previous games, so you'd think we'd learn by now. If you go up the stairs near Aldrich's throne, you'll see Henri and Horus again. They'll explain that Aldrich's coffin was empty, but they think he's gone to Irithyll in the Boreal Valley, his home, beyond Farron Keep. With this in mind, we will be seeing Henri and Horus again on the way to Aldrich, but we need to make it to Irithyll first. If you give Irina the Deep Braille Divine Tome, she'll say that this tome is forbidden. They contain dark tales of things that lurk deep within men, and she says these stories would not please us. But if we insist, she will read them, even though they frighten her, and she'll mention the little creatures that nibble at her in the darkness. Giving these items to her will engage her Dark questline, and after purchasing Dark Miracles from her, Agon will take her away to protect her from us. Don't worry, as you can continue to buy miracles from her after we fix the situation with Agon, but we'll deal with that later when it comes up. If you go up to the top of the tower behind the shrine after opening the main door in the Cathedral of the Deep, or if you lit Rosaria's bonfire without opening the main door, you'll find Patches waiting for you when you come back down. He'll apologize sarcastically before telling us to be more careful, saying, "Curiosity is going to kill you kittens." Then he'll say that some places are better left alone, and mock us by asking if he's too late before laughing. Talking to him has him say that there's beauty in death. Then he says that we're surrounded by ladies. Every man's dream, right? If you're female, he'll say that we're among our own, so there's plenty of company. Either way, he'll finish by saying that he'll look after things by stripping our corpse of every last trinket we have. He'll finish off by saying that we're going to make some lucky customer very happy. We'll escape his trap and find him in an upper corner of the shrine afterwards. Here, he'll lose his bravado, saying we'll have a nice talk about this, then say that he did us wrong, but didn't mean it. He'll blame it on these urges, and that he hates himself for it. Then he'll say that he sure will forgive him, which we will. Then he'll suck your catalyst by saying we have the heart of a lion, and are a model for the rest of everyone. Classic Patches. From this point, he will be a vendor in the shrine, and we'll talk to him. He sees that we've met Grey Rat, whom he says is a slinking rodent, but he helped him in Lothric Dungeon, so he should do something about that debt. This dialogue will change as you progress Grey Rat's questline, but we'll check out Patch's inventory for now. He'll sell a lot of odds and ends, ranging from firebombs to special weapons to armor sets, including what you need to give to Sigurd in order to get him out of the well, if you haven't already. He also sells his ring and poison arrows if you want to have some fun. He'll also sell rubbish, which I find hilarious, considering that you can't even give it to the bird vendor in this game. He literally just sells junk. We'll return to the Road of Sacrifices to go down the other path toward Farron Keep and the rest of the game. Before getting to Farron Keep, you have to get past these two executioners. They look similar to Horus, but you'll hate these guys. High damage, stagger, health, self-healing, and two of them creates quite an annoying encounter. But you can bait them to fall to their death if you climb the ladder down, but keep close to the top. With a bit of that human luck, they will fall without too much effort and die. One cool thing about the area behind the two bros is that you can see 3 towers with flames coming out of them. These are key points in the next area, and this helps you get a rough idea of where they are before jumping into the cesspool that is Farron Keep. Before that, let's get some pyromancies. Just to the right of the two dudes is the Great Swamp Pyromancy Tome and the Conjurator set. The set explains that it was used by the predecessors to pyromancers, and spent their lives roaming the lands, and as such, this attire was designed to protect them from fire, poison, and other threats of nature. You'll recognize the set as what is worn by pyromancers in the previous Dark Souls games, making this an interesting progression, as the old pyromancer's attire seems to view them as the predecessors instead of actual pyromancers. You'll see this theme of losing pyromancy to time continue when we get to an area later that is full of old and forgotten things. The tome is what's important though, as it unlocks the Fire Orb, Bursting Fireball, Poison Mist, and Profuse Sweat spells. When you return to Cornyx, he will say how pleased he is to have a pupil as dedicated as us before we give him the tome. This makes him say that he can teach more sophisticated pyromancies, and gets excited, saying that he can boast that he is our tutor for a little longer. We'll be buying the spells as they are very handy, especially Fire Orb and Poison Mist. Much like other From games, they always have an area covered in poison. Farron Keep is one such place, but now there's even more to make you loathe it. We'll be running off to the right as soon as we leave the bonfire, because this leads us to one of the 3 pillars from earlier. This can suck because of the basilisks that will gank you if you aren't careful, so be aware of the curse buildup. Eventually you'll fat roll around to a pathway up, but you'll be invaded by Hazel again. Like before, this enemy will spam spells and pickaxe attacks at you, but now he'll be supported by basilisks. This sucks, but you can lead him up the path to avoid any more basilisk pain. When you go up the path, you'll run into a Grue, not that Grue, which has a bad habit of jumping over your attacks and has a grab that drains a lot of health and buffs itself. This wouldn't be that bad for an enemy, but this particular type of Grue can spam these attacks over and over, which makes them rage-inducing to the average player. These enemies suck, plain and simple, so smack them down the best you can. Now let's move on to our actual objective. Just past Jumping Hell, you'll come to a small structure with a bowl of fire you must interact with to extinguish the flame. When you do this, a cutscene will play, showing how this flame goes out, but that activates another flame near a giant door we need to open, that leads to a building in the distance. You can tell from the cutscene that you need 3 total pillars to activate the door, so we'll go find the other 2. If you go forward, you'll notice these massive enemies wandering around. These enemies are tough, and will often spam skulls at you. You can try to slap them down, but do it as quickly as possible, because they will drain your health quite easily. When we return to the bonfire we came from, you'll find slugs around that have the potential to drop poison gems, although the chance isn't very high. It's a good spot to farm if you can't find a poison gem, assuming you don't know where others are. This area also has another Estus shard just in front of a tilted structure in the swamp before another ramp. If you look around, you'll find a Dark Wraith from Dark Souls 1 guarding a building with an item in it. These enemies fight like their Dark Souls 1 counterparts, but are far more aggressive this time around. Once defeated, you'll find the Sage's Coal in the building, which provides infusion of Crystal, Blessed, and Deep gems. Crystal gems allow weapons to scale with intelligence, Blessed gems allow health regen and faith scaling, and Deep gems have already been explained earlier. Since we're out of Estus, we're going to give Andre the coal and then come back, since the hard part of the Flame Pillars is over. When you give the Sage's Coal to Andre, he'll explain that he had heard that one of the Crystal Sages had given this coal to the Undead Legion, which now seems to be true. Then he'll explain that it's imbued with magic, which we know from its description, and then he says he's never been one for books or wise men, before chuckling like everybody does after dialogue. We'll clean out our inventory, level up and upgrade a bit, before heading back to Farron's Swamp. Upon returning, we'll make our way up another stairway to another flaming pillar. By this point, you may have noticed that not all the pillars have the same carving. This one depicts the Bed of Chaos, the previous one depicts the Four Kings, and the last one depicts Nito. Lots of callbacks to see. It's interesting to note that Seath the Scaleless is missing from the pillar art gallery, but it seems even stranger that he's missing when you learn that the Undead Legion has a history of destroying all that come into contact with the Abyss, which should include the Four Kings. I'm not sure if this is a thing that is meant to honor Gwyn's version of history, or if the Undead Legion has something against Seath, but either way, it's kinda strange why this art was displayed this way. Moving on, after the Bed of Chaos pillar, we'll run into another jumping grue from Hell that we'll slay before going up to the Nito pillar. After lighting it, the cutscene will play once more, but the door will open. We'll get past 3 grue on a bridge before resting at the bonfire behind them. We're going to take a small detour, starting by entering a sunken tower to the right that houses a bunch of slugs and another undead bone shard. Just past that, we'll see a ladder that leads up to the Old Wolf of Farron. Around the side of the tower is an illusory wall that allows access to the Dream Chaser's ashes, which gives unique dialogue from the handmaid, and will unlock quite a bit of basic items when you give it to her. This item is necessary for Cirrus' questline, so if you want to do that, give it to the handmaid. In the main room, this giant wolf allows access to the Watchdogs of Farron Covenant. Like most other covenants, a few rewards come from giving Wolf's Blood Swordgrass, which you can find in the world, and by using the online functions to defeat enemies. You can get the Old Wolf Curved Sword after giving 10 of the Swordgrass, and the Wolf Knight's Great Shield and Wolf Ring after giving 30. Lots of Artorias merch here, so have fun with it if you want to become him, which you can, after killing the Abyss Watchers, and later grabbing his armor farther down the road. Since we aren't here for the Artorias Fan Club, we'll go up the elevator to find a demon walking around. Be careful when fighting this guy, as he hits hard, and his grab has potential to throw you off the bridge. After taking enough damage to his legs, they will break, allowing you to cripple a crippled demon. That's such a weird thing to say. After defeating him, he'll drop his soul, allowing you to purchase items from Ludleth if you transpose it. There is a pathway you can jump down to that leads to the opposite end of the bridge, where you can find a few Titanite lizards, the Dragon Crest shield, and the Lightning Spear. If you're worried about getting stuck here, all you have to do is make your way up the hollow-filled stairway to the top to drop back down to where you were before. We'll be coming back here much later for an armor set you'll all be familiar with. On the way down, we'll look at the Soul of a Stray Demon. This gives some context to the state of demons in the current era, as demons are now roaming around without even burning anymore, and the sad state of the demons will be explained more later on. The soul does bring up an interesting question though. Can demons hollow like us? I won't go too deep into it here, but I encourage you to make your own conclusions on the ramifications of flameless demons without purpose. They can clearly exist without flame, so it seems possible, but let's return to the shrine to turn in the ashes we found. When you give the ashes to the handmaid, she acts disgusted and insults it as the stuff of a fool. If you tell her where it came from, she'll insult the person it came from. There are hints that this could be the ashes of her son, who wanted to join the Undead Legion, so he abandoned his family, but he failed and died. There's no direct confirmation of this, but it's possible based on her dialogue and information given during Cirrus' questline that we'll go over later. Speaking of her, we'll chat her up, where she'll say that she's heard a great deal about us since we last saw her. She'll single out that we have a gentle heart. Then she will say she is bound by duty, but can offer her sign. She goes on about hearing that cordial intrusions lays the path to embers. If we need help in this event, we can call upon her for aid. This will play out later when we hit Irithyll. Then she'll give the Dark Moon Loyalty emote. After that, we'll talk to Ludleth to transpose that demon's soul. You can transform it into Boulder Heave, like what he uses to fight you, or into Havel's Ring. Unlike its counterpart in Dark Souls 1, which gave a staggering 50% increase in your equip load, this one gives you 15%. This isn't the highest it can go, as it can go up to a +3 once we get to the second DLC, but even that caps at 19%. Overall, more balanced than its predecessor, but severely limited in comparison as well. We'll be grabbing this since our tanky boy is a fat slob who needs it. Even with it, we still fat roll, but we'll deal with that in time. We'll be using the soul to grab Boulder Heave for our Pyromancer before leaving, as spewing a rock from our mouth is useful and comedic, since it will knock most regular enemies to the ground, or severely reduce their stamina or poise. But now, we've got a Lord of Cinder to kill. We'll return to the swamp and make our way through the doorway, and pass some more winged spazzes before seeing two Dark Wraiths walking toward the building we must enter. We'll talk about these enemies more in a moment, but now, time for Behind. Just around the bend is a bonfire with a summon to help us with the boss fight, a crystal lizard, and a shortcut. This shortcut is very helpful on our parry and bleed run, because I'm going to need all the armor I can get so I don't die while trying to parry everything. This took so long to get the set. Anyway, you'll also see a pathway out of this structure, which leads you to the Atonement Miracle and to a Hollow Gem, which increases your luck and allows luck scaling on the item infused, but with the catch that it negatively affects the innate damage of the weapon. I don't use them personally, but the freedom is there for all Hollows to slay as they wish. If you drop down from this area, you will find several basilisks in a small cave which houses the Golden Scroll and the Antiquated set, something you'll remember from Dark Souls 1's character, Dusk. The scroll can be given to Orbeck to continue his questline, unlock more sorceries, and keep him from leaving for now. We'll return to the shrine to give Orby the scroll we have. He'll say it is very unusual, as it's from Irithyll, an ancient land of golden sorceries. He mentions that not even the Dragon School possesses such a long-lost scroll. Then he insults the Xanthos scholars, with their ridiculous headwear, saying they would simply slaver over this find. All this references Dark Souls 1 and its DLC, as Irithyll had fallen to the abyss in the ancient days, but even now its memory lives on through scrolls of magic, although its practitioners have not survived. Giving the scroll to him unlocks the Cast Light, Repair, Hidden Weapon, Hidden Body, and Twisted Wall of Light sorceries. A fairly useful lot, but giving him any scroll allows you to purchase a new spell, Pestilent Mist. This spell is quite ridiculous in very useful ways that you'll see later. If you talk to Orbeck after purchasing some of his wares, he'll give you the Silent Ally emote, and the Slumbering Dragoncrest ring, which masks the sound of its wearer. Kinda useless in an action game, unless you have other stealth spells like Hidden Body, but it helps for sneaking up on enemies when you can. Anyway, he says that this ring is a cipher employed by sorcerers who used quietude to their advantage, and allows us to tell friend from foe, as it is a very old practice at this point. Now we'll be heading back to acquire another scroll, but we'll do some exploring first. If you head left just after the Keep Ruins bonfire, you will deal with some feral grue before making your way to an area with a crab. As you can see, it's a very stupid crab. Upon killing it, it drops the Lingering Dragoncrest ring, which extends spell effects by 30%, up to 40% with the +2 version. Then we'll come to another white birch tree with stealth twigs and a few items around it. You'll find the Crown of Dusk here as well, which boosts magic damage by 10%, but lowers magic absorption as well. If you keep to the wall to your left, you'll come to an area with more grue and several dead mushroom people from Dark Souls 1. You'll find the Sage's Scroll on one of their bodies, and with that, we'll say goodbye to the dead shrooms, and we'll give it to Orbeck. When we give it to him, he calls it stupendous, saying that the Undead Legion possesses sorceries quite unknown. Then he thanks us for upholding our end of the promise to share knowledge with him. Then he says he doubts he'd ever have made this discovery alone. This unlocks Great Farron Dart and Farron Hail, which is thematically accurate, but the spells themselves are rather lackluster. They're quick to cast and range is nice, but you can get a similar effect with the weapon, and you don't lose FP in the process. But with that done, we'll need to keep an eye out for more scrolls as we move on. Now we're going to summon the Londor Pale Shade to help us. This summon is available after having 5 Dark Sigils, the things we got from Yol, and if we're on good terms with Yuria of Londor, a character we'll deal with later. We'll get the Dual Bow emote from the Shade before slowly watching the Dark Wraiths do their stuff. This is an effective way to clear the path toward the boss, assuming you don't aggro one or both of them. They are quite tough, which helps since they will usually kill all the grue in the way until they are nearly dead, or will die leaving weakened grue that you can slap down with ease. Once you reach the door, you can hear the clanging of swords inside, and this is where you have several options for summons. You can summon Blackhand Goddard, Hazel if you defeated them and given 1 Pale Tongue to Rosaria, or Cirrus if you've spoken to her a second time in Firelink Shrine. It doesn't really matter which summon you choose, but having the extra help is nice for this particular boss. When you open the door and walk in, a cutscene will play displaying the Abyss Watchers killing each other. The victor turns to face you, and the fight begins. The basic Abyss Watcher has low poise, so you can stunlock them with relative ease. The thing that makes this fight tough is that additional Abyss Watchers will spawn that can create problems. The health bar only drains when the first Abyss Watcher takes damage, so it's best to let the summons deal with the adds while you beat down the main one. If soloing this boss, you can use a third Abyss Watcher that spawns to your advantage, as that one has glowing eyes to signify it has been tainted by the Abyss. This means that it will damage and attack anything else in the arena, so you can aggro him over to the other Watchers and sit back while they recreate the intro cutscene. Once the main Abyss Watcher is defeated, a new cutscene will play that shows the Abyss Watchers fall to the ground, before blood from all the Abyss Watchers' bodies coalesces above the one who was slain, reviving and empowering them. This is an extension of the first phase, but now the enemy deals fire damage and is far more aggressive, but on their lonesome. Like before, you can stunlock and backstab him, but his fire attacks can be quite painful, as they often act as small-scale AoE moves. Once defeated, we'll return to the shrine to use the soul and level up. If you read the description of the boss soul, called the Soul of the Blood of the Wolf, it implies that the blood of the wolf is what controls the Abyss Watchers, as it was spread amongst them, and their souls are one with the soul of the Wolf Blood Master. This leads to many questions regarding what the goals were for the Old Wolf of Farron, or whoever is really pulling the strings, if anyone is considering the state of the Undead Legion at this time. If you bring the soul to Ludleth, you can get the Wolf Knight's Greatsword, or the Farron Greatsword. The former is Artorias' sword from Dark Souls 1, and it's a fairly strong weapon across the board. Not overpowered, but useful in most situations, especially for the cosplayers out there. The Farron Greatsword is the weapon the boss used during the fight, but the player version allows you to parry using the small dagger wielded in the offhand. This weapon wreaks havoc amongst most enemies, as the weapon art moveset is very agile and has wide radial attacks that can help you deal with groups, or allow you to spin and slash your way through a boss fight. A unique feature to both weapons is that they do additional damage to abyssal enemies, with some of those enemies being bosses that we'll deal with later. On a small aside, I don't get why some boss gear is free and some isn't. I really have no idea why, and the choice between these two weapons exemplifies this for me. They're both great weapons in their own right, but why is one 10,000 souls while the other is free? I don't care about nostalgia at this point, I just don't get the difference in the price. Since our tank doesn't need this, we'll pop the soul for souls. It gives 20,000 souls, and that is the cap for all boss souls in this game. I have no idea why they capped all of them at such a low number, considering we're barely a fifth of the way through the game, not including the 2 DLCs. A lot of weird choices regarding soul values in this game, but I guess it does balance out later on. One thing to keep in mind before you progress past the Abyss Watchers is that Yol will die once you enter the next area, so try to make the most of his levels and spells before moving forward. If you've leveled up from Yol 5 times, collecting 5 dark sigils in the process, Yuria will appear near his corpse after he dies. This allows you to progress through her questline and unlock one of the 4 endings, if Henri is never killed, at least. When you talk to Yuria, she'll say that she's a close friend of Yol, and that his soul is redeemed because of us. Basically, we helped him fulfill his purpose before dying. Then Yuria will mention that we're a lord, a bearer of the Dark Sigil, and their Lord of Hollows. Then she'll say that the Hollows are our servants, including her. If you continue with her, and you've met Orbeck, and brought him to the shrine, she'll say that he is a cause of much consternation. Apparently, he proclaims himself a Lord of Hollows, and may one day screw with our rule, which we can't have. Then she says that decisiveness is the mark of a true monarch. This is a side quest for her main questline, where you can kill Orbeck and give her his ashes. Before we do that, we'll look over her inventory, which houses several items you may have interest in. She holds infinite purging stones and poison throwing knives, so poison builds will have fun with her. She also sells a few basic spells and some gear. You can buy the Dark Hand off of her, which is an item that acts as a unique fist weapon that allows you to drain a human's health with its weapon art. It only works on humans, so it's not universal, but it does have quite a high dark damage given the requirements of being alive. You'll see a Ring of Sacrifice, the Untrue Dark Ring, and the Untrue White Ring. The Dark Ring makes you retain human appearance while hollow, and the White Ring allows you to appear as a phantom, similar to the ghosts of other players you may see. These rings are useful for camouflage and can lead to some interesting PvP scenarios, but she also sells the Londor Boreal Divine Tome. This unlocks Vow of Silence, Dark Blade, and Dead Again, the last of which allows you to turn corpses into dark bombs that explode. Cool effect, but impractical, as you're going to be better off just to cast another spell or attack with your weapon. Since we've got Orbeck here, we'll grab his ashes after lightning pancaking his face in. You don't have to kill him, since his questline leads to you getting his ashes anyway, so you can wait if you want to give his ashes to Yuria later. Up to you. When you bring them back to Yuria, she'll say that Orbeck's claim is proven false, then describes a Londor treasure befitting the Lord of Hollows before giving you the Morian Blade. This weapon induces bleeding, and also increases attack power when at low HP, which is an interesting choice for a weapon given the people it came from. Moving on, defeating the Artorias fan club will cause Aigon to appear at the shrine. When you talk to him, he'll say it's been some time since we met in person. He dropped in to check on Irina, and then asks what we're playing at with this circus of characters around us. This cesspool of doddering old folk and degenerates. Then he says it couldn't be better, before saying that Irina fits in perfectly here. This shows a lot about his perspective of her, and how he sees her fitting in with the people of the shrine. Since we haven't bought a Dark Miracle yet, Aigon won't be hostile, so you can get his dialogue even when going down her dark path of her questline, which we'll see soon. Also, after defeating the Abyss Watchers, you can talk to Hawkwood for new dialogue. He acts surprised to learn that we returned the lords to their thrones by defeating them, and then he questions if that really is Lordship's last reward. Then he will thank you for helping the Undead Legion to find their final resting place. After this, he will give you the Farron Ring, which reduces weapon art FP usage, which can be handy depending on the weapon of choice. But with this, his questline is ready to progress, but that will take a while. But now, we're ready to move on. If you walk up to the altar behind the Abyss Watcher's bonfire, it will slide back, revealing the entry to the Catacombs of Carthus. This area will have lots of skeletal enemies to deal with. This first skeleton shows that the enemies will reanimate if their eyes glow, if they are a regular skeleton. Some of the larger enemies will reassemble as well, but we'll get there. After fighting some dudes on the bridge, we'll drop down to the left to an area that houses the Carthus Pyromancy Tome, which allows the purchase of the Acid Surge, Carthus Beacon, and Carthus Flame Arc pyromancies. In the next room, you'll meet an agile big skeleton, and these enemies can be very annoying, as they will circle strafe you while throwing bleeding darts at you. It's best to smack them down as quickly as possible. After him, we'll climb a ladder that leads to an area with one of the first traps of the area that shoots 6 flaming arrows. You'll see more traps like this around, which can be helpful for crowd control, but be careful not to get caught out by them. Moving along, we'll encounter headless skeletons, so be careful when you attack, as they can parry you when they hold their weapons sideways. After clearing the area below of large and small skelebros, you'll find a side passage that leads to a Titanite lizard and Anri. When you talk to her, she'll explain that she was separated from Horus after getting snared by a trap. You can find him later and tell her where he is, but, depending on when you tell her, it will prematurely end her questline. We'll go over that more later on. Since we don't know where he is, we'll tell her so, and she'll mention that Horus is probably searching for her with twice the resolve. Then she says that if we find Horus, to tell him that Anri will remain in the catacombs, leaving a trail of prism stones to find her. With that, grab the Titanite lizard and return to the entry from the Abyss Watcher's bonfire. If you look to the right of the entrance, you'll notice several platforms leading down that will cause you to interact with several skeletons guarding the path forward. Before jumping down, keep an eye on the top of the stairs, as a trap will be triggered if you are on the stairs. Luckily, it can be triggered if you wiggle your toes over the edge of the entrance. This trap is a giant skeletal ball that will roll up and down the stairs until a specific skeleton is killed. Just behind the entrance is the skeleton with a hat that controls the ball. Once slain, the ball will come crashing into the wall nearby, dropping another undead bone shard. You'll also be able to see a bonfire through the grates nearby, giving a hint to where you need to go. After getting parried by a skeleton, we'll continue on. Several skeletons along this section will throw pots that explode into seeking souls that will damage you. These pots can also be triggered on the ground via rolling into them or destroying them in any way. These can be quite annoying unless properly dealt with, so take it slow and carefully. Near a large group of pots, you'll find the Carthus Milk Ring, which boosts dexterity by 3 and creates a visual effect of you vanishing into a puff of smoke when you roll. This doesn't change anything about your roll besides the visuals of it, but it is neat. After making our way past even more skeletons, we'll find a pathway where another skeleton ball drops down. This will roll past the bonfire we saw earlier, so rest up now while you can, because there are a lot of chances for death past this point. After upgrading and banking souls, we'll return and make our way down some stairs to a group of rats that will most likely get crushed by the skeletal ball. Now, we don't want to destroy this ball yet, as it is quite useful when dealing with a nearby invader. If you go through a doorway just ahead of the ball, you'll be invaded by Night Slayer Sorig. This guy is tanky, with a massive fume greatsword, so be ready to heal if he touches you. If you want, you can use the ball against him, or get him to walk off the bridge nearby. But here I managed to kill him legitimately. When defeated, he will drop the Night Slayer's ring and the My Thanks emote. The ring increases the stamina lost by enemies when blocking your attacks. This is a rather underwhelming ring for most of the game, as most enemies don't even have a shield. Around the side, we'll run into an area full of skeleton wheels from Dark Souls 1 and more Aldrich sludge. This area can be a pain, but can also be a great place to use your healing Pontify, as the slimes can take quite a beating. At the end of this area is the Carthus Blood Ring, which boosts rolling iframes by roughly 30%, but also reduces your overall absorption by 30%. It's good if you need the iframes, but most rolls will do what you need them to do anyway, so I found this ring to be useless unless you're fat rolling all the time. Returning to the rat area, we'll go through a path that leads up to the skeleton that controls the ball, as well as some ashes to find. You'll find the Grave Warden's ashes that give a few items, but what is most valuable is that this unlocks purchasable Titanite shards from the shrine, which is helpful if you second guess what weapons you've been upgrading. Moving on, we'll run down a cavernous tunnel to knock a skeleton down before running into the other side of the path that Sorig invades. This unlocks a shortcut from the bonfire side to one of 2 pathways. We'll head there in a moment after we meet Henri a second time. If you talk to her, she'll ask if we've seen Horus. Since we answered no, she'll lament that he may have left the catacombs, and how he may have abandoned her. This is the second point where you can inform her of Horus's location, which becomes quite clear where he is if you simply look down. We'll talk about this more after we reach Horus, but for now, we've got a bridge to cross. If you cross this bridge or jump to the path under Henri, a large group of skeletons will assemble behind you. If you slap the bridge in time, you can send them to Horus, which is the easiest way to deal with a spam problem. Once the bridge has fallen, you'll find a descend prompt at the edge of it, which allows you to use the broken bridge as a ladder down. In the room just after the ladder bridge, you'll find another massive demon. If you're quick enough, you can jump down to the skeletons and watch the undead fight the demon. Most of the time, the demon will smash them into bone dust, but it is possible to let them defeat him. Once killed, he will drop the soul of a demon, which explains quite explicitly that demons were born of the Chaos Flame, but the flame has not survived, and the demons are a dying race. That means with every demon killed, you've slowly pushed their race into extinction. Do you feel bad? This soul can be useful if you don't care about the lore, as it can be transposed into the giant axe that the demon fought you with. It's cool, but souls are cooler. Up above where the demon was, you can find a mimic that drops the Black Blade, a katana, and also drop the Symbol of Avarice for me. Like the previous games, equipping it increases your souls gained, this time by a whopping 50%. Adds 100 item discovery, but the HP loss has been increased 10 HP a second, making your health drop extremely quickly if you aren't paying attention. Anyway, at the bottom of this area we'll find the Old Sage's Blindfold and the Witch's Ring. The blindfold is like what Cornyx wears, and the ring boosts pyromancies by 25%, so pyromanes should make a beeline for this ring as soon as possible. Next to them is a bonfire before the next area. Before we head down, we'll give the Carthus Pyromancy Tome to Cornyx, where he'll say that he's never seen anything like this, and that it's from the catacombs. Then he says that he'll be learning alongside you, implying this knowledge is foreign to him, before we purchase what we can before leaving for the next area we've made it to. Smoldering Lake is an optional area that sucks. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. This area will annoy every player with all the scenarios it will throw at you, but we've come for a specific reason. If you avoid the giant ballista shooting at you and hug the right wall, you'll come to the area where Horus resides. This is where we learn he's gone hollow. If you return to Henri to let her know of Horus's fate without killing him, she will be killed by him, and her questline will end. But you can inform her of his location after killing him. This allows some closure before continuing her questline. Once defeated, he will drop his shield and will loot the area before leaving. Back in the Lake of Pain, we'll run around collecting items and avoiding the ballista when a giant lightning worm will come out of the ground and attack. This enemy is unique, but often cheesed because of a simple strategy: couch potato. You can sit in this little pit in the rock and let the ballista do the work, which won't take long since the worm isn't coded to account for the fact that you can walk past it. I thought you were better than this, From. I really did. The value of coming to this area is quite apparent here, as killing the worm gives you an undead bone shard, lightning stake, and you can find the Shield of Want where it spawns. This shield is a direct reference to Dark Souls 2, and as such, increases the souls gained while wielding it by 20%. When stacked with the Silver Serpent Ring and the Symbol of Avarice, it can reach a 98% bonus to the souls received, effectively doubling the souls gained from everything. This can get even higher when combined with another late game item, but I'll talk about that later. Overall, it's a great general shield to use, especially with the souls bonus. But now, let's head back to Henri. When we tell Henri where Horus was and what happened, she can't believe that a lake could be down here, and then thanks us for letting her know where he was. Then she'll give us the Ring of the Evil Eye, which gives health back per kill, in case you didn't know. You can also get this at her next location if she doesn't give it here, so don't worry if she disappears and you want the ring. Then Henri says that she'll head toward the lake before we leave to fight the main boss of the catacombs. Past the bridge, you'll find a doorway that is locked until you interact with a cup on an altar. When you do, a cutscene will play, where a dark mass will spill out of the cup until you appear in a dark area. When you regain control, you'll see an item ahead, but also make out some heavy breathing and giant hands nearby. This is High Lord Wolnir, the conqueror of the catacombs, and another gimmick boss. His gimmick is that you need to destroy the rings around his wrists to do significant damage to him. Just smack him a bunch and they'll shatter, dealing 1/3 of his health bar per wristband. This fight can be trivialized if you have any item that sprays poison, or have the Pestilent Mist sorcery. As you can see here, Pestilent Mist can be cast on Wolnir over and over without aggroing him, making the fight a bathroom break. Don't worry if you can't grab the item in the arena, the Greatwood Pyromancy Tome, as it will appear in the corner when we go back to the room with Wolnir's cup. After defeating him, a cutscene will play of your character resisting the darkness, or rather the abyss, as we return to the area from before, but now the door behind the altar opens. At this point, the catacombs are over, and we can progress. But we need to give the tome to Cornyx. If you try giving the Grave Warden Pyromancy Tome to Cornyx, he says that he can't accept it. This tome is dark, delving into the depths of men, where an untouchable flame resides. He can't comprehend it himself, so he can't teach it to us. We'll find someone later to help us with that. Then he goes on to say that this tome contains a spell that was forbidden in the Great Swamp, and nearly everywhere else too. Only one terribly afflicted, or burdened by deep sorrow, could begin to understand this. We'll find one such person later on. By this point, assuming you've bought Dark Miracles from Irina, you won't find her at her usual spot, and instead will have to face her at the door leading from Udex Gundir to the shrine. When you get close to the doorway, Aegon will say that he made himself clear when he said his allegiance remained only as long as we assured Irina's safety, but this Knight of Carim does not forgive betrayal. He says that even a broken woman deserves her dignity. This leads to a fight with Aegon. Be careful dealing with him, as he can hit very hard. Luckily, we'll smack him down pretty quick. One weird thing to know is that he calls out to Irina one last time, but no text appears when the dialogue box appears. Kinda weird that they never fixed that in all the patches. Once dead, we'll grab his shield and hammer before talking to Irina. She'll be lying on the ground and ask who is there. She will ask that we touch her, mentioning the little creatures. If you touch her, she'll warp back to her spot at the shrine. From here, she will serve the same purpose as before until you complete her dark path. When we return to the shrine, you can purchase Aegon's set, or rather, Morn's set, and you'll need the gauntlets to progress Irina's dark path to her questline, but we can't complete this path until we buy all of the dark miracles she offers in total. We'll return to her after buying everything from her. Here, she will beg for our touch, saying that the dark surrounds her, nibbling at her flesh, and the little creatures never stop biting. Here you can touch her, but if you don't have Morn's gauntlets, she will ask if anyone is there to offer their touch. This indicates that she can't feel normal touch any longer, solidifying the horror of what is slowly happening to her. She will continue suffering with the little things eating away at her endlessly. If you touch her with the gauntlet equipped, she will assume you're Aegon, and then ask you to kill her, as Aegon promised he would. When she is struck down, she'll say that a Knight of Carim is always true to his word. From here, you can loot her ashes, which we can give to the Shrine Handmaid to unlock miracles from her. She'll also drop the tower key, which is weird since we already unlocked the tower behind the shrine with the key the Handmaid sold. I guess they wanted to give players more options to get back there. With that, we've completed her dark path, but there's still more to show for her light path later. Anyway, we'll return to Smoldering Pain, where we'll go up a ramp next to a fog wall that leads to the entrance to the demon ruins. Here, you'll see a summon sign for Sorig, if you defeated him, and we'll summon Great Swamp Cuculus before heading into the arena for the Old Demon King. This fight will involve a lot of fire spraying and AoE damage, so anything with decent fire resistance will help with this fight. The Demon King can be poisoned, so that will help whittle his health bar down. When he reaches around 20% health, he will let out one massive AoE before falling over. In this state, he will hardly put up a fight, showing how far from power the demons have fallen. This is further heightened when you read his soul, which says, "The shriveled old Demon King is now like a clump of burnt ash, but he is the last living witness of the chaos of Izalith." This whole area is full of downer moments, and this is just the beginning. One thing I never really liked about this boss was his location. He's basically next to Wolnir, without any major obstacle or area to overcome. The only challenge may be the ballista along with the worm, but we saw how easy that was to deal with. Personally, I would have put him at the bottom of the demon ruins, or at the end of the area. That way players can't just waltz in, kill him, and leave without going through the area he's tied to. But then again, some people may not agree that he's worth it when you actually go through the rest of Smoldering Lake. When you go down the path at the Demon Ruins bonfire, you'll find demons around that have floating balls of fire that shoot fire at you, creating a confusing and annoying encounter when you have 5 or more orbs being thrown at you every other second. Since we're only here for a few things on this build, we'll get to the end of the fire orb room to find an undead bone shard, before we hightail it out of there. As you explore, you'll find a path with some grue, and an illusory wall that leads to another Black Knight and the Black Knight sword. This area really shows that the Black Knights were fighting the demons in their home, and were nearing victory over their fiery opponents. Along another pathway, you'll find a hallway with several lava slimes, but at the end is another Estus shard. With that, and the undead bone shard, our tank is done with this area. Now we'll explore on our Pyromancer, as this area is really built for this build in particular, at least regarding items. One thing that can help you is Sorig, as you can summon and drag him down this path with you. It certainly helps, given how annoying the enemies and encounters can be here. As you've seen before, these demons that spawn the fire orbs are tough, and you need to be careful around them, as they have one flame spray attack that can multi-tap you, dealing serious or fatal damage. Like so. This attack is just stupid difficult, and is one thing that should have been patched. All throughout the area, you'll find giant husks of former demons, as well as statues remembering demons from times long past. You'll find Taurus demon statues, husks of demons we face today, and we'll find someone else here that you might remember. Across a gap is a familiar spider-looking creature that we'll have to make our way around to, but that will take a bit, as this area is a fiery maze from hell. We'll head outside to the giant ballista, where we'll get it to attack an area to destroy the ground beneath us, showing us a new way forward. We'll find a bonfire across from the next tome. Once we clear the room of grue, we'll loot the Irithyll Pyromancy tome, allowing us some unique spells that involve more lava-based pyromancies. We'll eventually make our way down where we'll fight some rats before opening up an illusory wall leading to a room full of basilisks. This area can suck, so be careful of all the gas flying around the room. Once we're through, we'll find a path off to the left of a stairway leading down to a real fight with Sorig. From this combat, you can see the power of Boulder Heave. Once killed, he will drop the Fume Ultra Greatsword and the Black Iron Greatshield. The Fume Sword is the weapon used by the best boss of Dark Souls 2, the Fume Knight. If you disagree with me, let me know how wrong I am in the comments. Anyway, this sword is the heaviest greatsword in the game, and requires a heavy 50 strength to wield. It's heavy and requires a lot, but it will knock the hollow out of most enemies, as it hits very hard. Just after Sorig's death, we'll go for the items in the lava, which is annoying and weird, as the lava does a lot of damage, but you can block it with shields for some reason. I have no idea why, but that's a thing. We'll pick up an Ember and the Sacred Flame Pyromancy. The Ember isn't worth it in my opinion, but Sacred Flame can be an interesting spell to use, as it acts like a Pyromancy grab. While neat in concept and unique in use, it's very dangerous, as it leaves you vulnerable before the grab, and you'll usually tank a hit while using it. It can go through most shields though, so it has some flexibility in PvE or PvP use. Anyway, we'll make our way up the stairway from before to fight a Black Knight who has a nasty habit of slapping people into the lava below. It also doesn't help that our boulder move won't stun him, making this fight so tough that he kills our red-haired lass. We'll return for revenge and make our way up the ladder behind him. At the top of 2 ladders, you'll be able to jump down to a platform that holds the Dragon Rider bow, a reference to Dark Souls 2's special needs boss. Given that, this is the strongest bow in the game, as it has the highest attack power of any bow, depending on the ammo used and the enemy of course. It's pretty useful if you want something stronger than your other bows, but not quite as slow and bulky as the great bows. Plus, the ammo is cheaper, and its requirements aren't that high. Anyway, just past the ladder is another area where the ballista will shoot at you. You can safely avoid it by running off to the left to find a path with several wheel skeletons, and others, before reaching the ballista itself. From here, you can turn the lever to silence the agonizing thwang 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 that annoyed us before. Just to the left of this has a series of drops to take you down to the lake part of Smoldering Lake, and with that, we'll return to Firelink to give Cornyx the Irithyll tome. When you give it to him, it unlocks the Chaos Storm and Great Chaos Fire Orb Pyromancies, both involving some area or splash damage, which can be helpful if dealing with multiple enemies. He will be ecstatic that we found this tome, as we've essentially found the home of pyromancy. This prompts him to say that he will never curse being old and undead again. Then he ends this discussion by saying that they'll learn the primal pyromancies known only to Old Master Salamon. But we aren't done with the smoldering pain. We'll return and make our way around to a sad sight. We'll find a corpse hugging a giant spider-like creature, and when you loot the Quilana pyromancy tome, you learn who these two are. This is the Fair Lady and her sister Quilana, and we find their end from this and the description of the tome. It tells us that Quilana, the sole surviving witch of Izalith, once accepted a human pupil, but after they moved on, she never took another. This character is most certainly the player from Dark Souls 1, and given how she and her sister died, we can take some small comfort in knowing that they at least found each other before the end. Similar to the Grave Warden tome, we can't give this to Cornyx, but we will try to get his dialogue when we head back. Tears aside, we'll go down a stairway where we'll try to loot more items in lava, specifically Toxic Mist and the White Hair Talisman. This goes poorly, as I'm fleshy and easily burnt. But I managed to get the Toxic Mist, so we got the important bit. The talisman does allow you to cast both miracles and pyromancies, so that's a nice touch. When we try to give Quilana's tome to Cornyx, he is shocked by it, calling Quilana an ancient deity as one of the witches of Izalith. He explains much of what we learned, saying that she was the last of the witches and wandered the lands before returning to Izalith. Then he'll say that he can't accept this, as her pyromancies are for witches, and we must learn them from a mistress, before thanking us for allowing him to look at it. Dark Souls takes gender roles very seriously. I do love this end remark, though.
If only I were a woman.
I love that little laugh at the end. I don't know why, but it's time to move on. After Wolnir's door opens, you'll find a stairway up that leads to a very beautiful reveal of the next area, Irithyll of the Boreal Valley. As I've said in many other videos, I have a soft spot for snow levels, but this area really is gorgeous to view. Not to mention a bit of nostalgia when you look up to the left. That charm suddenly disappears when you try to cross the bridge, and a giant beast appears behind you. This is one of Sulyvah's beasts. These enemies are basically a Bloodborne boss, with all the problems you might expect to come from that, except that they are absurdly weak to fire, so pyromancers will probably have an easier time with them. One funny thing I never noticed was that if you ignore this enemy on the bridge, it will appear below you when you start heading toward Irithyll Dungeon, making combat much more annoying, since the area below us is full of roll-slowing water, but we'll get there soon. Once killed, this one drops the Pontiff's right eye, a ring which increases attack power if you constantly attack. This, paired with the left eye, can be useful for aggressive and, dare I say it, Bloodborne styles of play, as you effectively have two incentives to attack as much as you want for extra damage and health. This kill also makes it easier to deal with a part of Cirith's questline. Once you've lit the bonfire at the other end of the bridge, return to the other side of it. If you've done Cirith's quest correctly, a summon sign requesting cooperation will appear, asking you to join her world. Upon being summoned, you'll be helping her defeat Creighton the Wanderer, a character from Dark Souls 2. We'll slay him without too much trouble, and move on. Before we progress through Irithyll proper, we'll talk to Greirat again, where he'll tell us we've done fine work finding Irithyll. Then he says it's got to be filled with treasure. This is where you can send him to pillage a second time. Be warned, if Patch's or Sigward's questlines are not cut up to the point of Irithyll, or where they ask about him specifically, Greirat will die in Irithyll, and will never make it to Lothric Castle, his final scavenging location. We'll find his ashes later, as he died during my Pyros run. After sending Greirat to scavenge, we'll return to Patch's, where you can find him doing his infamous squat, which also allows you to do the same. Talking to him here won't let you access his inventory, as he'll be asking what happened to Greirat. He tells you to let us know where Greirat's gone, as he needs to stock up, and if Greirat dies, he'll have left a gold mine of items. If you tell him where Greirat's gone, he will say that there can't be much left in that frozen place. The next line he gives evokes some genuine concern for Greirat, as he says that he's gone off the deep end this time. It's one of the rare moments where Patches sounds different from what we know him as, and this will be developed later. When you return to Cirith, she'll thank you for the rescue, saying that Creighton was one of Rosaria's fingers, whom she calls vile bastard offspring who lurk in the darkness. She then calls them her sworn enemies and fearsome invaders. Then she thanks us again before giving you a Blessed Mailbreaker and the Silver Cat Ring, which negates fall damage, at least from drops you can't survive. Quite useful when dropping around some of the levels. Anyway, she goes on to offer her sign again if we require help on our travels. With that, we've got to kill Aldrich to progress her questline. Now we'll return to Irithyll to get into the snowy metropolis. Just past the bonfire, you'll run into the regular Irithyll enemies, which can be quite quick, so pay attention to their animations, as they have several quick slashing combos that can do heavy and even fatal damage. Like most enemies, this just turns into a slap-off, as both of you can stun each other, so it's basically a case of whoever slaps first wins. After them, we'll run into a few Irithyll slaves and smack them down before facing a gauntlet. There are more slaves supplementing fire witches, and the witches can be a real pain, as they have several ranged fire attacks that can go through structures, and a grab that is quick to connect with your fleshy bits. It's best to slowly bait the first group out, as a second fire witch is up on a platform above that will spam his underground fire move and others at you until killed. Thankfully, you can slap him easily since he has nowhere to run. After finding a Titanite lizard just after this gauntlet, you can find an illusory staircase that leads down to an evangelist that drops Dorhis Gnawing, a bleed and dark miracle that is quite useful if using a bleed build, and you have the faith for it. We'll open the door behind us and retrace our steps up the pathway. I really don't get why they didn't put a little ladder where the evangelist was, just to have a shortcut back. That would be better than running back through an area you've already cleared, but it's not a long run, so it's not such a big deal. Would have been nice to have a ladder, though. As you walk through the pathway, you'll see ghosts of a male and female, with the second ghost looking oddly similar to a boss we'll encounter later. These two could be seen as Vordt and the Dancer of the Boreal Valley, before they were corrupted by the boss of this area and changed via Pontiff Sulyvahn. We've seen Vordt, but we will see the Dancer later after defeating Aldrich and Yorm. Anyway, up to the left before the large area ahead is the Church of Yorshka, with a bonfire inside. If you've done your questlines correctly, you'll see Henri here. Here, you must kill a pilgrim that is invisible in the corner before progressing through the rest of the area, and killing the Pontiff if you want to complete Henri's questline. When killed, the pilgrim will ask why and call out to Lady Yuria before dropping the chameleon spell. Doing this will prematurely end the questline to get one of the endings, so make sure you've decided what you want to do before progressing past this point. If you are progressing Yuria's questline for the Lord of Hollows ending, then exhaust Henri's dialogue and ignore the hidden pilgrim. When you talk to Henri, she mentions that she never found Horus, which is weird since we told her where he was after killing him, and then states that she must soldier on for the children she knew. If you continue, she states that you are brave to face your duty alone, hinting how she's always had someone, like Horus, to help her. Once her dialogue is exhausted, she'll give you the Quiet Resolve emote and the Ring of the Evil Eye if she didn't already. We'll return to find a Covenant item behind the bonfire, and another around the corner around the exit. These items both deal with the Blades of the Darkmoon Covenant, and the roster of knights is basically a leaderboard for who's done the best job in the Covenant. With the number of hackers these games deal with, I don't really think this matters much, since most of the top 10 are probably among that group. Anyway, out the door we'll run into more Irithyll slaves, and we learn here that they can become invisible. We'll see this used to great effect shortly. Around a corner to the right, we'll find a spastic bird dude and another undead bone shard you can use. If you've helped Cirrus defeat Creighton, he will invade you here, resulting in my death, as he can hit pretty hard. But we'll get our revenge and gain his Dragon Slayer's axe before we move on. It's also useful to mention that at this point in the questline, a unique budding green blossom will appear in the handmaid's inventory to purchase. It has a small message attached at the bottom that reads, "Goodbye, dear grandmother. I will visit grandfather in the Pit of Hollows." This tells us that Cirrus is the handmaid's granddaughter, and that Aldrich in the Pit of Hollows is her grandfather. We'll be seeing him once we defeat Aldrich. Anyway, this whole area really shows how far Sullivan's reach is, as several enemies from different areas appear here. I won't be talking too much about any individual character or plotline in this video, other than explaining what it is and what I think of it, but VodiVidia did a great video going over the Pontiff and his schemes. It's a good watch, as well as a good insight into how the Pontiff is arguably the most impactful and direct antagonist we've had in these games, as his effect is felt throughout most of the game. Anyway, we'll go down to the left of the bonfire and around another left to fight some dogs with human skulls. As is the norm, they'll try to run behind you and gank you, so slapping them down quickly is preferable. We'll be dealing with a lot more of them shortly. When you enter the dark room ahead, you will be assailed by a lot of Irithyll slaves on the ground and from above. They aren't too tough, but in a group, they can do some serious damage. If you make it up to the rafters above, you can drop down to a chest that contains Yorshka's Spear, a weapon given to the Yorshka Church, that allows the degradation of an enemy's FP with each hit. It only deals 14 FP damage max, but it can still help put pressure on an enemy, especially if they're a caster. We'll make our way out and down to another large group of invisible slaves, and an illusory wall to another Titanite lizard. When you get close to the group, you'll hear a cry, and the group will attack you. After dispatching them, you'll find 2 more camping a blood gem, and you'll also meet the first caster slave here. If you jump down into the water, you can plunging attack a sewer centipede, which looks like an unholy mix of the woman from the ring and a spider. From loves this type of stuff, and I can't blame them. It looks rad. Now we'll be making our way through some wading water, where we'll head off to the right to grab the Great Heal Miracle off a grub. There are so many other areas and factions connected to this place, and it's a nice touch to see it. We'll continue on until we see a sewer-like area to the left, but we'll be heading straight forward, as there is a bonfire here that we'll use to progress toward Aldrich, and later to Yorm. After leveling up, we'll return to the sewer pathway, where we'll find a large group of sewer centipedes, so be ready for a lot of slapping of legs. If Greyrat wasn't saved, and the Pontiff is killed, you will find his ashes on his corpse here, near 3 centipede women. When you inspect his ashes, it gives some detail about him, calling him a thief that fancied himself a martyr for the poor, which is the reason he climbed the wall and was locked up when we first met him. This also leads to some interesting discussions of his motivations, as a martyr for the poor wouldn't be stealing out of greed, which plays into Patch's relationship with Greyrat. Anyway, at this point, you can turn in the ashes to the handmaid, and she'll have access to everything he sold originally. Now, her inventory will be larger if you get his ashes later, as he dies at the end of his questline anyway, so the inventory there is a bit larger after going to Lothric Castle. In a little alcove next to the stairs, you can find the excrement-covered ashes, which is hilarious to me that you willingly pick up some ashes covered in feces. These ashes open up a few resistance items, but more importantly, unlocks limitless dung pies and stock dung pies for the poo-throwing enthusiasts. I gotta wonder if the item text is poking fun at the fact that dung pie builds were a thing in Dark Souls 1. Oh, to savor the sweet pungency but once more. Makes me want to try a poo build. If you've progressed Sigurd's questline, you will find him napping near the fireplace just after the sewers. If you talk to him, he'll wake up saying it's good to see us, and then thanks us for getting his armor for him, as he hadn't really had the chance to thank us yet. Then he will gift you the Emit Force Miracle. Then he'll ask if we'd like some Estus soup, as he's got some stewing nearby. This is hilarious to me to think about, because now I'm imagining all of the fine Estus cuisine you could sample in this world. Anyway, he'll toast our rendezvous, giving you another Siegbrow, again toasting to our valor, his sword, and our sworn duties. You can also get the toast and sleep emotes from him if you haven't already. Then he'll mention that there is a hidden Irithyll dungeon, and below that is the profaned capital, home of Yorm, the reclusive giant lord. Saying this reminds him of a grave promise he has to keep. He'll then apologize for casting a cloud over the mood before going back to his nap. Anyway, we'll make our way into the structure and see some silver knights. Be careful here, as there is a silver knight above you with a great bow that will cause a lot of problems if you don't avoid it. There's a staircase to the left of the way forward that leads to the archer knight and another friend of his. On the opposite side of the archer, you'll find Smo's great hammer from the Great Cannibal in Dark Souls 1, and the Leo ring, which increases thrust weapon counterattacks by 15%. These items being here paints an interesting picture, as we will find Smo's partner's weapon in a much different area, implying that Smo was the last knight of Gwyn, or something close to that, to remain at his post until death came. When we return to the ground level, you can get a good view of the paintings that decorate the wall. You'll recognize these figures from each Dark Souls game: Guinevere, Goddess of Boobies, Lothric Castle, where we'll eventually go, a throne that looks like something from the Broom Tower DLC, Nishandra, and then we end at a painting that looks like something from the Painted World, but from which one is uncertain, as there is another Painted World that we will see once we hit the DLCs of this game. Once we're done sightseeing, we'll make our way outside, where we'll deal with another gauntlet with lots of human dogs and spell slaves. Also, the Londo Paleshade invades, who manages to catch us outright as I heal. Luckily, the Silver Knights don't respawn, so we get right back into the spam. This area is really annoying, as you have to deal with 3 separate dog rushes, including getting spammed by spells. This invader isn't a given, but they will appear if you're on bad terms with Uria. They aren't too hard to slap down, but be wary of the bleed and dark hand they carry. We'll make our way past more demi-human pups and spellcasting slaves, before unlocking an elevator that leads us back up to the Church of Yorshka bonfire. Later on, we'll find another shortcut back, but we have to get through a few more enemies. Up the stairs is an area with several slaves, but you can get the drop on them by going down to the left, where you'll find a ladder to come up behind the casters and slowly pick them off. Once they're defeated, we'll head outside to fight the only scythe-wielding Pontiff Knight. This enemy can seriously screw you, so kill it quickly to avoid death. We've reached Sullivan's boss door here, and there is a shortcut to open up just below it that leads back to the Church of Yorshka, which we open up. If you drop down onto the altar of the area below, you'll find the Ring of the Sun's Firstborn, which boosts miracles by 20%, an improvement over Morn's Ring's 12%. But they also stack, so hurl them lightning spears with gusto. Now that we've unlocked the boss, we'll rest and return before engaging him, as he can be tough. For this fight, you can summon 2 of 3 summons: Henri, Blackhand Goddard, or the Londo Paleshade if you haven't made Uria mad. We'll summon Goddard and our girl and begin the boss fight. If you haven't already, Goddard will give you the Buy My Sword emote if this is your first summon of him. Now let's begin. As you can see, Sulyvahn wields 2 swords. His right hand holds fire, and the other magic, even though it's purple, as he learned to channel sorcery from the moon instead of through intelligence. Anyway, with help, this fight becomes a smackfest, as he has several quick combos with delayed attacks that can do quite a bit of damage to you. After enough damage, he will create a copy of himself that will duplicate whatever moves he does with a slight delay between the 2 of them, which can cause issues if you don't have his combos down. Luckily, we swatted him down without too much pain, in part because of our friend and waifu, so let's read his soul. It describes that he imprisoned a god of the old royalty in the abandoned cathedral, which he left to be fed to the devourer. We'll see which one Aldrich consumed when we reach the top of the next area. When you pop his soul, it only gives 12,000, which seems strange to me, as several bosses before gave 20,000. I know that he isn't a Lord of Cinder or anything like that, but it's weird from a progression standpoint to think that we'd get less souls after defeating a later boss. It's just weird. But some could pass it off, saying that he's nothing incredible in the lore, as he really just is a dude, not a Lord of Cinder or special species. Just a dude that got power. After killing the Pontiff, return to Firelink to talk to Patches. Greyrat will have survived, thanks to Patches himself, or Sigurd, depending on either's quest progression. Here, Patches will act like nothing happened, acting exactly as he did before we told him where Greyrat went. After going home and leveling up again, we'll return and run outside to find 2 Titanite lizards. It's tricky to kill them both in one go, but you can reload the area and the one you missed should respawn. Then we'll head around to the left and meet another area of pure cancer. But before we deal with it, we're going to kill some slaves and pick up the Dark Stoneplate Ring, which reduces dark damage by 13%. Now we'll deal with real pain. This area has several dudes above you that will continuously shoot fireballs at you, while dealing with 2 tough NPCs that can stunlock you to death, while also potentially dealing with a few giants that are still alive. Yeah, I don't like this area. Thankfully, these NPCs can be stunlocked to death, so we managed to survive. Now to deal with the fire throwers. They appear similar to the Deacons of the Deep, but instead of red robes, they wear a bluish purple. They can be dealt with relatively easily, as they aren't very tough, unless you're dealing with the NPCs as well. Either way, we'll slay them and activate a shortcut near the bonfire. You can re-enter Sulyvahn's boss room from above, or you can activate a lift that leads back down to the bonfire. Around a corner up here is another lizard, but this one drops a simple gem, a gem that allows a weapon's damage to deal magic damage, allows it to scale with intelligence, and allows slow FP regeneration, unlocking a whole host of options for the patient player. This requires a coal we haven't found yet, but it isn't too far away. Around another corner is a mimic, which drops the Golden Ritual Spear, a weapon that doubles as a staff and a catalyst. allowing several builds the ability to use it in various ways. We'll return to the open area to grab some items and kill the giants before entering a building with an illusory wall that shows a ladder. This leads down to 2 beasts like the one on the bridge. Be careful here. You can aggro them one at a time, but take care in dealing with them, as 2 becomes a massive pain that will probably get you killed. After defeating them both, you will unlock a bonfire down here and get the Ring of Favor, or FAP Ring, as it has the same effect as its Dark Souls 1 counterpart, the Ring of Favor and Protection. It boosts HP by 3%, stamina by 8.5%, and equip load by 5%, making it a valuable ring for almost any build, although it only boosts these stats by a small margin. However, the plus 3 version you get from the second DLC is much stronger, so you can get an even stronger one without going into New Game Plus. Next to these beasts is Archdeacon MacDonald, the Covenant leader for the Aldrich Faithful. He's dead, but holds a use in his current state. Nice job, dude. You can give him human dregs to increase your standing in the Covenant, giving you the Great Deep Soul after 10 dregs, and the Archdeacon's Great Staff after 30. After meeting the dead guy, and defeating Sulyvahn, we'll return to the shrine to talk to Yuria, as she'll have instructions for us. She will ask if we know Henri, then says that we will join her in wedlock. Yuria has someone guiding Henri at this moment, and when the time is ripe, we will say hi to her, for what lord taketh no spouse? You can get this after talking to Henri at the Church of Yorshka bonfire, but I'm doing it here just so I can get all her dialogue at once. If you've done everything right, Yuria will say that our spouse is ready. She awaits us in the hidden Dark Moon chamber of Anor Londo. Yep, we're heading where you think we are. Now we'll return to make our way up to Anor Londo. After ascending the ladder and going further up, you can see a structure off in the distance. This will be an area we reach much later, but it will give us quite a haul in terms of rewards, and features one of my favorite bosses of the game. Before that, we'll get some PTSD when we realize that Silver Knights are shooting at us. You can run past them if you're careful, but then you'd miss the Easterner's Ashes just below the first Knight. These ashes give access to large Titanite shards and several weapons and ammo, as well as the Wood Grain Ring, which increases weapon durability by 20%. We don't really need that in this game, but it never hurts to have a little buff. Anyway, we'll make our way through the Silver Knights, as several of them are open to backstabs. After killing an archer with a spear, we'll unlock a shortcut that leads to the other shortcut that leads back to Sulyvah's bonfire. I love shortcuts to shortcuts. Now we'll drop down to pick up the Dragonslayer Greatbow, in case anyone wants to make a Greatbow build without going through the DLC. We'll eventually make it to an area familiar to us all, and find the illusory wall where a statue of Gwyn stands. It is an illusory wall, and will reveal the path forward. We'll meet another pilgrim that will welcome us, saying that our spouse awaits, and asks us to take the Sword of Avowal. She will then give us the sword, which isn't an actual weapon. We'll be using it shortly. You'll find Henri with a cloth over her head as she lies on the ground. If you interact with her, you'll get a cutscene where we'll stab her with the Sword of Avowal, and will absorb the dark sigils that Henri had. She isn't dead, so to speak, but we'll see her later. After leaving, you'll see that the pilgrim has died, further showing that pilgrims live with very little purpose, and will die once that purpose is fulfilled. The next time we return to the shrine, we'll talk to Yuria about our wedding with Henri. On the opposite end of the room, we'll find the elevator we all remember that leads up to Anor Londo, both in Dark Souls 1 and here. No joke. Irithyll seems to have been built below Anor Londo, making me ask all sorts of questions that will never see an answer. If you're looking for the Covenant that Cirrus belongs to, simply use the rotating elevator where it rests at the top at Anor Londo, then walk down it and onto an invisible platform that will lead you to the tower nearby. When you do this, you'll meet Yorshka, captain of the Dark Moon Knights. If you've done Cirrus' questline to the point of gaining the Dark Moon loyalty emote, you'll be able to do it here. This will prompt Yorshka to allow us to join the Dark Moon Covenant, revealing that she is a sister to Guinevere, which is weird considering that she has a dragon's tail, and we all know what that means given the history of hybrids between god and dragon in this series. Anyway, she'll mention that we're the only knight of the Covenant, and asks us to swear the oath to face our solemn duty. This allows you to be summoned, like the Blue Sentinels, to help defend players from invaders. But with this done, you can drop down the rafters to pick up a Painting Guardian curved sword and the Painting Guardian set if you want to cosplay. This will eventually lead you back to the Church of Yorshka bonfire. Now that we're in Anor Londo, we'll battle several Silver Knights before making our way up to the door. If you've done Henri's questline correctly, there will be a sign requesting cooperation, asking you to join in the fight against Aldrich. This is a neat feature, as this is a really cool and impactful way to show what online co-op is like for those who never get to experience it after the servers go down. When you appear, Henri will say that your presence bolsters her resolve, and asks for our aid to slay Aldrich. I'll talk about this boss fight in detail when we actually fight him in our world, but defeating him here has Henri thank us and says aloud, "Horus, we've done it." And with that, we've completed Henri's quest to defeat Aldrich. All that's left is to find where she remains after her duties end, but now we must kill our Aldrich. In order to enter the building, we have to go off to the left where we'll find a sad sight. Our old giant friend lies dead, beholds the giant's coal, allowing lightning, simple, and chaos infusions. I'm sure many people shed a tear seeing our old friend like this, but that will only heighten once we take the coal back to Andre. When you get past that depression, you'll enter the main area, where several Aldrich sludges and a few Deacons reside. They shouldn't be too tough to kill at this point, just be careful to not get ganked or grabbed by slime. You can also find a chest that gives another Estus shard, before activating the second Deep Accursed in the game that drops from the ceiling. Like before, this enemy has a pitiful area to fight it in, as we can spam it with spells and arrows just like before. It's hard to believe the team that created this franchise made the same mistake twice. In the same game, no less. Once killed, it will drop Aldrich's Ruby, which grants health upon critical hits. We'll unlock the main door, and then fight the bad boy himself. I say boy, because Aldrich seems to have consumed Gwendolyn from Dark Souls 1, as his appearance would suggest. His weapons also look strangely similar to Nito's blade, making me wonder if Aldrich may have consumed an older version of the character the player makes in Dark Souls 1. I can't be sure, but Aldrich kills me with his arrow spam, so we'll have to run back. Aldrich fights like a true sorcerer, running away and spamming spells often. He has several melee attacks that are fairly easy to dodge, but his spells are where the real trouble is, as he has a life-draining scythe move that does exactly that. Not to mention his constant spawning of little tracking blips and his arrow spam. His arrow spam is arguably the toughest attack to deal with, as it deals massive damage and lasts significantly longer in Phase 2, requiring you run away or dodge it to the best of your ability. Thankfully, he didn't spam it too much on my second attempt, so we're able to put the Lord of Sludge down for good. Upon defeating him, you'll find a bonfire, but also 2 elevators that lead up, like in Dark Souls 1. In the room where Gwynneboobs would be, you can find the Sun Princess Ring, which gradually restores 2 HP per second. It's a nice reward for fighting a boss that could kill you in one move. This is also an area for Leonhardt's questline, but we've got some things to do before we return. With that, let's return to Firelink to give Andre the coal. When you deliver it to Andre, he'll explain that the giant must have passed long ago, before saying that he misses the old bugger. He assures you that this coal will be put to good use, as it is a small service to pay his humble respects. With that out of the way, and after a good cry, we'll move on. We'll return to Uria, where she'll tell us that, with our spouse, we now have the strength to claim the fire and wrest the fire from its mantle. Then she says that she and all of Londor embrace our impending lordship. If you talk to her again, she'll tell us to play the part of usurper. Then she explains that the old gods founded the Age of Fire, but they are no more, and the all-powerful fire deserves a new heir. Then she tells us that we shall wear the true face of mankind as a Lord of Hollows, but we have to beat the game to get there. If you've completed Henri's questline, you can talk to Ludlith where he'll explain that Henri has left her sword as thanks, and warns you not to pursue her. If you inspect her sword, it will show you that this was a precious item to Henri, giving you a hint that she won't be needing it any longer. Then Ludlith continues, saying she knows her fate, and what she will become after her duties end. He ends this conversation by saying she would not wish us to follow her. She will appear in one of 2 places depending on what you told her. If you return to where Horus was, and if you told her where he was after killing him, you'll find she has hollowed after making a small shrine to her friend, leaving a prism stone where his journey ended, and where we will put her to rest. Goodbye, Henri. I'm sure Horus would be proud. With Aldrich defeated, Cirrus will place another cooperation summon sign right before the curse-rotted Greatwood boss arena. When you are summoned, Cirrus will mention how she finally found her grandfather, just as she promised him she would. Killing him can be tough given his absurd parry damage with that huge sword, so take care when slapping him. Once killed, Cirrus will tell her granddad goodnight, and we'll warp back to our world. A funny thing is that you can drop back into the Pit of Hollows right after this without taking damage, which is a nice touch. Here you can find the Sunset armor, what Aldrich wore, and you can find his shield in Firelink Shrine afterwards. You can find his shield just next to the undead you can kick off of a cliff. But now we'll return to Cirrus, where she'll somewhat apologize for involving us in her affairs. Then she'll thank us for helping her. She goes on, saying that at last, her grandfather will rest in peace, and she can die, but there is one last thing, to serve us as a knight. If you accept, she is grateful, swearing to serve wherever and whenever needed, and her loyalty will never waver. If you decline, she will go hollow and appear in the Pit of Hollows if you choose to kill her. But her questline will end much later. After that, we'll make our way to Yorm. Going down from the distant manor bonfire will lead you to the Irithyll dungeon, a place of suffering and stupidity, and later to the profaned capital, where Yorm the Giant resides. After beating some Irithyllian enemies down, and if embered, you'll be invaded by Alva, who will try killing you with a massive curved sword and a crossbow. Be careful fighting Alva here, as he can knock you off the edge or combo you to death with his curved sword. After his defeat, we've made it to one of the worst areas in the Souls series. This is one of the worst areas in the game because of a little thing called Health Drain. The enemies with the cattle branders have a laser vision effect that drains your max health continually until you're out of sight for long enough, or they are killed. This is one reason why I would never tell people to go to Yorm first, as the Sun Princess Ring's regeneration is very useful during such a frustrating section as this. Anyway, you'll find an assortment of locked doors that require keys that we'll find as we explore. We'll also find several hollows that can turn into the maggot enemies from way back at the Cathedral of the Deep. These enemies don't continuously respawn though, which helps. After making our way around, we'll find a cell with a broken wall that shows us our first baby monster thing. I won't kill it since it's passive, but we'll encounter more of them as we go. In the cell just after the baby is the Jailbreaker's key, which allows you to open up a window that allows you to skip some of this torture. Below the key's location is a shortcut that we can't open yet, and on the opposite end is the way forward, bypassing the window and the key we just found. Kinda useless as a shortcut, but it does allow you to pick up a special ring. Just after a few enemies, we'll find a mimic with another Estus shard. This enemy can be farmed for Estus shards if you know how to do it. Basically, you reload the area by running far enough away, and then coming close enough to respawn the item. Then you back away and repeat the process until you have max Estus. As long as you don't die, warp, or rest at a bonfire, this should work. Shortly after the Mimic, we'll have to deal with the giant guarding the path forward. Like all the other giants, he is susceptible to having his head filled with arrows. If you've got Pestilent Mist or another status effect AoE, you can spam it on him until he dies, making this easy work for most builds, assuming you have the ammo and FP. After killing him, you can drop down to an area that leads to a shortcut with rats around it, or go forward through more rats to progress. We'll be going forward for now. You'll encounter several rats, a mimic that drops the Dark Clutch Ring that boosts dark damage but lowers absorption, and then you'll run into a basilisk ambush after opening this chest that gives us a key we'll need. Fun stuff. After we deal with that, we'll drop down to find several rats and items laying around. Once cleared and looted, we'll find an elevator that leads directly to the first bonfire, allowing you to skip the first section with health-draining nuns. Notice I said first. We'll still be dealing with them later. If you've progressed Sigurd's questline, you'll find him in a cell where you can talk to him. He'll say that he's been weighing his options, saying the moment has almost come, and that he just needs a little more time. Then he explains that there is a key we need to unlock his cell, which we've gotten from the chest that alerts the basilisks. If you run up some stairs after dropping down where the rat party is, you'll find another mimic that drops Dragon Slayer arrows. He also dropped another Symbol of Avarice for me, which is weird since I've had 2 drop for the guy that I don't want them on. Weird how that works. After taking a ladder that leads back up where we were before, we'll enter a side passage that leads to 2 giant rats and then a mob of devil nuns. Before engaging them, we've got some things to do. First, we'll be going up a side passage to another shortcut that also serves as a connection to the area off in the distance that I mentioned earlier. We can't reach it yet, but we'll come back when we're ready. Next to this spot is an elevator that takes you back up to a locked cell from earlier, allowing a shortcut back here to the connection spot, which I would say is nice, except for the fact that you have to deal with the nuns to get back here. This spot also gives you the Dragon Torso Stone, which transforms you into a gangly dragon, but increases your overall attack power by 10%. Now it's time to clear the room of nuns. This will take a while, as engaging the entire group at once is a sure way to go hollow. I tend to shoot and kill them one at a time, allowing some space in between fights to regenerate health if needed. Once they're all dead, we can roam about the area and pick up all that is here. You'll be able to find Alva's set, a lycanthrope prisoner, a cell that drops the Xanthos ashes, which unlocks the Xanthos set, young white branches, and some gold pine stuff, the Dustcrown ring, which reduces FP consumption of sorceries, pyromancies, and miracles by 25%, but also decreases max HP by 15%, another mimic that drops Titanite scales, and we'll find a coal in this room of baby demons. After clearing the room, we'll loot the profaned coal, which allows dark, blood, and hollow infusions. With that done, we're ready to go to the profaned capital. When you reach this bridge, a giant gargoyle will attack. These enemies can be annoying with how some of their combos work, with the camera flying around, but you can usually run past them without too many issues. Once we drop down past the gargoyles, we'll find a bunch of ladders strewn about the place. And when we make it up the main ladder, we'll find the corpse of laddersmith Gilligan from Dark Souls 2. That explains the ladders. He'll give us the stretch out gesture and another undead bone shard before we hit the bonfire. I'm curious how he died here, but we don't get much detail about it, as the only clue we have is he made a lot of ladders. It's not like he failed, because there's a ladder that works, so maybe he went hollow? I don't know. After interacting with the bonfire next to him, this progresses Leon's questline, so we'll do that after giving the coal we found to Andre. When you give him the coal, he will be intimidated by it and say that he sees the abyss in it, but he remains a smith and won't turn down the request to use it. Then he reminds you that our fight is for the flame and our fellow kin, and that hope remains even with the curse. Before we deal with the profaned capital, we'll return to Rosaria's chambers to find Rosaria dead, and the black eye orb found on her corpse. You can still do everything Covenant related at this point, so it's not a major hindrance if you want to continue doing Covenant stuff. Now we'll need to return to the area after the Aldrich fight. Once we make it to the area where we found the Sun Princess ring, we'll get a message saying that the black eye orb is quivering, similar to what happens with Lothric in Dark Souls 1. If you use the black eye orb here, you'll invade to find Leonhard. He'll say that he never expected to see us here, and asks if we felt sorry for Rosaria and all her festering glory, and now want to ravage her soul. Then he says that he sowed the seeds, and he'll prune the mess, swearing upon his vows to his goddess, before attacking you with some sorceries and his weapon that can shoot magic projectiles at you. While you fight him, he will say that no one will despoil her soul, certainly no beast wrapped in human skin. Then he'll ask why we want her soul. Isn't flesh enough for a sick beast? This implies that he thinks he's protecting Rosaria from us, and that he considers us a monster. This may just be a Bloodborne meme come to life given his attire, but we'll eventually kill him, where he calls out once more to Rosaria. Then we'll come back to our world, and we'll have the soul of Rosaria, the Crescent Moon Sword, and the Silver Mask. Reading Rosaria's soul tells you that you can take it back to revive her, as if nothing ever happened. I wouldn't recommend this, especially since her soul allows you to buy the Bountiful Sunlight Miracle for some serious healing over time. Inspecting the Silver Mask reveals that Leonhard was severely burned in his youth, across his entire body. He hid these scars beneath the mask, and never restores these injuries, even after becoming a finger of Rosaria. This is interesting to think about, as you'd have to wonder why he wouldn't want to heal those wounds. Then again, it seems like everyone that she rebirths, excluding the player, turns into a grub, so that might be why he avoided it. Inspecting the sword gives us more information about Leonhard, saying he set out on a journey of rebirth, but decided to serve the goddess Rosaria instead, and has inherited this weapon. It's unclear who he inherited from, but he makes good use of it when fighting you. Perhaps a gift from Rosaria? Who knows? But with that, his questline is complete. If you want to cosplay as him because you love Bloodborne, you can buy his set from the Handmaid, so have at it, since you have rings, a weapon, and now a set that makes a Bloodborne build a realistic thing at this point. Getting back to our objective, before we head toward Yorm, we'll be going through an area behind the capital with some key items we'll need to get. We'll go down the ladder and make our way through a hole in the wall before making our way into a structure with several Titanite lizards to kill. Be careful going after them here, as there are holes that will drop you into a poison area below and surround you with sewer centipedes. We'll be dropping down into it anyway, slapping our way through enemies before entering a building through the main door. Here you'll find several enemies with giant hands for heads. These enemies are quite tough and have a grab that will do severe damage to you, if they manage to make it to you. There are several resting in the room besides the one that will initially attack you, so it is possible to sneak past them. You can fight them, but they are quite difficult to kill without cheesing or shooting them from a distance. There is another way to get around them, as you can climb a ladder off to the side of the building that leads to the roof. Up here, you can make your way around to a higher area with an NPC that will attack you with spells, and the weapon gargoyles use. Once pounded to death by rocks, he'll drop Logan's scroll, which we'll give to Orbeck in a moment. Anyway, we'll check out the area around the upper roof where we can drop down to pick up Wrath of the Gods, and then the Court Sorcerer's set. You'll also find a Mimic that drops the Court Sorcerer's staff. If you continue up the stairway past the building, you'll come to an area at the top with 2 invisible nuns. I don't know why they're able to go invisible, but you can slap them down once you know they're going to ambush you. Down the path, we'll find the Jailer's key ring, which unlocks every remaining cell in the dungeon. So we'll be going to head that way to unlock another NPC trainer in a moment. If you go back to the roof where the magic NPC was, you'll find an open doorway you can jump to. This leads to Sigurd's cell. We'll open it to find the covetous gold serpent ring before talking to our jolly onion. He'll call us a saint before thanking us for saving him. He will give you a Titanite slab, then tell you to go on ahead. He then says he has his own road to take, and a duty to fulfill very soon. We'll see this when we fight Yorm. Returning Logan's scroll to Orbeck has him quite excited, as this scroll is from Big Hat Logan, the famed sorcerer we met in Dark Souls 1. Now we have his scroll, and with it, all 2 of his sorceries. You get the Soul Spear and Homing Soul Mass sorceries from this scroll, which leaves us with 1 more scroll to go before we can progress Orbeck's questline further. If you make your way back to the room with 1,000,000,000 nuns in it, just before the profaned capital, we'll open a cell containing the witch Carla. If you talk to her, she'll say that she thought we'd forgotten her, and then how sweet it was that we remembered her. Then she'll say that it's good to know that a skinny little heretic can still turn heads. Then she'll offer an apology, saying that she mistook you for one of those leeches. She asks what we're here for, as this is a land of monstrosities, and she sees herself as no exception. If you offer to help her, she'll be surprised that you're here to save her, even as she is a child of the Abyss. She questions if that is something we can forgive, and if you save her nonetheless, she will say you are no ordinary person. She'll say she's grown tired of imprisonment, and then introduces herself as Carla before teleporting to Firelink Shrine. Now we have someone to give the other tomes to. When you return to the shrine, we'll talk to Cornix before giving Carla any tomes, where he'll say to fear the fire, and recalls the tale of Izalith, as it was scorched by the very fire it created. It was a flame of chaos, tangled by a witch's hand, but who's to say that the bonfire's flame is any different? Anyway, we'll find Carla pulling a Harry Potter, and she'll say she's grateful to us, and mentions that her only services are for sorceries, but they are dark arts and are detestable. She asks if this interests us, and if you say yes, she'll call us a wicked one, saying that humans are of the dark, and that some may avert their eyes, but the truth remains the truth. Then she warns us to be careful, as few humans are privy to this knowledge. She asks to keep it a secret between the 2 of us, before opening up her spells for purchase. At first, she'll sell the Affinity and Dark Edge sorceries, before we give her the Quilana tome. She will say it is a pyromancy tome, saying it will be nice to play master for once, before she unlocks the Fire Whip, Firestorm, and Rapport pyromancies. Then we'll give her the Grave Warden tome, and she'll say that it resonates with the dark, and is well suited for her. If this is the 2nd tome you give her of this particular type, she'll then complain that we bring her nothing but pyromancies, before calling us a fiendish little lass. Then we've unlocked the Black Flame and Black Fire Orb spells, which are some spells I particularly like. If you don't give your Dark Divine Tomes to Irina, you can give them to Carla instead, but you'll have to try more than once before she'll unlock anything. She will act surprised, saying she wouldn't go anywhere near a Divine Tome or any miracle at all. as she is sure users of such magic would stay clear of her. She asks us not to torture her by forcing her to read the Divine Tomes, so we won't be doing so since we'll be getting them from Irina on another character. Once we return after leveling up, we'll go down a long ladder and move forward to fight Yorm. You'll have a gargoyle to deal with, as well as the profaned flame itself shooting at you, so keep your dodge ready. Once inside the structure, you'll find white nuns and gargoyles to kill. Thankfully, the white nuns aren't as annoying as those that came before, but they can shoot fireballs at you, so they aren't weak. On the opposite side of the structure, we'll find more nuns and a gargoyle guarding 2 mimics and a chest. After dispatching them, we'll open the chest, which gives us an ember, before engaging the mimics. Again, if you have Pestilent Mist or Poison Cloud, they will work wonders here. Can you believe it? Once again, I get a symbol of avarice before getting the Great Shield of Glory, a shield from Dark Souls 2. I think the game is trying to tell me something with all these mimic heads being thrown at me. Anyway, we're ready for Yorm. As I enter the boss fight, you'll notice that I unequipped my weapons, as using them won't be worth it when we do Yorm's gimmick correctly. That's right, Yorm's got a gimmick, and it's that he takes significantly increased damage from the weapon in his arena, the Storm Ruler. For those who played Demon Souls, this weapon is essentially the same as what you use to shoot the giant manta ray out of the sky. This weapon will do roughly 20% of Yorm's health bar per hit when on your own, but you have to charge up the weapon art. Now that you know how it works, I can safely say that I don't like this boss fight, and consider it one of the few bad boss fights of Dark Souls 3. Unless you know what you're dealing with, this fight will be the most tedious and ridiculous thing you do in the game. When you do know what to do, it becomes stupid easy. Without the Storm Ruler, Yorm still has the highest HP of any boss in any of the Souls games, with almost 28,000 hit points. Imagine you have no idea of the item in the room, and you are flying solo for this. Imagine how annoying it would be to have to switch weapons or run out of spells against Yorm because he has such a large health pool and your weapons and spells just aren't enough. Granted, some spells will work well against him, Pestilent Mist in particular, but that doesn't change it for the rest of players who don't have that spell. Some weapons may still be able to kill him without breaking, but that misses the point that it would take forever. Regardless of those things, imagine your first time where you find the Storm Ruler, don't know what it does, so you just ignore it, or you either beat Yorm via regular attacks, or you die trying to read it, die without reading it, then read the weapon, and then fight him with the Storm Ruler equipped on your next attempt. This is just tedious and roundabout nonsense. The only out this fight has is that Sigurd's questline helps make it much more manageable. If they intended for you to find the weapon, read its description, then equip it for the fight, they should have put the weapon outside of his boss door. Just put it in the hallway before the fog gate, and I'm sure most players would read it, understand the gimmick, and use it against Yorm. This is one of those things where this fight is either stupid easy or stupid hard, because the developers couldn't do one simple thing. Maybe I'm wrong, and they wanted players to die to him before equipping it. In that case, I will repeat what I said earlier, this is tedious and roundabout nonsense. Gimmick fights are already going to suffer because most gimmicks negate the significance of whatever build you're using. Overpowered abilities exempted, so we're all funneled into playing the boss the same way if we want to do it quote-unquote correctly. Tedium doesn't equal difficulty or engagement in your fight. If anything, it creates frustration and boredom. The actual fight aside, the lore and questline dealing with Yorm are the best parts of this encounter. If you want to wrap up Yorm and Sigurd's questline, I highly advise that you pick to kill Yorm before Aldrich. Otherwise, you'll be teleported out of the arena after killing Yorm, where you'll miss the finale of Sigurd's journey. Anyway, if you've completed Sigurd's questline up to this point, entering the arena will cause a cutscene to play, where Sigurd will appear to help you fight Yorm. You can see that our favorite vegetable knight has his own Storm Ruler, and here he speaks to Yorm as an old friend, and that he has come to uphold his promise. He says that the sun will shine upon this Lord of Cinder before the fight begins. Sigurd will assist in the fight, but this knocks the damage of both of your Storm Rulers in half, so don't expect to slap Yorm down in 5 hits. The promise that Sigurd made is vague, as are most things in this series, but it seems to be that he promised to return to slay Yorm if the giant forsook his duty to link the fire. As that is what Yorm did, Sigurd helps us to defeat him, fulfilling his duty and promise to his old friend, and helping us complete our duty as well. Once Yorm is slain, Sigurd will sit down wherever he happens to be in the arena, saying that he's in our debt once again. He then thanks us for helping him fulfill his promise before offering a final Siegbräu and toast. He toasts our valor and his old friend Yorm. Like always, he says he will take a nap after his toast, before saying that we are a true friend. He then wishes us luck with our duty before we walk away. Doing so will show him die, either from battle wounds or by his own hand, although it's open to interpretation. Now we'll be able to loot his Storm Ruler, the Pierce Shield, and the Katarina set. His oath fulfilled, the Great Onion Knight's journey has concluded. Unlike many amongst the Soul's catalog of characters, Sigurd fulfilled his wish before his death, and that warrants some celebration, or at least a toast. Anyway, once you defeat Yorm and cry a bit, assuming he's the third Lord of Cinder you've killed, a cutscene will play where Emma will summon you back to the High Wall of Lothric, saying that Prince Lothric, the last of the lords, is in our hands, and asks us to save his soul. I'm not sure what the last line of that means, but I'd assume it could be interpreted as setting Lothric straight in his duty to Link the Fire. Regardless, we're done with the profaned capital. When you appear, Emma will be on the ground, and when you talk to her, she will ask you to tell Prince Lothric that he must be a lord before giving you the Basin of Vows and dying. This is a key item that you need to place on the statue behind Emma. Before you do this, rest at Vordt's bonfire. You are about to trigger a boss fight when you walk up to the statue. There is a neat thing where you can kill Emma as soon as you reach her, allowing you access to the Dancer of the Boreal Valley boss fight early, and by extension, Lothric Castle. We'll talk about that in greater detail later, but now we must fight a boss. When you walk toward the statue, a cutscene will play, where the doors shut behind you, and the dancer drops from the ceiling, and the fight begins. This is one of the fights that I have very mixed opinions of. It's a unique fight, and her moveset fits the aesthetic of a dancer, as her moves are very graceful, especially when doing her spinning attacks. My only real problem with this is that she can combo you to death sometimes, and that other times she won't attack for a solid 5 seconds or more. I have no idea what triggers this delay, but I've fought her a few times where I get a quarter of her health down before she even reacts. I assume that's a bug that was never fixed, so it's only a minor point against the boss. Regardless, we defeat her, which gives us her soul, which can be transposed into her weapons if you choose to fight like she does. Her soul explains that Pontiff Sulyvahn made her become a dancer before becoming an outrider knight, and from the ghosts we saw in Irithyll, she most certainly is the female of the two. Anyway, we'll place the basin on the statue, where a cutscene will show the Stone Knight cut its own throat, and its blood fills the basin. The statue then shifts back, and a ladder comes down from above, allowing access to the endgame content. We'll make our way up and around to the left to reach the Consumed King's Garden, a side route, where we'll hear a beastly cry before engaging a Cathedral Knight. We'll go down an elevator and drop off early to grab another Estus shard, before dropping down into a pit of poison and spazzy snakes. This area can suck, unless you have fire weapons, so it's a good idea to come equipped with something of fire or ranged attacks in general, as you can cheese the pus of man enemies under this platform with slugs underneath it. After dying to a twitchy snake and getting our revenge, we'll find an elevator that leads up to a shortcut with several hollow slaves that get buffed by some hollow priest dudes. After them is a door that leads back to the main path, and we'll make our way back down to fight the boss. On the way, we'll find the Dragon Scale Ring, which describes the former king of Lothric, Osiris, who became fascinated by dragons and went mad. Assassins were sent after him, but none returned, and that was owed to what was called the divine protection of the Dragon Scale. This ring hints at what boss we'll fight, but also has an interesting connection between its lore and functionality. It reduces damage from backstabs by 30%, and that seems to fit Osiris' situation, as assassins would surely try to sneak up to him before ending his life. Now it's time to fight him, after running past the big cathedral bros. You can hear his wailing from outside the fog wall, and once inside, you see what he has become. He will call us ignorant slaves, probably referring to our servitude to linking the flame. He looks down at his hands and mentions the power of his beloved Ocelot, child of dragons, but nothing is there. Then he turns to you and says he will not give up while clutching something with his hands. He picks up a staff, and then the fight begins. He will fight with his staff as a melee weapon and cast spells while fighting you at first. He will talk to Ocelot while you fight him, seeming like he's lost him and wants to find him. During this, you can hear a baby crying, and there is cut audio where it sounds like he crushes a baby before going feral in Phase 2. I don't get why it was cut, because that seems pretty par for the course for these games to have something that brutal happen, but maybe I'm just desensitized to that kind of stuff after all these From games. If you want to check it out, look it up on YouTube to get an idea of how squishy a baby's body apparently sounds. During his second phase, he has several moves where large parts of his body become hitboxes for damage, so it's best to roll or block whenever you think he may be charging or spinning. Overall, I don't think he's that hard, but then again, some of his rare moves are much more punishing than his regular melee attacks. After defeating him, his soul will reveal that he went mad trying to harness his royal blood for a greater purpose, leading him to the heretics of the Grand Archives, where he discovered the twisted worship of Seath the Pale Drake. This means that Seath had a lasting impact on this world, as there was worship of him in the highest reaches of royalty in Lothric society, at least before the fall. Behind his bonfire is a door you can open, which leads you down a hallway with strange reptilian corpses before fighting one of them. These enemies are from an area we'll visit later, but their connection to Osiris and dragons will be quite apparent once we make it there. In the large room afterward, we'll find some upgrade materials and the Path of the Dragon emote, which allows access to that area I mentioned earlier. And behind the second chest is an illusory wall that leads into a dark, yet familiar place. The Untended Graves is essentially a dark Firelink Shrine, but instead of the bell being run to reawaken the unkindled, silence and darkness covers this shrine. We'll see details throughout it that show what could have been if the bell wasn't rung. Just after the bonfire and off to the left are some spazzy birds guarding the Ashen Estus ring, which restores 20% more FP per Ashen Estus. Useful for casters, except that it's in the late game. It is behind an early path though, so the only tough part would be killing the Dancer and Osiris. When we head forward, we'll be greeted by several dogs and grave tenders roaming around. After dealing with them, we'll head off to the right to find 2 crystal lizards that drop 4 Titanite scales. When we move on, we'll be invaded by Daughter of Crystal Kriemhild. Kriemhild? Kriemhild. I don't know. This summon can spam spells at you, parry you, and poke you with a rapier, so take it carefully since you're near a cliff. Or you can knock her off. Up to you. We'll make our way down through several hollows and find a summon for the Swordmaster we killed way back when, and we'll engage Champion Gunder, who starts off slow, but becomes much more aggressive during his second phase, as he no longer has a snake phase, but a kickboxing phase where he will kick you around a good bit. Other than that, he has a few charge moves and a grab, but he's basically a roided up big brother to Eudix. Once defeated, his soul tells us that a champion came to the festivities and was greeted by a shrine without fire and a bell that would not toll. Imagine going somewhere just to find it's become a cold, dead, and dark void. You can use his soul to create his weapon or get the Prisoner's Chain, which buffs Vigor, Endurance, and Vitality by 5 points each. This boost is really nice if you need a bit of a boost in those departments, or if you're twinking a low-level character, although it does increase the damage you take. Anyway, behind him is the Dark Shrine itself, where it houses several Black Knights of all types. This is a good place to farm Black Knight gear, as every type is here, and they respawn. After smacking several of them upside the head, you can find the Hornet Ring off to the side, which increases critical damage by roughly 30%, depending on the source and the target. Around the other side of the shrine, you can find the Chaos Blade Katana, where the Swordmaster would have been in the real shrine. When you enter the shrine itself, you'll notice an item where the bonfire would be. This item is the Coiled Sword Fragment, which explains that it was a fragment of the sword used to light the bonfire. Although this one can be used to return to a bonfire repeatedly, it's effectively limitless homeward bones, so now we don't have to worry about keeping them. When you go toward where Irina would be, you'll find it hidden along with the eyes of a Firekeeper. This tells us that these were the eyes of the first Firekeeper, and that they reveal things that the Firekeepers should never see. This item also serves a purpose for 2 of the 4 endings after giving them to the Firekeeper, which we'll see later. If you continue exploring, you can find Andre's blacksmithing hammer at his forge, which describes it as a useful weapon to reduce poise and break the guard of a shield, but its true potential is realized in the hands of a blacksmith. and where Yol would have been has a corpse holding the Hollow's ashes, which unlocks purging stones, poison throwing knives, and 3 rings of sacrifice if you need them. This item spawns as long as Yol and the Lord of Hollows ending has not progressed. Otherwise, it will spawn. We'll eventually find the only resident of the shrine, another handmaid. She tells us that we should know her purpose and offers her services. She sells the Artorias set for the fanboys, a couple of basic items, and the Priestess Ring, which boosts faith by 5 points. If you talk to her, she'll say that it is dark for now, but that fires are known to fade in quiet. Then she says we may be captive, just like the poor girl. I'm unsure what this is referring to, so I'll leave this up to you to find out who the poor girl is. I have a theory that it's our handmaiden, but I can't confirm that. Also, we still have the top of the shrine to explore. Once we reach the top, the tower can't be interacted with, but the giant tree now drops a seed of a giant. When we manage to parkour onto the ledge, we'll find that the bird's nest isn't here, and that the chest with the silver serpent ring is already open. With that, we've done all we can for this fading shrine, so let's move on. Now let's access that secret area we've been teased by. After making it back to the cliff facing the castle, we'll use the Path of the Dragon emo and wait. After a few seconds, we will nod off before hearing a screeching sound. Then we'll awake in the new area. Welcome to Archdragon Peak. This area is crawling with dragons and the draconically inclined. You'll deal with several variations on these serpent men that we saw after Osiris. Just after dealing with a group of them, you'll find the first bonfire. After the bonfire is an area with a large gate. Before we go through it, you'll want to grab the Titanite chunks around this area, as it is filled to the brim with upgrades of many types. Just behind this massive serpent guy is the Ancient Dragon Great Shield, which has a slow HP regeneration of 2 health per second. Useful if you're running a build that doesn't use an offhand. Off to the left you can find the Lightning Clutch Ring, which increases lightning damage dealt, but lowers absorption. You'll want all the absorption you can get for this area though. Once we open the gate, we'll walk forward and be greeted by the Ancient Wyvern. This boss is an interesting one, as you can fight it here and now, or you can make your way around the arena to a place above the Wyvern, where you can drop attack it and kill it in a single hit. The second option is much faster to do, but requires you deal with the other serpent men in the area. Thankfully, the Wyvern doesn't mind roasting them for us on occasion. If you run down to the right, you'll find some embers and a way around the edge that leads to the Ring of Steel protection, which boosts physical damage absorption by 10%. When you get to your first room with enemies, run off to the left and sit as the dragon cooks you some roasted serpent. After that is a room with some upgrades, and then after that is a stairway up. The regular enemies aren't too hard to handle, but the big ones provide a real challenge. After clearing and looting what we can, we'll run across an open bit with some enemies to make our way up to a ladder. This leads to some Twinkling Titanite and the position to drop attack the Wyvern. When you're ready, tally-ho! You'll get the Dragon Headstone, which allows you to breathe fire like a dragon after killing the Wyvern. Then a cutscene plays where you are teleported away to the next bonfire and the area above the arena. When you spawn in, you'll hear a bell sound that indicates something being summoned. When you enter the next room, that bell will toll, and an NPC Drake Knight or a copy of Havel the Rock will attack you. If you get the Drake Knight, you're fine. If you get the Havel Knight, reset or run. This dude is much more difficult than the Drake Knight. You can stop these summons by killing a serpent spellcaster that is usually nearby. These spellcasters also drop a staff that increases souls gained by 20%. That, combined with the Silver Serpent Ring, the Shield of Want, and the Symbol of Avarice, can get you up to 237% of the regular souls given. This is insane, especially when in New Game Plus with bosses. Upon exploring, which you should do for all the loot here, you'll come across these little rock lizards. They're like Titanite lizards, but are big, rocky, can breathe fire, and roll you into oblivion. I usually try to cheese or smack them off the edge, as that beats fighting an enemy with a continuous boop that annoys to no end. After defeating the first Drake Knight, you'll get the Drakeblood Greatsword, and will continue looking around. Near a gate, you can loot the Dragon Slayer's Spear, Ornstein's weapon from Dark Souls 1. This is a very clear hint where Ornstein has gone, considering that Smo's gear was still in Irithyll near Anor Londo. We'll talk about that more when we fight the final boss of this area. We'll slowly make our way through more serpentine gentlemen before making our way up a ladder to collect a ring. Off in the distance, you can see another wyvern waiting for us later on. We'll get there soon, but first we need to grab the Thunder Stoneplate ring, as the main boss here does an absurd amount of lightning damage, so any additional defenses against that will be helpful. We won't be using it, but it's helpful for newbies. After baiting several rock lizards to their deaths, we'll engage the wyvern. This fight is much more tedious than before, as the wyvern will spray fire below it, before it, or from side to side, making dealing with it a real pain. It's not incredibly difficult to beat, it just takes forever. You can shoot it, but that takes forever as well. Once defeated, it will drop you 6 Titanite chunks, 3 Titanite scales, and 3 Twinkling Titanite. It may have been annoying, but that is a hefty load of rewards. Up ahead is another group of rock lizards, but you can bypass them on a path to the left. Just after them is another summon, that can be the Havel Knight or Rickard. Once we kill the summoner, we'll slap the naked boy down and collect Rickard's rapier, an item from the previous games. Just after them is a bonfire, and from here you have a few options to choose from. You can fight the boss after ringing the bell, you can engage in a questline down the path that leads to some good loot, or you can go around and up a ladder for a Titanite slab and face Havel 3.0. We're going to go the good loot pathway, but be careful, as there are several enemies to deal with along this path, and they will overwhelm you if you aren't careful. Just off to the left of the path, you can find the Dragon Chaser's Ashes, which unlocks Titanite chunks, Twinkling Titanite, and Titanite scales for purchase from the Handmaid. They're expensive, but available now, which is fantastic. At the end of the pathway, you can do the Path of the Dragon emote to earn the Twinkling Dragon Torso Stone, which is a beefier version of the regular torso. If you have progressed Hawkwood's questline, you can find his summon near the path up to the altar with the Twinkling Dragon Torso Stone. Unlike other NPCs, ringing the bell to activate the boss will cause Hawkwood to leave your world. What you need to do with him is lead him up to the altar we just mentioned, and he will return home after using the Path of the Dragon emote at the altar like we did. We'll come back to his questline later. If you go around to the ladder and the Havel Knight, you'll find a chest with more Twinkling Titanite, and a ladder leading to everyone's favorite Pancaker. He will stun the life out of you, so be careful how many hits you take. After a bit, he will boost his poise and make himself look chunkier, but you can take this opportunity to backstab him. Thankfully, we managed to defeat him, where we'll get his shield and the Dragon Tooth, and a Titanite slab to boot. A great day indeed, especially for upgrades. Now for the boss. When you ring the bell, a cutscene will play showing it ringing, and a storm will start raging around you, until the area becomes covered in dark clouds. This allows you to jump down onto the clouds, for some reason, and interact with the fog wall to fight one of my favorite bosses, the Nameless King. His first phase has him on the King of the Storm, where he will supplement its fire breathing with ranged lightning bolts, melee attacks, and other lightning-related moves until the health bar is depleted. If enough damage is done to his ride, it will stagger, allowing a riposte for massive damage. When defeated, a cutscene triggers, which shows the beast fall to the ground. The Nameless King lays his hand on it before piercing it with his sword spear. One detail I love is how the tip of his blade quivers just a little bit before he does it, which says so much about his relationship with the beast. After striking it, a storm rages around him, before revealing Phase 2 with the Nameless King proper. This boss, as many suspected, is the fabled first son of Gwyn, the war god whose name was stricken from the annals of history after he allied with Gwyn's enemies, the ancient dragons. This alignment change is consistent with the other people we see or learn were here as well. The Havel Knight and Ornstein, as we find them, or their gear here, demonstrates that their war or disdain for dragons subsided as they allied with Gwyn's nameless son in the end, possibly because they found a kinship with the dragons that Gwyn and his ideals could no longer uphold in their eyes. The Nameless King's soul explains that he gave everything to ally with the dragons, indicating that whatever it was that drew him to what were once his enemies, it must have been more convincing than his own father. Getting back to the fight itself, I enjoy the Nameless King fight because the fight isn't a fight as much as it is a dance. The two of you going back and forth, sometimes trading and sometimes not, but nothing cheap ever happens in this fight. I liken it to Artorias in that way, although this fight is very different, as Artorias didn't ride a dragon while shooting lightning bolts. That would have made Artorias almost as metal as the Nameless King. Anyway, all of his moves are fairly telegraphed and give plenty of time during the heavier wind-ups to allow player reactions. Some people have complained about the camera being an issue during the first and sometimes the second phase, which I think may have been an early complaint, as I've rarely had an issue with the camera, so it may have been patched, or people may have just dealt with it. Again, they may have some decent claims, but I've rarely had a problem with it in any case. One thing that is unique is that the Nameless King's soul can give the player 3 items instead of 2, those being the Storm Curved Sword, the Dragon Slayer Sword Spear, his actual weapon, or the Lightning Storm Miracle. This makes this boss unique, and one of the only 2 bosses that gives more than 2 items. We'll talk about the other when we reach them, but let's return to the battle. Once defeated, a cutscene will play showing the bell ringing once more, and the storm ramping up again as we return to solid ground. When we gain control again, we are greeted with another Titanite slab, and farther down the way, Ornstein's set. It explains that, in the Dragonless Age, this knight, who long guarded the ruined cathedral, left the land in search of the Nameless King. This may give us an indirect answer to what I mentioned earlier about the motive to switch sides. To quote Hawkeye Go, "What good is a dog with no hares to hunt?" Maybe this mentality crept into the minds of many that once followed Gwyn, and they may have seen the futility of clinging to past glories. But with that, this area is finished. When we return to the shrine, we'll get new dialogue from Ludleth, as we have the eyes of a firekeeper. He will explain that the eyes we found would reveal scenes of betrayal, things never intended for her kin, and this age's end. This has very ominous and foreboding implications, as you have to wonder what the firekeepers are allowed to know. What if they don't know of the firekeeper dump in the tower next door? What if they can't see the drawbacks of the world that they help perpetuate? These questions are one of many reasons why linking the fire seems to become a worse and worse idea the more we continue it. Some food for thought as we finalize our build. If you've obtained the Twinkling Dragon Torso Stone, you can talk to Andre, who will explain that Hawkwood handed him something and that he's changed, graven of face, and then gives us Hawkwood's Swordgrass. This item explains that Hawkwood was a deserter of the Undead Legion, and that using Swordgrass to send a message entails the gravest of messages. This reads, "Come to the mausoleum in Farron. Only one can take the path of ancient dragons." We'll be meeting Hawkwood at the Abyss Watchers arena shortly after grabbing something for our tank. We'll also talk to Greyrat, where he'll mention that he was thinking about going to Lothric Castle, but he's aware of the death trap that it is. He goes on to say that not a single man has returned from the castle unscathed, even back in the day. But he doesn't want to die a petty rat, and he considers himself our friend. If you send him out, he will say that he knows Lothric like the back of his hand, but his fate is sealed. After sending Greyrat to Lothric, talking to Patches elicits a similar response when we tell him where the old rat is going. This time, he says Greyrat's lost it if he thinks he has a chance in there, and wonders aloud what's gotten into him. We'll speak to him again later on, but when you reload the area, Patches will be gone until you defeat a boss. Bet you didn't think we'd come back here, huh? After defeating the Havel Knight, his set will appear where you fought the Stray Demon. This is fitting, as the demon allows us to get Havel's ring, and later on, this area gives us his set. Very thematically inclined, isn't it? But we've got our endgame armor now, and we can finish up our weapons as well. Before leaving, we'll finish Hawkwood's questline. When you warp there, Hawkwood will be standing there, and will say that he should have known, and that he's decided to stop running from his fate. Then he says that he shall take what makes us dragon. If you lose this fight, he will take the Twinkling Dragon Torso Stone from you, but if you kill him, he will give it back along with the Twinkling Dragon Headstone. Be careful when fighting him, as he has several Estus he will drink, so this could last a while. Ironically, his desertion from the Undead Legion hasn't made him give up using their weapons and moveset. Once killed, he will say that we are more dragon than he, before dropping whatever stones he has at the time. With that, his questline is over, and we can continue on. Now let's head through Lothric Castle. The first room you'll enter gives you a tough knight and his companion. I'd recommend taking out the little guy quickly, as he will buff and heal the large knight. Thankfully, I slapped them down quickly. After them will be a corridor with 2 Lothric knights and their 2 little guys. Because of spacing, I die, but get revenge on them to reach the first real bonfire of Lothric Castle. From here, we'll walk outside and around to find several enemies we've seen before, but they've been buffed to account for our level. There are several hollow soldiers and archers around, so try to keep an eye out for projectiles and flailing limbs. In a side room, you can fight a winged knight that flops on you, before going up to grab the winged knight set through an illusory wall. One thing to keep in mind at the staircase is that there is an undead above you that throws undead hunter charms, items that negate Estus use. so keep an eye out so you can have your healing available when you need it. Thankfully, we'll kill the hollows without too much trouble though. After collecting everything here, we'll reach the next bonfire. Afterwards, we'll run to the other end of this bridge before a wyvern jumps down, and they both start spamming fire. We need to jump down anyway, as there is an undead bone shard here, and this pathway will loop us back around to the bonfire. One thing I try to do is completely clear this whole area in one go, as going through this area over and over for items and exploring each pathway can be a pain. After defeating some hollows, we'll loop back around to the bridge, where we'll drop down another pathway that lets you get past most of the wyvern fire. This path has two knights chilling in a corner, and they can kick your hollow cheeks if you aren't careful. When you enter the building, you can find a stairway down to a room with several chests and an outrider knight. Once defeated, it will drop the Irithyll rapier, and then you can loot the chests for upgrades and the Spirit Tree Crest shield, which has decent defense against lightning, but we've dealt with one of the heaviest lightning-themed bosses already, so we won't use it. You'll have to run past the middle area as the wyverns are still in a bad mood. Once in the other room, keep an eye out for hollows throwing firebombs, as this room is littered with explosive barrels to blow you to bits. It's also chock full of hollows ready to gank you, so expect explosions and lots of mobs coming your way. In the upper area, you can kill a mimic that drops more Titanite scales, and then we'll activate a lever that opens the gate leading forward. You can drop down here to fight a few beefy knights with their little buff buds, but we've got to deal with the wyverns first. You can run over to the area where you'll notice a familiar sludge connected to one of the wyverns. After attacking it a few times, it will erupt into a pus of man, but it's more like a pus of dragon at this point. Once killed, it will drop some chunks and embers, and you can go around the back to find a Titanite lizard for even more upgrades. Lots of upgrades all around in these last few sections of the game. We'll reach the main gate where we'll slap down the buff hollows as quickly as possible, as they make fighting the Greatsword Knight a chore. Thankfully, I managed to cut his throat before the hollows could buff or heal him. We'll head up the stairs and around to find a room containing more upgrades, and an elevator that we can't use yet. This is a shortcut to the Twin Princes boss fight, but we aren't there yet. When you come outside, you'll see another elevator that you can activate that will take you back down to the first room next to the Dancer bonfire. We'll be dropping to an area above where the two Lothric knights were, to get Caitha's chime for no reason other than to show it. Enjoy it while it lasts. We'll make our way back up to the fog wall, where we're going to kill the other pus of wyvern. From this point, you can spam it with ranged attacks and items in complete safety, assuming you don't fall at low health. Once killed, it will also give 2 chunks and embers. If you drop down here, you can find another mimic that drops the Sunlight Straightsword, which directly references everyone's favorite Sunbro from the first Dark Souls. Near the balcony, you can find another Braille Divine Tome of Lothric, allowing access to Bountiful Light, Blessed Weapon, and Magic Barrier. Giving this item to Irina also allows you to finish her light path to her questline. We'll circle back around and go up a ladder near the fog wall, where we'll slay some more hollows before finding the Strength Ring, which boosts, you guessed it, Strength, by 5 points. Looking down the hallway the room connects to, you can see another beefy knight who is tainted by the Abyss like the others. After slapping the Abyss out of him, you'll come to the Sunlight Altar for all the Sunbros out there. Interacting with it will give you the Praise the Sun emote, and the chest in the room gives even more scales. Then you can open the door and we're ready for the boss. You can summon Aegon of Karim to help you in the other room, and once this boss is defeated, you can go back to Irina's cell in the Undead Settlement for his hammer and shield if you want. The Dragon Slayer armor is what I would call a 50-50 boss, because half the fight is fun and engaging, and the other half is annoying and frustrating. The first phase has the armor attack you with a mix of shield slams and heavy axe crushing blows. He'll also alternate between two-handing his great axe for massive damage and an AoE lightning slam that can destroy you. The problem with the fight isn't actually the boss itself, it's the pilgrim butterflies on either side of the arena. During phase 2, they will shoot spells at you that can range from a hail of small blasts to a laser beam to an exploding orb of energy. These attacks don't do much to add to the armor itself, as we're already focusing on an aggressive enemy, so these little things just serve to make you jump as you realize what spell they're throwing at you, while dealing with a piece of armor that wants to crush you. It doesn't make it more engaging when you throw in random spell spam just for the extra effect. Just make the boss more aggressive and maybe change his moves up. We don't need the annoying butterflies. Just saying. Anyway, once defeated, his soul explains that this suit of armor lost its master long ago, but but still remembers their sporting hunts, that being for dragons. It also explains that it was controlled by the butterflies, which begs the question, how did we defeat it if it's being controlled by something we never attack during the fight? Seems kind of backwards when you think about it. Regardless, killing him nets you a soul that can give you a tough shield or a ridiculously strong great axe. His weapon art on the axe deals massive physical and lightning damage in a small AoE around the impact point. I love using this axe, as it's amazing when you land a good thunderclap on an enemy. But with that done, we're going to move on to the Grand Archives. But first, Irina time. We'll head back to the shrine to give the Lothric Divine Tome to Irina, and once you purchase every light miracle she has, she will become a second Firekeeper when you reload the area. You can find her at the bottom of the tower where we got the Estus ring, and she'll drop any dark tome you gave her previously, which you can then give to Carla if you choose to. When you speak to her, she will say to let souls be our strength, and we can now level up at her. This is a nice finale to her questline, but mechanically is entirely useless because we have a Firekeeper to level us up already. She's always next to the bonfire, where it's easy to warp to. Sorry, Irina. I know it was your dream to be a Firekeeper, but our basic babe is more convenient than you. Although it will haunt me forever that she's so happy sitting there in what is basically a Firekeeper corpse dump. Getting back to the run, you'll reach the bonfire for the entire area that is the Grand Archives just after the Dragonslayer Armor bonfire, which is weird since they're so close, but whatever. In front of the door forward, you'll find the corpse of Goddard. When you loot him, you'll get the Goddard Twin Swords and the Grand Archives key, which opens the door. This is one thing that I really don't like about this game, as you can gain access to Lothric Castle as soon as you get to the Dancer. The only trouble is killing or getting past everything at such a low level. But you can't progress through the Grand Archives until 3 Lords of Cinder have been defeated, which seems like a weird restriction since we need to get all 4 ashes from the Abyss Watchers, Aldrich, Yorm, and Prince Lothric. We need to get all of them anyway, so why restrict this? And yes, I know this could cause problems for quest progression and things like that, but that doesn't mean it's a problem. If people want to focus on quest lines, they'll do it, however it works in-game. If they want to run here and kill the Twin Princes before any other Lord of Cinder, why not let them? It just seems like an arbitrary restriction to me, but you're free to disagree, as the impact isn't major. Anyway, we'll open the door and find the other Crystal Sage here, as he will start spamming spells at you throughout the area. On my bleed build, I managed to proc bleed fast enough on the Sage to kill it before it teleported around the building, but that footage got corrupted because Dark Souls 3 didn't feel like making me happy. Most of this area involves staircases, slave spells, and wax. The wax is used to avoid getting cursed by the bookshelves, as they have ghost hands that reach out to curse you. Even bookshelves attack you in this game. Only in Dark Souls, right? Anyway, we're going to dunk our head in wax, so we can look like the scholars around here, and to stay safe. The first room we'll enter has a few Titanite lizards and a secret room you can unlock by pulling a lever. This allows you to grab the Witch's Lock's whip and power within. We'll start our way up, where we'll fight some scholars and find several upgrades and souls laying around. We'll find shortcuts throughout the area like this ladder that makes traversing this vertical maze much easier. Just under the next sage position is a lever that opens up a section of the ground floor that gives us access to another Titanite slab if you need it. We'll slay the second sage before we go for it though. It will drop the crystal scroll, which we'll give to Orbeck later. We'll try jumping for an item, but I break my legs, so we have to go through the area again. Thankfully, the sage doesn't respawn, and the ladder we kick down becomes godly after that fall. After grabbing the item, the Avalon crossbow, we'll go for the Titanite slab we unlocked. After that, we'll re-wax and re-climb this tower. We'll eventually make it to another shortcut that opens up to a closer wax depository and the Scholar Ring, which boosts intelligence by 5. Just above this area is a hidden room where we'll find another Frosty Knight who will give the Outrider Knight set upon defeat. This area just after this knight also gives you the Soul Stream sorcery. Orbeck would love this place. Shortly after killing the knight, we'll find another shortcut elevator that takes you back down to the ground level near the bonfire, but this isn't the last shortcut, believe me. We'll head back up and get past some more wax boys, and we'll eventually make it to the roof. This area has several gargoyles you need to avoid or kill, and an area with some Corvian birdmen below you. If you sent Greyrat to Lothric, you'll find his ashes near these Corvians along the roof, just below their platform. It'll take a jump to reach, but you'll get the ashes of Greyrat if you haven't gotten them earlier, allowing the shrine handmaid to expand her wares even more, and will become even more depressed knowing another friend died because of us. As we avoid the gargoyles, we'll drop down above the first elevator shortcut to find another undead bone shard, the last one, before kicking down another ladder, giving us another shortcut. Shortcuts everywhere. This next area is one of the most cancerous areas in the game, as you have to deal with a gank fest from 3 tough NPCs who are basic strength, dexterity, and sorcery builds. This reminds me of Dark Souls 2's gank squad, but at least here you can run past them, so Dark Souls 3 gets a point for that. But then again, that brings its total score to 1 point in its favor. One way to beat these enemies is to bait them to fall down the elevator shaft in the room just after them. This can be tricky, as you don't want to be stuck on an elevator with any of them, but it beats beating your head against a wall until it breaks. Through sheer force of will, I managed to kill all 3 of them, and good riddance. May the abyss consume you all. After them is the second elevator of the area that leads back to the bonfire. When we give the scroll to Orbeck, he'll say it's unfathomable, as it has the knowledge of crystal sorceries created by the Pale Dragon, who is thought only to exist in legend. This line is rather unusual to me, as I can't tell if he's talking about the magic being only in legend, or the Pale Dragon Seath. Given what we saw with the Farron Keep braziers, perhaps Seath was lost to legend, as he wasn't as special as the others among Gwyn's friends. Anyway, Orbeck will be stunned by this, saying that this is a debt he cannot repay, but he will be sure to unravel this scroll. It unlocks the Homing Crystal Soul Mass, Crystal Soul Spear, and Crystal Magic Weapon sorceries, all of which boast hefty requirements of 30 to 48 intelligence. But with that, we've bought every sorcery he teaches, so we can advance his questline. But first we'll talk to him, where he'll tell us that he was a sorcerer only in name, and a killer for hire in the beginning. Then he says that he was a fool to think he could ever learn real sorceries, and was exiled from the school when he became undead. But here he is now, exploring the depths of sorcery. Then he'll say that we are no ordinary person, as we've mastered every sorcery he's taught us. He then says that if we were at the school, we'd be hated and banished from the place. Then he says it's time to pack his bags, as he would hate to see our agreement end sourly. Better left tucked away as a pleasant memory. When you leave his conversation, he'll ask you to promise to stay, as it's been nice to run our own little school. But this will not last. Now we'll return and head back up the second elevator. We'll walk out the door and make a sharp left to go up to an area where we'll find our final Estus shard just past more winged knights. You'll find it on the edge facing toward the Eclipse, or Dark Sun. From here, you can climb the tower to find the Hunter's Ring, which boosts dexterity by 5. On the rooftop level, you can find a hole in the floor that leads into a feather-filled cage containing divine pillars of light. You can then drop down to pick up a blessed gem. A little lower is a grub you can kill, and you can find a ladder down to a few chests containing even more twinkling titanite. Then you'll loop back through a window to reach the last scholar area before the gargoyles. We're nearly done with the area. When we return to the area after the Three Stooges, we'll run through a gauntlet of hollow soldiers and knights that are guarding Prince Lothric. I've never fought these guys, as it's much easier to run past them all and activate the third elevator, allowing a handy shortcut to the boss, and giving you a secret titanite slab using the lower elevator below the shortcut. After upgrading everything to max, and I mean everything we use, we'll return to the Dragonslayer bonfire, as that is closest to the shortcut, and we'll engage the Twin Princes. You can summon Orbeck or Cirrus for this fight if you've met the requirements in their questlines, but be sure to reload the areas a few times, as it doesn't automatically register that they've moved on from Firelink. But we'll fight the princes regardless. This is the penultimate boss fight of the game, as Lothric is the last Lord of Cinder we need to slay to reach the final boss. When you come to his boss room, he'll call us another dogged contender. From the shadows comes Lorien, Lothric's elder brother, as Lothric explains that he doesn't fancy being a lord, or upkeeping the legacy of lords. Let it all fade to nothing. We've done enough, and now to rest. The fight begins by showing that Lorien, or rather Lothric, teleports Lorien around the arena. As I mentioned in my Dark Souls 2 commentary, this is an improvement on the Throne Watcher and Defender fight, as they could resurrect each other, but that was infinite, while Lothric can revive Lorien, but not the other way around. So, once you kill Lorien the first time, Lothric will teleport down to his brother, telling him to rise, for that is their curse. Then we get Lothric riding Lorien like a baby gorilla. This is where the fight gets interesting, as Lorien's moveset is the same, but now he's supplemented by Lothric's spells, as you can see when he does his Holy Blade attack, but now Lothric shoots some spells at you afterward. This fight isn't very difficult, but it is an endurance run, as you have to kill Lothric to end the fight. While I've said many fights in the series become tedious, and that's a bad thing, I think this is different, as this isn't as simple as a whack a thing until it's dead kind of boss. There's more strategy here, seeing as you have one target with a major obstacle in your way, as opposed to two tanks that constantly spam you. In other words, this fight takes the idea of the Ornstein and Smo dynamic and takes it to its extreme, as Lorien and Lothric fight as completely different builds. This isn't the same enemy you fight, but now he's tougher. Now you're fighting an enemy that has adapted its moveset, and now you have to adapt to it too. One other thing to mention about this boss fight is that it is the other boss, along with the Nameless King, whose soul grants access to 3 weapons instead of 2, but this one is complicated. You can get either Lothric's Holy Sword or Lorien's Greatsword at first, but after collecting both swords, you can transpose the 2 swords together to create the Twin Prince's Greatsword, a hybrid of the Fire of the Elder Brother and the Sacred Light of the Younger Brother. This would take at least 2 playthroughs to get though, so the only reason to get it would be just to have it, as it's arguably the hardest weapon to get without someone dropping both for you. But it still looks cool, so there's always fashion souls. Once defeated, Lothric will say that we remain among the accursed, and will get our final cinders of a lord, which gives a very apt explanation of the obsession of continuing one's legacy. The Lothric bloodline was obsessed with creating a worthy heir, and when this proved impossible, resorted to unspeakable means. Suffice it to say, the path to linking the fire is a cursed one indeed. Couldn't have phrased it any better than that. After killing the princes, you can return to the upper area of the Grand Archives to find Orbek's corpse sitting at a table. You can loot his ashes from here, and give them to the handmaid to allow sorcery purchases if you haven't bought them already, or can be given to Yuria to fulfill her questline. But with that, it's time to move on. Let's end this. After defeating the princes, you can find Cirith's corpse at her grandfather's grave, where you can loot the Sunless Talisman, and you can now purchase her set from the handmaid. The talisman is unique, as it can scale with intelligence, but also makes it compatible with dark spells. After defeating a boss, whether that's the princes or the Dragonslayer armor, Patches will return, calling us the luckiest man in the world, before explaining that he just got hold of some treasure, and he's practically giving it away. At this point, he'll add a 16,000 souls hidden blessing to his inventory. With that, his questline is complete, and we can move on. Since we're about to progress to the final boss, it is best to exhaust Ludless dialogue here, as he is about to be burnt to a crisp. When you talk to him, he'll say everything is all set for him to play his part, and he commends you as his lord-slaying champion, before telling you to talk to the Firekeeper. Don't worry about boss soul transposition, as that still holds effect even after his death. If you talk to the Firekeeper after placing all of the ashes on their thrones, she will tell you to bend thy knee afore the bonfire's coiled sword, and let the Lord's embers acknowledge thee as their true heir, a true lord, fit to link the fire. When you kneel, a cutscene plays, where the Firekeeper addresses the Lords of Cinders, recounting what you saw in the opening cinematic. The fire fades, and the lords go without thrones. Surrender your fires to the true heir. The essence of each lord coalesces in her hands, and she bestows the ashes upon us, before she says, "Let us grant death to the old gods of Lordran, deliverers of the first flame."
Deliverers of the first flame.
We will appear in a burnt Firelink Shrine, and outside we see that the world is falling apart. Just next to the exit is a bonfire that warps you to the kiln of the first flame. I find this kind of weird since you could have, just connected the pathway from Firelink to the kiln. Just saying. Anyway, this also allows you to access the Dragkeep part of the Ring City DLC, with a bonfire leading there just to the left of where you spawn in. We'll tackle that later, but for now, we must face the final boss. You can summon Yuria and the Londor Pale Shade to help with this fight, if you've completed the Lord of Hollow's questline up to this point, and Yuria is not hostile, which can help, as nobody else will help you with this boss. Unintentionally makes the Hollows seem more friendly than everyone else, in a way. Now for the battle. One detail I love about this fight is how you can see the Soul of Cinder sitting at the bonfire like a player would, but once you head his way, he wrenches the Firelink Greatsword from the ground to offer you a proper challenge. He begins with some basic thrusts and slashes with his sword until he transitions to a new moveset. Unlike other bosses in the game, the Soul of Cinder can randomly pick one of a set of builds during the first phase, those being a Greatsword build that he starts with, a Sorcery build with a staff, a Miracle Spear build, and a Pyromancy Curved Sword build. Once his health bar is depleted, he will transition into Phase 2 with a large fire AoE before picking up a similar moveset to Gwyn out of desperation, but with a few new moves added. The music also turns to play a new version of Gwyn's famous Plin Plin Plon. This phase has no other changes like Phase 1, but focuses on the desperate plight of the Lord of Cinder reaching as far back into their memory as possible to defeat you. But it is to no avail. We slay the Soul of Cinder, learning from its soul that it had manifested every previous Lord of Cinder as the Defender of the Flame before we defeated it. Its soul can be transposed into the Sunlight Spear or the Firelink Greatsword that is used at the beginning of the fight. Both are pretty cool in my opinion, but we must deal with one more thing. Now we have our 4 endings that I'll let play out on their own before we talk about them.
The first flame quickly fades. Darkness will shortly settle. But one day, tiny flames will dance across the darkness. Like embers linked by Lord's Pass. Ashen One, hearest thou my voice still? The first flame quickly fades. Darkness will shortly settle. But one day, tiny flames will dance across the darkness. Like embers linked by Lord's Pass.
Nameless, accursed undead, unfit even to be cinder. And so it is that Ash seeketh embers. Gracious Lord, make Londo whole.
Now let's discuss these. Linking the fire is simple, as you just walk up to the bonfire and you're done. This is what has been done for generations, so we know exactly how that plays out. The cutscene is the shortest of them all, featuring no dialogue, but a visual of our character linking the fire and resting at the bonfire the same way the Soul of Cinder was when we came here. With this, we're restarting the cycle once more, until we burn the world where there is nothing left but ash. In some future era, I'm sure we were amalgamized into the next Soul of Cinder that fought the champions that came after us. Like the other games, this is considered the canonical ending, and the final DLC will show it as such at its conclusion. For the end of Fire ending, you'll have to summon the Firekeeper just off to the left of the bonfire, assuming you've given her the eyes of the Firekeeper and exhausted her dialogue before this. The cutscene will have her walk to the first flame, taking a small piece of it in her hands, and letting things go dark. She will say that the first flame quickly fades, and darkness will shortly settle, but one day, tiny flames will dance across the darkness, like embers linked by Lords past. Then it goes black before we hear her once more saying, "Ashen One, hearest thou my voice still?" This ending is more in line with the Abandoned Fire endings from the previous games, but while Dark Souls 1 and 2 tended to make such endings seem ominous and foreboding, there's almost a small tinge of hope here, given what the Firekeeper says. It treats the abandonment of the fire as a natural or expected process, something that should be accepted rather than feared. I believe that the final phrase from the Firekeeper is both a question and answer in and of itself, showing that life will go on, even without the first flame. This hits home when you consider how the old gods are gone, but but their curse remains, so why link the fire to continue this destructive cycle again? In the Unkindled ending, it follows a similar path to the previous one, where you'll have the Firekeeper come to take a piece of the first flame, but just before dark, you can attack her, with whatever weapon you have. This initiates the Unkindled ending, where we knock her to the ground, taking the first flame for ourselves. Then we will hear the narrator from the opening cinematic call us the nameless, accursed undead, unfit even to be cinder. So it is that Ash seeketh embers, as we raise the first flame toward the dark sun off in the distance. This ending is very ominous, as it essentially has us take the power of the first flame for ourselves, leaving the rest of the story ambiguous as to what we do with it afterwards. I'm not sure what we even could do with it after this, but there's an irony in taking power from the flame that the creator, Gwyn, used to save his creation from extinction, albeit in the worst way. I also find it strange that there are achievements for the other endings, but not this one. It makes me wonder if this was added near the end of development, so they didn't have time to set up an achievement for it, or if they just wanted to put it in as an ending so secret that even the achievements couldn't help you find it. Now we come to the Lord of Hollows ending. As we saw earlier, we take the first flame, but use our dark sigils to usurp the flame. When we rise after doing so, the dark sun in the background has changed in color, looking more like the faint glow of humanity instead of the color of fire. We turn to our servants of Londor, first two women, Uria and, most likely, Lillian, the middle and youngest of the three sisters of the Sable Church. After them, we'll see a crowd of hollows, including our spouse, Henri, in the background. As we walk towards the camera, we will hear someone ask us to make Londor whole before fading to black. This ending, while being the most complicated to get, is also very complicated to explain and discuss. First off, this is effective blasphemy against the gods, as we have taken their creation, and will now use it for the hollows that they inadvertently created, beginning the ascendance of Londor and the final fall of Lothric, and with it, the fall of those who would link the fire. This also shows us that we are effectively replacing the fire with humanity. It's unknown where this goes from here, as we don't get any hints to what comes after the Lord of Hollows usurps the fire. But it's fairly certain, given the dialogue with Uria and Yol, that we are essentially destroying the old ways to usher in a new age. An age without everlasting dragons or gods. An age of humanity. Well, which ending do you prefer? It's interesting to think about these endings because they have new additions from the previous games and ultimately leaves us with several questions about the state of the world after our decisions. Not to mention how this effectively doubled the endings we could do in the previous Dark Souls games, which adds more variety than simply checking the yes or no vote box to link to fire. But with that, the base game is complete, and you now have the option of going straight into New Game Plus, or staying a while in your current playthrough. One annoying thing is that the Firekeeper will pester you to link the fire no matter what ending you got, even if you killed her, which is weird since they could have had her say something else that is less jarring and wordy and considers your ending choice. Just have her say, "I will stay by thy side, my lord, until the end of this world," or something to that effect, and some reference to the ending you chose. In any case, it's time for the DLC. The first DLC we'll be heading to is the Painted World of Ariandel, which you access by talking to the NPC at the Cathedral of the Deep. His initial dialogue has him describing a merciful goddess, a mother of the forlorn, who have no place to call their own. He asks her to witness their resolve and prays for fire for Ariandel, and the ash to kindle flame, before he ends it with sounds like he's ejaculating. Yeah, that's a thing. When you talk to him directly, he will say that you have the same scent as that woman, and we must be an ashen one. He gets excited knowing this, then moans some more. He'll go on to say that he has a kindness to ask of us. His lady lives in the cold land of Ariandel, and he needs us to show her flame to burn the rot away. Since we're ash, fire is what we must seek. If you agree, a cutscene will play, where he thanks you, and offers you a scrap of the painting of Ariandel. Upon touching it, you will be dragged through a portal similar to the painting in Anor Londo that leads to the Painted World of Ariamis. This time, we'll be going into a different Painted World of Ariandel. Once we've been sucked in, the NPC, whose name is Gael, then proclaims, "Then the ashes were two," before laughing as it fades to black. will appear in a cave with a dude chilling in some strange growths, who makes weird noises. If you talk to him, he will ask if we've just arrived, and how unusual it is, and questions how long it has been. Then he tells us to rejoice, as this is a true haven for the forlorn, a cold and gentle painted world. Then he tells you to find a rotting bed to lie upon, and chill. If you continue with him, he'll mention that we've all seen terrible things, but we are safe now, and that Arienda will make a fine home for us. We'll walk out of the cave to find the first bonfire, and as you can see, this is a very wintry DLC. Walking around will reveal trees that look strangely like people before we're attacked by a Farron follower. These enemies are usually encountered in groups, so it's good to keep an eye out for more of them, as they will usually throw spears or throw fire at you. In one corner of the map, we'll find a giant fly near some rot, where you can acquire a poison gem. After that, we'll run into a group of Farron followers that will slowly whittle down. The lore of these enemies is revealed in their armor description. When a warrior of Farron fell to the abyss, the tall, lean followers, with their hollowed eyes, quietly appeared in groups to hunt them down. These followers were executioners of executioners in a sense, and provide some interesting information about the Undead Legion, as this text makes it seem almost common that the Abyss Watchers would eventually fall to the thing that they swore to destroy. Perhaps the futility of fighting the Abyss eventually causes some Abyss Watchers, for one reason or another, to run into the painting, and the followers came after them, or maybe there are some abyssal enemies they were hunting. We'll see more on this later. Anyway, just after the group is an item on an icy structure different from the ground. When you stand on it for too long, it shatters, and we fall into a wolf gankfest. This area has a ridiculous number of wolves to fight. There are 10 wolves that will attack you in the middle section, and a few more lying in wait around the different paths you can take. Now, they aren't that tough on their own, but considering the series' long history of annoying canine enemies, you can piece together how it can go poorly. We'll head around to the right of our drop-off, where we'll find several tree women that go insane when set on fire, which is nice, as they can be rather annoying to fight normally. They can breathe frostbite on you, and others shoot a bunch of tiny tracking flames after you. They also have a grab that will apply frostbite and do significant damage to you, so keep an eye out for them trying to give you a hug. Just past them are more followers and an item, the Follower Javelin, which is a spear that doubles as a throwing weapon with its weapon art. Kinda neat, so if you want to do some chucking of sticks, you can get this relatively early in the game. The path toward the main chunk of the DLC is off to the left, past more dogs and tree women. We'll be heading down another path that loops around to connect with that path. Ahead, you'll find a few more dogs, and notice a massive wolf sitting on the cliff above. When it howls, it will come down and fight you. It has the same basic moveset as the smaller wolves, but it's much more damaging, and its hitboxes are massive. Upon depleting roughly a third of its health, it drops large Titanite shards, but we'll see it again soon. Regarding the large shards, I find this to be strange, as this DLC has several enemies that are significantly tougher compared to the enemies that one might encounter in the main game, that also have or guard large Titanite shards. I can't tell if the developers expected the player to try going through this DLC before the ending of the main game, since you can access it relatively early on. I also can't tell if they expect you to beat the whole DLC at that point, as the boss at the end is arguably the toughest fight in the game, where you will absolutely want high-end gear to work with. It just seems a bit confusing on when we're supposed to do this DLC. After the wolves, you can find some ruins with Viking-looking dudes walking around. These are Millwood Knights, and you should be careful when you engage them. They are fairly tanky, and if you get too close to the tower, an archer with exploding arrows will shoot at you. This makes several encounters here rather annoying, as there are several enemies you will probably aggro before reaching the archer, and fighting them while dealing with the archer's exploding arrows is a pain in the neck. When you manage to reach the tower, you'll find more Millwood Knights inside, so you'll have to clear them before dealing with the archer. Inside, you can make your way up behind the archer, where you can backstab him and throw him off the building, instantly killing him. The only downside is that his drops will usually be out of reach. That can be fixed by quitting out and coming back, so it's not a major hindrance. At the top of the tower, you can find the Captain's Ashes, which allows you to purchase the Millwood armor set and Millwood great arrows, so you can blow up stuff too. The Ashes describe the Millwood Knights' journey into the painting after they lost the forest they called home. It mentions a sworn enemy that is revealed to be an abyss dragon of some sort, on another item that you'll find from the Knights. There is speculation whether this is an unknown enemy or the dragon boss in the final DLC, which there are some connections you can make, but it's really only small things, so it's mainly speculation. When we jump down a bit, we'll pick up the Ethereal Oak Shield, which has passive health regeneration and blocks 100% of physical damage, making it an amazingly helpful shield considering its low stat requirement of a measly 12 strength, and how lightweight it is. We'll be equipping this in a moment, as we'll need the health regeneration, and we won't need to worry about extra souls until bosses. After we leave the tower, we'll run up to an area with several tree women who will show how annoying they can be with all the frost breath and fire wisps around them. Just after them are 2 Millwood Knights, supplemented by some dogs. This is where you can loot the Millwood Greatbow if you want to annoy enemies with exploding shots. Now we're going to run up to the left of the tower to fight the big bad wolf again, this time with several dogs in waiting to assist. If you can, shoot the smaller dogs, and they will come down to fight you before the big one smacks you around. It'll help to take it slow if you're sick of dog spam at this point. After them is another ice barrier that crumbles beneath you that leads you down the path forward, and in turn connects to the other way to get here from the initial wolf spam. Here you can find more rot and flies surrounding the frozen weapon sorcery, which explains that it was made by Sulyvahn, and details that he was born and raised inside the painting, but he had little use for it, as he had not yet experienced loss. So, we can blame the painting for everything Sulyvahn does in the game now. We'll move forward to find the next bonfire before upgrading our new shield and giving the ashes to the handmaid. We had to farm a little bit since I need upgrade materials, but the handmaid has a Titanite slab for sale after all the Lords of Cinder are placed on their thrones. That, along with farmable souls and purchasable upgrades, will see us with a fully upgraded shield in just under 30 minutes. When we return, we'll go across the bridge to reach the Ariandel Chapel, but first we'll slap the bridge, as it is a distant cousin to the ladder in the Catacombs. This leads down several giant routes with several followers and a Millwood Knight sniping you. It's best to keep moving, as any combat here will likely get you knocked to your death. Once we make it to the bottom, we'll find a bonfire, and we'll be ambushed by several frozen crabs. After the crabs, we'll run down a small path where you'll find a ramp up to another tree hag and some homeward bones. We'll be coming back here in a moment. After killing a few more tree peeps, we'll find the Snap-Free Sorcery, another of Sulyvann's creations. If you pay attention, after killing the tree lady guarding the sorcery, you'll find that a ladder has appeared near the ramp from earlier. After a long climb up to another ladder, followed by another long climb up, you'll find yourself in possession of another Titanite slab near some flies. It's really strange how this DLC scales its loot, isn't it? Anyway, we'll return to the bonfire and then run off to the right to fight the first boss of the DLC, the Champion's Gravetender, and his mighty Mutt Spam. This fight has you face a human opponent, supplemented by dogs throughout the fight, which is just annoying and lazy. This is the other fight in the game that I consider bad. It's just a dude supplemented by dog spam, until the massive dog comes back to annoy you more. This fight would be trivial without the dogs for the dude, and is only difficult because of the amount of enemies. Remind you of any other bad bosses from previous games? There is a slight advantage if you've dealt with the big wolf, as it will spawn in with less health after you've encountered it in its other 2 locations. It's not much of a difference, but it still helps against this lazy boss. Another problem is that the big pup has a phase 2, where he will breathe ice and extend his earlier combos, which could have been cool if this wasn't on top of a host of other enemies that distract or annoy you as soon as the fight begins. Having the dude appear after you deal a certain amount of damage to the big bad wolf could have been a better fight, but difficulty prevails instead of interesting design for this boss. Thankfully, the other boss makes up for this. Anyway, after defeating this boss, you'll get the weapon the Gravetender used, Valorheart, which explains that the human was the champion of the undead match, but lost his mind. We'll also be given the Champion's Bones, which effectively gives players a PvP arena when you burn it at the Shrine bonfire, which is nice, as it streamlines the PvP experience where you can jump into a match without having to deal with invaders hiding behind enemies. After burning the Champion's Bones, we'll return to the other side of the bridge and make our way down a ladder toward the settlement below. There's a cool little slide you can take that lets you surf on ice before coming to a large area covered in Corvian corpses. These enemies are weaker than butter, melting away before whatever weapons you use. You'll also find a few sewer centipedes here, which seems weird to me, but we only see 2 of them, so it's not really that big of a deal. Once inside the actual settlement, you can see a gated off area with a centipede guarding a simple gem, which you can drop down to from above. The real kicker of this area comes from the armored Corvian Knights, one of which will jump down to fight you under the bridge. These enemies have some insanely long combos and very fast attacks that will build up bleed on you. In my experience, it's best to spam them from afar or go for backstabs, as you should take them out as quickly as possible. That massive bleed combo will get you if you don't. After going past more Corvians and up into a building, we'll talk to a Corvian settler who says that there's nothing forlorn about us, and we must be the other Ash. If you acknowledge this, he will ask you to grant their wish to burn this world away. His lady must see flame, and we have only to show her. If you continue talking to him, he will explain how the rot afflicts the world, but it fooled the father and buried the flame, even though they were prepared to burn the rot away. This will be explained further once we reach the final boss and ending of the DLC. But this guy goes on to say that he is terribly frightened of rotting away, like those fools on the outside.
Like those fools on the outside.
This gives us some clues about the denizens of the painting and their perspective of those outside, as he just called them fools for rotting away. This is interesting, as you can apply what he said in two completely different contexts. We are rotting away because we hollow without linking the flame, or we slowly rot away and turn to ash as we repeat the same cycle over and over. It's open to interpretation which one of these situations the Corvian was talking of, but one thing is certain: the denizens of the painting want change, instead of the stagnation that has allowed rot to fester throughout their home. Anyway, just after him is a bonfire, and now we can explore the settlement. Just across the bridge and to the left leads us up and around to the wall surrounding the settlement, where you can find an area you can jump to, surrounded by the Corvian corpses we saw before. Making the jump allows you to pick up the Crow Quills, a thrusting sword paired with 4 thin blades you can throw in your offhand. This item explains that the Corvian knights, in their infatuation with Sister Friede, swore to protect the painting from the fire, and to this end, took to the execution of their brethren. This will be demonstrated if you walk straight across the bridge and up the path from the bonfire, as you will see another Corvian knight in white drop down and begin slaughtering the lesser Corvians. This enemy has a very pokey combo with its Crow Quill weapon, so keep an eye on their thrust and dart throw attacks. After we kill that enemy, we'll go down a side path around the edge of a cliff, or we'll go into a building to unlock a shortcut in the event that we die. Close to the shortcut are several Corvian casters to deal with by running around behind them before smacking them into the ground. After witnessing what they're up against, I kinda feel bad for killing them, as we're actually working toward the same goal. Here you'll be able to find the Crow Talons, which are a fist weapon with bleed effects, so you can fight like a Corvian if you want to. If you run across the rooftops, you can jump down into a room with several large Corvian pukers, where you can find the Slave Knight set that Gael wears. This set describes that the undead served as slave knights, warriors used as fodder in the bleakest of battles. These slave knights grew decrepit, their skin charred black, and their bones twisted. Eventually, they went outright mad, but were never relieved from duty. This is some interesting details and a fair amount of foreshadowing for the second DLC, but we'll cover that when we get there. We'll make our way back around where we'll climb a ladder to some ramparts around the settlement, before engaging more Corvian knights above a church. When you walk along the roof, you can drop down into the church to loot some items. Before you do this, open the gate leading up from the main path, as there are 2 Corvian knights in here that will become a real pain if you try fighting them together. After killing one of them, we'll loot a soul off the rafters before purging the church of birds. Here you'll find the Way of White Corona miracle, which shoots several small holy discs out that eventually return to you. This miracle has been picked on as it is really weak, and often only hits stationary targets unless you keep them between you and the direction the discs came from. Before we enter the next building, we'll warp back so we can talk to an NPC at the Ariandel Chapel, Wilhelm. He will tell us that no bell tolls, yet we've slipped into the painting. He says that if we've lost our way, the words of Lady Friede will guide us, and to go inside, but show respect as we speak to her. This area houses the final boss of the DLC, but we have to interact with something before we can engage the boss. When you interact with Friede, she'll explain that she has long stood beside their blessed father and the rest of the forlorn. Then she tells you that our duty is elsewhere, and tells us to leave via the bonfire in the room. Then she gives you the Chill Bite Ring, which boosts frost resistance, as a remembrance of this cold world. This is a very helpful item when dealing with the boss, but she'll go on to say that we have a place outside the painting, and that alone is cause to rejoice. Then she warns us that even if this painting would be consumed by rot, it would still be their home. Then she tells us to leave and forget this place before we leave. Next to the bonfire is a ladder that leads up into a loft housing a large canvas and some painting materials. These will come into play later when we meet another NPC. For now, we're going to return to the building we stopped at earlier. When you enter the building, Wilhelm will invade, saying that he's seen our kind, time and again, and talks of our insatiable desire to unearth every secret, and that it is the conceit of the self-proclaimed seeker of truth. But in the end, we lack the stomach to deal with the agony we bring upon ourselves. Then a fight begins, and he is rather troublesome, as he has a massive sword, enough poise to survive some attacks, a dark hand grab, and the ability to heal a massive amount of health via a miracle. These things can make the fight tedious if he manages to heal himself over and over. Thankfully, we managed to kill him without too much trouble, where he will lament that he swore an oath to Lady Friede, but has failed. His defeat will give you the Onyx Blade, which describes Elfriede as the eldest among her sisters and leader of the Sable Church, and she bestowed this weapon to her knight. However, this was given as a farewell gift, and acceptance of it signified the knight's resignation from her service. This is layered with several different things to talk about, but I'm curious why Wilhelm would continue serving Friede if he was given a sword that meant he's left his post. Perhaps he doesn't know that the blade is a farewell, and Friede gives it to those who she believes will fall in battle. Regardless, he has failed his now or former vows, and we can continue. He also gives you the contraption key, which allows you access to a lever that leads up into the attic of this library we find ourselves in. It also details that he led a white-haired woman to the attic, and he kept this key as if it were his life. This implies that he imprisoned the woman, which we'll see is true in a moment. When you use the lever, a ramp will drop down giving you access to the attic, where we meet the woman. She will say that she feels the scent of ash on us, and that we must be the one whom Uncle Gael spoke of. The one to show her flame. If you continue, she will say that this is good, since the door is now open. She will leave to paint, as she had promised Gael she would. This dialogue gives us a clearer picture of who Gael is, as he is trying to allow this woman to paint her painting and burn the rot away. The only trouble with this is that Elfriede is in the way. Gael could not defeat her, so he sought help, and we answered, and now the both of us are trying to burn the rot away. We'll talk about that in greater detail later, but for now, we'll run up to a locked door that is easily circumvented by going around the edge of the roof. If this woman knew about this, being trapped here doesn't seem like such an impossible obstacle to overcome, when you can walk outside, turn right twice, and then you're free. Kinda underwhelming if you ask me. Anyway, we'll rest at the bonfire before moving on. When we return, we'll be making our way through an enemy-infested forest. There are lots of followers lying in wait to gank you, so I'd advise that you take this area slowly, as rushing through can lead to a nasty piece of spam. If you take out the ones holding torches, they won't alert each group to your presence, but if you hear them yell, be ready for a fight. After a while, we'll find a rotted tree that you can kick over to act as a shortcut to an elevator connected to the roof of the library. Further along, we'll reach an area with Millwood Knights, and this introduces a new Millwood Knight that will constantly spam his ground eruption effect when you are in range. If you can, it's best to knock the others out while avoiding the tremors, as they have a relatively long wind-up. After dispatching the Grand Slammer, we'll get the weapon he used to make the earth quake beneath us. After making our way back up, we'll go through an area with more dogs, so prepare for the onslaught. Just below the dogs is an item that we'll need for the area after this. The Follower Torch, or any torch, will help with the next area, as it contains enemies that will spew maggot bleed at you, and holding a flame will help to keep the maggots off us. Before that, we'll deal with some Millwood Knights, the first of which has the red eyes indicating the Abyss. This may have been why the followers of Farron were here, but that also begs the question, why are there no Abyss Watchers around? Who knows, but behind this enemy is the hammer he used. After dealing with another exploding archer, supplemented by a shield knight, we'll kick down another rotted tree for a shortcut before entering an area below the Ariandel Chapel. This area is filled to the brim with rot and flies. Be careful here, as they can spew maggots on you, and they have a grab that inflicts maggot bleed on you. You can find a stairway up that leads to the bonfire in the chapel, which gives you a nice loop back toward the final boss of the DLC when it's ready. You'll find another stairway when you smack the wall a fly is staring at. This leads down onto the area below where there are dozens of flies just doing their thing. You can find Wilhelm's set down here, on one of the many piles of corpses. It describes him as a hollow knight of Londor, who served the Sable Church, but was particularly loyal to the eldest, and was known as a cold-blooded hangman. This explains why he stayed with Friede, although this doesn't explain why he has the sword. Near his set is a mechanism that Dark Souls 1 players will be familiar with, as it works in a similar manner to the trigger that allows access to Priscilla in Dark Souls 1. Just like then, it opens the way to the boss. A cutscene will play when you activate it, showing the statue behind Friede turn and slide back, revealing the way toward the boss. Then we'll hear Friede say, "As Ash will be, ever seeking fire," before we regain control of our character. Before heading back up, we'll go through another illusory wall that leads to a few Titanite lizards and another section of root platforming. Thankfully, nothing is shooting at us this time. When we reach the bottom, we'll find a structure similar to Priscilla's boss room, and you can see that it is above the Gravetender boss arena. When I first came through the DLC, I thought that you had to make it down here and then jump down to fight the boss. When I tried, I broke my legs. Sometimes you never really know where to go in these games, and that can be a problem. Anyway, we'll drop down and loot the Pyromancer's Parting Flame before being invaded by Livid Pyromancer Dunnel. He looks almost identical to Cornyx, but he wields a katana and will use pyromancies to kill you. One annoying spell he uses involves him spawning an orb that shoots flames at you, similar to the demon fireballs in Smoldering Lake. Upon killing him, he'll drop the orb for you to use. Once that is done, there is nothing left to do here. Thankfully, you aren't trapped, as the corpse holding the Pyromancer's Parting Flame also has homeward bones to help you leave. We'll level up and prepare for the fight with the final boss of the DLC. If you talk to Friede, she'll give you one final warning before we prepare for the boss. You can summon Gael here, whether kindled or not, and he will appear later in the boss fight. This is extremely unusual, as we've never been able to summon anyone while unembered, and he also doesn't appear now, but later. This is incredibly unique, and I really wonder about the reasoning behind it. Maybe the devs knew how tough this fight would be, so they decided to throw players a bone by making Gael summonable no matter what. Now let's head up the ladder. We'll find the painting woman at her canvas, and talking to her has her acknowledge the pact we made with Gael. She says she is going to create a painting that will be a cold, dark, and very gentle place. But first, she must see flame. She also mentions that it will one day make someone a goodly home. This implies that she is waiting for this world to burn the rot away, so that a new painting can be created. But it also brings up how everyone moves over to the new painting once the old one is burnt. Do they all just hop out of the scrap Gael holds while holding the new painting, and then they jump into the new one? I don't know. It seems kind of weird to think about, but the devs don't really want you thinking about such minute details like that. In any case, we're ready for the boss. We'll prep Gael for later, and walk down to find a giant guy saying that he sees flame flickering again, but not enough blood has yet been shed. Then he asks for his flail, and asks what stops Friede from hearing his cries for his flail. When you talk to him, a cutscene will play, where he looks up at you and asks us to bring Friede to him, as the flame is flickering once again. It soon will surge, and he can feel it. This is because Friede is the other of the two ashes. Then a cold wind picks up behind us as she walks in. She says that he should fret not, as they have no need of his flail, as it is only the flame quivering at misguided Ash. We see that Friede has brought her scythe to do battle with us, as she tells the giant to avert his eyes. She will snuff out these ashes for good. This begins the first phase of the Sister Friede fight. This fight kicked my nuts in so hard when I first fought her. She has several moves that are basic swipes and slashes, but what will get you will be her invisibility. Whenever she goes invisible, she will either jump behind your character, prepare a strong attack, or will dash to the side. You can barely see her move before she goes invisible, which helps give an idea of which move she's doing. Be wary of a charged grab where she will slide her scythe along the ground toward you. If it connects, it will do significant damage and give frostbite build-up. Once she is defeated, a cutscene will show her blood moving toward the Lord Vessel type thing that the giant, Father Ariendel, is holding. You can see that he was avoiding watching you fight, but now that he's seen Friede dead, he freaks out, wailing in agony and smashing the Lord Vessel thing onto the ground, all the while increasing the flame within. This causes the walls of the arena to be destroyed, and leads to the fire resurrecting Friede for Phase 2. This is where Gael comes in to help, and boy do you need it. Friede and Ariendel share a health bar, but their movesets complement each other, so getting in damage can be tough on your own. Friede doesn't change much in terms of her moveset, but the accompanying Ariendel makes things much more difficult. One thing to keep an eye out for is Friede casting a spell that heals Ariendel, and when you get the riposte sound on Ariendel, as this leads to a critical strike that will take off a fair amount of their health bar. It's best to DPS Ariendel down as fast as you can, as he is a large target with attacks that are relatively easy to dodge. Gael can distract Friede while you do it, so make the most of it. Once their health bar is drained, they will both fall to the ground, but the fight isn't over yet. Oddly, you'll get a Titanite slab at the end of Phase 2, before Ariendel can be heard reciting the line we heard earlier. When the ashes are two, a flame alighteth. Thou art ash, and fire befits thee. This is said as black flame appears around Friede, and she proceeds to get up once again, and now her moveset has become much more deadly. Several of her combos have been extended, and she can now deal massive damage with her various black flame spells. The one to watch out for is her black flame moves, as they usually have strong tracking, so dodging is paramount. The thing that makes this fight easier is that Friede can be stun-locked, but she's also quick to recover, so stun-locking will usually only work for a few hits before she goes back to dodging and shoving ice up your bum. Sadly, she does just that to our boy, and we have to start the fight over. We have to go through everything again, but you won't get another slab after the second phase ends. It's really weird that they added that, but it may have been them saying, hey, we know this boss is hard, so here's something for getting pretty far against her. On our second try, we'll manage to slay her with Gael's help before getting her soul. You'll notice that two bonfires spawned in the room. One is from Friede, and the other takes you to the Ringed City DLC. The game is very adamant that you go to that DLC at some point, but we'll get there soon enough. When you leave the boss room, you can talk to the painting woman, and she will recite an adage of hers. Those who aren't kin to fire cannot paint a world. Those absorbed by fire must not paint a world. Then she says that she hasn't forgotten, and mentions her mother. If you talk to her, she says she can hear the fire crackle, and soon she will see it. She thanks you, and says that she will finish her painting. With that, we've beaten the DLC, but we'll be coming back for a post-game interaction. When you read Friede's soul, it will say that she was the first Ash to enter the painting, but that she and the good father chose rot over fire. This seems to be somewhat inconsistent with what the cutscenes of the fight showed us, as Ariendel seemed almost desperate to use the flame, but then again, this is probably being told from Friede's perspective, as she was keeping the good father under her control. You can pop the souls for resources, or you can transpose it for Friede's scythe, or the Rose of Ariendel, a flail that doubles as a miracle catalyst. We've wrapped up that DLC, so it's time for the final DLC of Dark Souls 3, and the final Dark Souls Trilogy content. Now we'll head to the Dreg Heap, through whatever bonfire you find that takes you there. We'll walk out and see a pilgrim who says that the clamoring tin can was the last, but she was wrong, implying that someone else has come through here. Then she will ask what we want from her, as she has nothing for us. She just likes to stand here and take in the view. If you tell her you have business, she will act surprised, and lament that we expect a hag in this area to have anything worthwhile. She sells a couple of basic items, but the unique item is the Split-Leaf Greatsword. It's the sword that created many Dark Souls 3 helicopter memes, which are pretty funny. Its weapon art basically spins the blade continuously, and this blocks some projectiles and can stun-lock quite well. Anyway, we'll talk to her to learn that at the close of the Age of Fire, all lands meet at the end of the earth. Great kingdoms and anemic towns will be one and the same. The great tide of human enterprise, all for naught. That's why she's taken by such a grand sight, as it must be like being a god. She'll continue by saying there is a dark hole carved out of a tree that has voices come from the cavity. Mutterings of the very demon that Prince Lorien spoke of. Horrible sounds of an afflicted thing, cursing men. This deals with the great demon that Lorien defeated that gave his weapon his flame. If you exit her menu, she'll ask that you hold on to your marbles, at least until she loses hers. With her dialogue exhausted, we'll begin making our way down. We'll notice a ghost of Gael with a small piece of his cloak blowing in the wind, near a message that says, "Take the plunge." We'll do just that, and find ourselves falling into countless piles of ash. We'll eventually run into these Merkmen summoners, who can summon large groups of crawling Merkmen to swipe at you or grab you. They have relatively low HP, but can do significant damage. The summoners can also turn into a giant ghost reminiscent of the Great Soul Dreg sorcery that will fly toward you and disappear afterwards, but we'll see that later. Just past them is a Herald Legion Knight. These bad boys are tanky and deal high damage. Their weakness is that a drop attack above them will allow you to dig your weapon into their face hole, doing significant damage, or even one-shotting them with the right weapon. We'll go back toward the first summoner we killed to attempt to grab an item on the edge. When we try, it will give out from under us, and we will fall through a window in an overturned building, reminiscent of the Grand Archives, before landing in a room with more mercmen. Be careful going for the loot here, because they have various ways to grab or attack you when you try to get their goodies. A hole in the wall will lead you down, and introduce you to one of the most mind-bafflingly cancerous enemies FromSoft has ever made. These angels are anything but. They will spam you with a massive barrage of beams doing high damage to you, and they can cause curse buildup around you if you're out of sight. Mind you, this is the version of them that was nerfed, so think of how bad it used to be. These enemies suck, but you can thankfully slay them by finding their power source. In a room just past the angel are 2 Lothric knights, but they are covered in weeds. After slapping them down, we'll deal with more mercmen as we run through a building to grab some loot. We'll make our way through an illusory wall after looting a corpse holding the staff that they use. Just after the wall will be a large group of them before the Great Soul Dreg sorcery. Thank Gwyn for the tankiness, because we probably would have died without it. On a nearby ledge, you can drop down to pick up the +3 version of the Silver Serpent Ring, boosting the ring's effects up from 20% to 35%. That will be a great help when making our way through the rest of this DLC, as it is quite soul heavy. When you drop back down and move forward, a pillar will collapse, breaking through the wall of the room with the 2 Lothric knights in it, to allow you access to another path forward. But first, it's time to kill an angel. Every angel is powered by this grotesque human thing that is hidden somewhere in the level. We'll deal with more angels and their batteries soon. We'll make our way around an edge to loot the +3 version of the Steel Protection Ring before we look around. Here you can see the castle from Harvest Valley on its side, and we'll see many other familiar areas as we continue. We'll be taking the path we just opened up to meet the NPC Lap. He sounds familiar, but we'll touch on that later. He'll explain that he can't remember his real name, so he goes by Lap. Norwegian and Swedish people may already know who this is just based off that name alone. Anyway, he says we're going to make a fabulous team. He then mentions that he's hollow, but he hasn't a clue about his past. That's why he's looking for the Purging Monument in the Ringed City, where the Pygmies reside, who found the Dark Soul at the dawn of fire. Then he'll tell us not to be mad with him if he forgets who we are, him being hollow and all. Then we'll head down the path forward before we luckily get knocked off a ledge that leads into another ash pile. Then we deal with more mercmen and Lothric knights before picking up the miracle Projected Heal, which allows you to toss a healing beacon for friends or summons that need a heal. We'll drop down to deal with more Lothric boys before looting the Lothric War Banner, which buffs attack power of those who gather under it. A lot of useful co-op stuff here. Then we'll see another message from Gael telling us to take the plunge and that we won't die. We do so, and fall into more ash before we see we're at the Earthen Peak Castle from Dark Souls 2. If you warp away and then come back, Lap will have moved to a little ledge nearby. When spoken to, he says that it's great to see us, and he knows why they call this place the Dreg Heap at the world's end, because of the various remnants from every age and land appearing here. Then he'll tell us not to mind him or worry ourselves with his talk. He just wanted to tell someone, and he's sick of old Humpty, whoever or whatever that is. Then he mentions a secret. Past this location is the remnants of a giant tower submerged in a swamp, but there's treasure deep within it. Sadly, he had no use of it, so he left it behind. He mentions that he can fetch it for us, but if it takes too long, we can grab it ourselves. A nice part of this is that he actually will retrieve the treasure for you if you reload the area a few times, but we're going to do it the proper way. We'll move forward to find another angel that will annoy us as we go for loot and find our path onward. One detail I like about this little section is that the angel will shoot at 2 hollow slaves, where one will die and the other will disappear somewhere, giving you a hint of where to go. After running over there and killing some slaves, we'll drop down to the next area as another angel begins spamming us while in a poison swamp. This DLC really throws everything at you. If you book it to the routes opposite you, you'll find the path up that leads to the human battery for the angels spamming us. After slapping it down, you're free to explore this area, and explore we shall. We'll cut down more Herald Knights and poison bugs, while looting the items around. As you explore, you'll gather more and more items from the Desert Pyromancer set from Dark Souls 2. We'll be seeing a reason for this set to be here in a little bit. Up a nearby route is the Ring of Favor +3, so we can get an even bigger boost to our health, stamina, and equip load. Just below that ring is a cave with several enemies that leads to a Titanite slab. It's nice to have this waiting for us after clearing an angel. This is the treasure that Lap mentioned, so you can return to him after grabbing it. When you return to him, he'll offer a toast and give you some Siegbräu. Then the two of you may toast to the greatest warrior there is. It's nice to see Siegbräu has survived the end of the world. After this, he goes back to his old dialogue, so you can leave. Now we'll head back up the routes from earlier, but we'll progress. This area has a few slaves supplementing Desert Pyromancer Zoe, a fairly tough opponent, that will spam pyromancies and her whip attack at you. As you can see, her combo does absurd damage, making this fight a bit of a chore. There are a few different ways to beat her, but my favorite is knocking her off the edge for being such an annoyance. We'll return to exact our vengeance before moving along this route near the other angel. You'll have to make your way past it and jump down. From here, you can go down a route to find his power source, and then you're free to explore the area, as this angel is the last one, thankfully. The other way to go has you jump down into part of the Earthen Peak Tower, just before the boss of this area. You'll be able to find Gael here, and if you've talked to Lap, he'll be available to join in the fight with the boss below, the Demon Prince. When we take the plunge, we'll be greeted by two demons, the Demon in Pain and the Demon from below. These demons make up Phase 1 of the Demon Prince fight. These two enemies will usually alternate between a charged version that has several aggressive combos and fire attacks, while the uncharged version will spew poison and will be much less aggressive. This fight can be difficult without help, but the two summons really make this easy. Both demons can be staggered for critical hits, giving you some breathing room and dealing extra damage. Once both demons are dead, the last one you killed will turn into the Demon Prince proper, and Phase 2 begins. This enemy shares many of the same movesets of the previous phase, but has additional fire and lava attacks to keep you on your toes. What makes Phase 2 interesting is that the special move in the second phase, either the Rain of Fire or the Laser Beam, is dictated by which demon you kill last in Phase 1. If you kill the Demon in Pain last, the Prince will use the Rain of Fire and other fireball attacks. If you kill the demon from below last, it will use the Laser Beam. This is a pretty cool dynamic, harkening back to the decisions made during the Ornstein and Smo fight, and is especially useful on repeat playthroughs, when you want to fight one or the other. The only problem I have with this is that the Laser Beam Demon Prince has a much more punishable special move than the Rain of Fire Prince. The Rain of Fire deals a ridiculous and usually fatal amount of damage, and is incredibly hard to dodge. The Laser Beam is almost a joke in comparison, allowing you to roll through it with ease and smack the demon while it casts it. Anyway, we'll slay the demon and learn from its soul that the demons of the first phase shared almost everything between them, even the pride of their prince, and his near-faded flame, so that the last demon standing may rekindle it. It's not official, but with the state of demons in this game and at this point, we may have killed the last demon alive with the Demon Prince's defeat. To that end, we've completed the genocide of the demons. How's that make you feel? Moving on, if you look around this area, you may recognize some structures near the bonfire, as the structure Framped would sit at in the original Firelink Shrine. And in order to progress, we'll be going down through the shrine to reach the next section of the DLC. Before doing so, we'll need the small envoy banner in the building, which describes that facing the ringed cliff will summon facilitators of transport. This also tells us that the Pygmies, who took the Dark Soul, were gifted the Ring City by Gwyn. It is found at World's End, and Gwyn's youngest daughter was left there, with the Great Lord promising he would come for her when the day came, but we know how that turned out. The themes of the end of the world will play out throughout the rest of the DLC, and especially once we hit the final area and fight of the game. Before that, we'll raise the banner and be greeted by our taxi friends that we've seen before. They'll take us to a city nestled within a giant cylindrical crag of rock before dropping us off at the first bonfire. Now we've reached the Ring City proper, and there's agony ahead. But before the pain, we'll talk to a guy near the bonfire, who asks if we serve the gods. He says that we lie, and that he knows our scheme to grab the Dark Soul. Then he says to let the lie go, and he will be an ally. He then directs us to Filianor's church at the base of the cliff. He explains that we'll find the princess there, but her slumber is a deceit, a lid and prop to keep the Dark Soul hidden away. After him, we'll engage with our first encounter in the Ring City, and it's special. A giant, more specifically a Judicator, will yell, causing dozens of Ruin Sentinel archers to spawn and rain arrows down on you. These situations are downright ridiculous. The only way to deal with these situations is to hide behind stuff in order to run past the Judicator, or their spawn spam, or to slowly whittle the Judicator's health down from afar with ranged weapons. This one in particular is especially egregious, as it can summon the army of archers, but can also summon a knight, we'll see later, that deals extremely high stagger, and can combo you to death. The best part is that the Judicators will summon these enemies, and more, over, and over, and over, and over. The enemies are endless and invincible. This is more than a challenge, this is just masochism at this point. Dealing with the Judicators is often the worst experience in the DLC, as they will spam you to death. Most of the time, you'll have to swipe them once or twice with your weapon, then run away, then repeat until you deplete their HP pool, or slowly chip them down with range attacks, or use cheese tactics. None of these options are good. If you want to make a puzzle encounter, the first Judicator is passable, but the rest are incredibly annoying and time-wasting, because they have little to no cover, and they can summon an enemy that deals dark damage through walls. We'll deal with that mess later, though. Ranting aside, this first encounter is fairly simple once you understand the timing and area. You can run up to a piece of cover, then jump down to an area out of sight of the archers, allowing safe passage up to the Judicator and the path past him. With some slow slapping, we'll manage to take out this annoyance where we can loot the area. There are still a few skeletons around, but they shouldn't be too difficult at this point. Behind the stairway you come down to face the encounter, you'll find the Ruin Set, which is the armor for the Ruin Sentinels of Dark Souls 2. Reading the description explains that they were a company of knights sent to the Ring City by an old king, but were so resoundingly crushed that they swore themselves to the Judicators. With what the Judicators can do, I believe that. Just past the first Judicator is a stairway down, where we'll run into a locust that tells us that many of us are forsaken by the fire, and he says that he speaks of his kind and our own. He says we are kindred, and we should not fear the dark, and to let the feast begin. If you continue to converse with him, he will tell you that one was a wayfaring knight on an endless, forbidden search. Only the Abyss granted closure, if not reunion with his beloved. This is most certainly Gael, as he was on a quest to help the painting woman create a new painting, but she needs a pigment. This drives him here, where we'll deal with the end of his story. But now, we must press on. You'll run into your first hollow here that will try to push you off the edge. This can be annoying, especially considering all the work some people may have gone through just to get past the Judicator. It's kind of like the final middle finger before letting you move on. Anyway, you can see the church we need to get to is just below us. So close, yet so far away. We'll get there eventually. But first, we'll make it past more hollows lying in wait before the next bonfire. From here, you'll see a locked door leading to a shortcut we'll be using later. Another path directly in front of the bonfire leads forward, and the door to the right leads to a balcony, where we can peer down on the city and see the Purging Monument needed for Lap's questline. If you've done Lap's quest, he'll be here. Talking to him has him say that it's a true blessing that we should seek the same place, and find ourselves standing together. He's got his last bit of Siegbrow, so he asks for another toast, giving you another brew. Then we'll toast to his search, our duty, and to the joy that lies before us. Afterwards, he'll say that he's off to search for the Purging Monument, and once he finds it, everything will come back to him. Who he was, what he lived for, what his name was, and what grudges he held. He feels that was the type of person he was. We'll see you later, bud. Making our way forward, we'll deal with more hollows down a hallway, and we'll be introduced to the Curse Hollow, which builds up Curse whenever we're near it. These guys should demand your attention immediately, as the Curse buildup is rather quick. At the bottom of the stairs, we'll encounter the first Ringed City Knight. This knight is the sword and shield variant, and as such, has a propensity for swiping with his sword. These knights can be very quick and highly damaging, so it's best to kill them quickly. Keeping pressure on the Sword Knights will usually make them keep their shields up, allowing you the chance to break their guard if your build supports that. We'll encounter more hollows after him, and we'll look over his hood, which explains that these items are tainted by the Abyss, and was nothing less than an attempt to reveal that which the Seal of Fire has occluded, a subtle defiance of the god's wishes. These guys are rebels to the end, and I can respect that. Further along, we'll deal with Cleric Hollows, and these enemies can be annoying if you don't have a good build against them. They can hide in their turtle shells to heal while damaging you. They can also spin toward you and spam a tracking damage spell that will appear under you whenever you stop moving. Yeah, these guys are a pain. Certain weapons will make it easy for you to slap them around, as attacking them in their turtle form will flip them on their back, allowing the chance to do some serious damage to them. What makes this particular encounter worse than the later ones is because of the Spear Knight below that has a strong shield and combo that can do significant damage. Thankfully, if you know what to do, you can clear the turtles before dealing with the Spear Knight. Exiting the building puts you on the path that is a gauntlet against several hollows of various types already seen and several Herald Knights. This area looks tough, especially with the many Herald Knights, but this can become surprisingly easy if you know how to exploit the Herald Knight's facehole weakness, like so. Simply bait them into falling down below this bridge, then enjoy the plunging attacks. If you clear the area, or are fast enough to get through the conversation, you can talk to the NPC Shira through a doorway at the top of the stairs. She will ask you the name of God, which we should know is Gwyn, and upon answering correctly, she will be glad that we remember and we can converse. She will explain that she is a servant to the Princess Filianor, and that those who are kin to God's name are kin to the terrors of the dark. She asks us not to disturb the princess' peace or rest. She then describes that the fire waneth, and the princess lies by the dark for the sake of man. Then she'll say that we have a kind heart to speak to a captive such as her. It's no surprise to her that we remembered Gwyn as God. She will then ask a kindness of us, and asks if we've heard of the lone dragon inhabiting this city. Midir is his name, and he is a descendant of the Archdragons. He once railed against the dark, but now is afflicted by it, and remains here to watch over the princess. Then she'll ask us to put him to rest, as the dark consumes him, so his vows will be forgotten. If you agree, she'll praise Gwyn, and then give us the sacred chime of Filianor. She then says she has asked us to do something terrible, and may this token of thanks aid us. It will for our miracle friends, but now we'll move on. If you go to the area across the bridge, you'll fight another Sword Knight before encountering an invasion by a Seeker of the Spurned. This NPC is identical to Alva from before, although he's been buffed. After defeating him, you'll get the Wolf Ring +3, and find the Black Witch set behind where you spawned. This set explains that it was worn by Zully the Witch, who had intentions to seduce Alva, but became his closest supporter, spending her entire life with him. The hat in particular is a symbol of heretical magical crafts, which Zully wore with an unspoken but deep sense of pride. This explains why the Alva clone is here, as Zully must have died in the Ring City, as we'll see later once we deal with our next Judicator. We'll make our way down the path, slowly slaying the various hollows down here, before reaching the bottom, where we'll see a hollow not understand how to pursue a target around a corner. Just after that, we'll reach the swamp, where more Herald Knights will spawn. They aren't infinite, but this can present a challenge to those who don't know of the facehole strategy. We'll kill the Knights before entering the swamp. This area has a lot of enemies roaming around, but a quick dash to the right will lead us to a bonfire, so we don't have to run through the Herald Gauntlet again. We'll begin exploring when we'll find the White Preacher Head, the head of the locusts we talked to earlier. It explains that these locusts were supposed to beckon men to the dark with sermons, but most of them can't think past their stomachs. Then the item does something extremely rare in the series by directly addressing the player in the third section regarding someone's restoration of the path of righteousness. Perhaps that someone is you. Did you not arise from the abyss, and did you not resist drowning in the age of fire? Locusts and men are kindred spirits. It seems we are, but that doesn't mean the locusts won't try to eat you. Around one corner of the swamp are some hollow clerics near a ladder. We'll clear them out and talk to a locust up the ladder. He will recall one person met the dark with learning, but learned his knowledge was wanting. This is speculated to be about Orbeck, and it would match him given how his questline ends. The locust then explains that the world began without knowledge, and without knowledge will it end, which is something that Orbeck's and even Big Hat Logan's questline exemplify in various ways. If you continue talking to the Locust, he will then give another tale of one poor girl who slew her kin but was embraced by the Abyss. It was a comfort that neither moon nor sunless sky afforded her before. This is most closely related to Cirrus, as she kills her grandfather and was a blade of the Dark Moon, matching up with the line about the moon and sunless sky. We'll cross the bridge in front of us and kill a few knights to make our way around to Lap's next location in a building. Talking to him has him ask how things are going, as he's been running around in circles. He can't find the Purging Monument. Since we don't know where it is, we'll tell him so, and he'll say that he spilled his thoughts after seeing us doing well. Then he tells us to forget it, like a good hollow. He will remain in this position until you find and tell him of the Purging Monument, but he will eventually hollow. I'm not 100% sure what causes his hollowing, as you can do his questline after defeating all the DLC bosses, but I think it has to deal with using the Purging Monument on yourself. As far as I can tell, Lap won't go hollow otherwise. If anyone has specific information regarding the points where he hollows, please leave them in the comments below, because I can't figure it out. On a side note, if you kill Lap, whether hollow or not, he will drop the Champion's Bones for the PvP arena mentioned in the Ariendel DLC. This only happens if you haven't been there though, so don't think there's more than one map built to get lag smacked on. Anyway, now we'll move on by dropping down to a path leading up into a building. But first, we'll drop down, as we get invaded to pick up Havel's Ring +3. We'll make our way back up to fight the invader, and this is where we meet Leto. This guy will crush you, as he deals massive poise damage, and hits like a semi-truck crushing a bunny. I don't know why I went with that specific analogy, but you get the point. If you can, it's probably best to spam ranged attacks or go for critical hits. Otherwise, you're going to have a rough time. Once defeated, he drops his hammer, which describes him as a knight of Anor Londo, and that he became a close friend to the giants and even Havel, the Rock. This can somewhat explain his invasion along the path to Havel's upgraded ring. When we jump back into the swamp, we'll make our way around to fight some locusts. The big ones have several melee attacks, with some using spells, but what you want to avoid is their grab, where they will nibble your giblets. It doesn't do too much damage, but it probably hurts. We'll be making our way along the left wall of the swamp, as there is a Judicator roaming around the area nearby. Do your best to avoid this enemy, unlike me, as I really want to kill all of these dorks for the pain they cause. This enemy is in a position where you can shoot him, but he'll summon a Leto clone and 3 sorceresses that will spam you with a tracking dark attack that lasts a while. This is one of those tedious fights where you'll probably die because of how stupid hard the guys can be to kill. Thankfully, I managed to get him to attack me without summoning, allowing me to kill him. It wasn't worth it, but at least he won't be a problem now. Around the edge where we fought the Judicator, we'll find another talking locust who mentions another woman who lived in fear of the dark, and of the things that gnawed at her flesh. This is most certainly Irina from earlier, and this makes the locust angry. He says the Abyss has yet to produce any such creature, making me wonder if Irina has simply been brainwashed, or if the locusts themselves can't see that they are similar to what gnawed at Irina's flesh. Either way, things are messed up. His next bit of dialogue talks of a knight in weighty armor who lived in fear of a delicate thing, little more than a girl. He goes on to say that where fire resides, shadows twist and shrivel, but in the Abyss, there are no shadows. This is speculated to be about Aigon, as he has a passive-aggressive attitude toward protecting Irina, but it also asks questions about their relationship, and his fear of losing her to the Abyss. Then the Locust ends the line the same as all the others. Fear not the dark, my friend, and let the feast begin. Just after him, you can find the Ringed Knight Straightsword, which explains that the early arms of men were forged in the Abyss, and for this reason, the gods cast a seal of fire upon these swords, and those who possessed them. This is interesting to note, because it gives us an idea of just how old the Ring City is, for this item to be described as one of the early arms of man. We knew it must have come during Gwyn's reign, but now it may be even further ahead in the timeline. But now let's move on. We'll deal with more locusts and a few ringed knights on the structure we need to reach to progress. After cutting them down, we'll head off to the left wall again to fight some more turtles and locusts. After clearing the area of them, you'll find a white birch tree with several young white branches to use. This is important for Lap's questline, as you will need them to reach the Purging Monument, assuming you don't have or use the Chameleon spell. Next is a room surrounded by clerics, where we find the Church Guardian Shiv. This item is a throwing weapon that uses FP to throw a tracking knife at foes. It also explains that the Guardians of the Church watch over Filionor's eternal slumber, along with the Spears of the Church, something I'll go over later. Further along the edge, you can find a mini-boss version of the Dragonslayer armor. This guy fights exactly like the Phase 1 version of his boss counterpart, but I'm grateful, as the Pilgrim Butterflies aren't here to ruin it for us. After defeating him, he'll drop the Iron Dragonslayer set. It describes that this version of the armor was defeated by us before slipping into the Abyssal Swamp, where it was possessed once again by the memory of the hunt. I really have to wonder if this armor is just blessed with life and we keep ruining its existence. I mean, this is the second time where we ruin its second hunt when we kill it. The clothes just want to kill dragons again. What's wrong with that? Anyway, this set is a fairly strong set of armor, and reasonably lighter compared to other sets. This also allows players to cosplay as the Dragonslayer armor, which I would totally do, given how OP the weapon and shield are. After him, we'll make our way back to the structure we'll need to scale to make our way forward. We'll make it past the Gneiss when we'll be greeted by the dragon that has been stalking us this entire time. This reveal is ominous and awesome, as Dark Eater Midir flies past and roars at us from afar. From the distance alone, you can really get a grasp of how huge Midir is as an enemy. One thing I mentioned in my Dark Souls 2 commentary was how Midir's introduction was the best combination of the sudden entrance of Kalameet from Dark Souls 1 versus the slow ominousness of Sin from Dark Souls 2. This is a nice blend of that, as Midir appears suddenly, but is far enough away where his entrance can't be devalued via standing still where he won't react, or by running past him when he looks where the player should be. Both Kalameet and Sin had their pros and cons for their respective entrances, but Midir comes in like a king. After opening up a shortcut to the swamp bonfire, we'll run back into the swamp. In order to reach the Purging Monument, we'll have to get a ladder to drop from an area near the bonfire. In order to do this, we'll need to use the Chameleon spell, or the white branches we found earlier. Use these in the swamp until you become a humanity from Dark Souls 1. Then walk, keyword walk, to a part of the wall that asks you to show your humanity. Watch me dance as we do it. Walking up to it as a humanity will cause a ladder to drop, which leads up to an area with a few ringed knights and another judicator. Like his brethren, he deserves to burn, but we'll get past him to go down some stairs and another ladder that will lead you to the Purging Monument. Interact with it just to be safe, but don't use it, then return to Lap to tell him where it is. If we return to him, we'll find him talking to himself, wondering why he came here, and repeatedly saying he is unbreakable. Then we can talk to him, tell him where the monument is, and he can't believe it, but knows that we wouldn't lie to him. He thanks us, and says he'll speed right on over. Then he'll say that he swears on his birth name that he is our friend, no matter what might come, or what he was. We'll be seeing him shortly. Now we'll attempt to get past Midir's first encounter. But before that, we're going to go down a path to pick up the Dragonhead Great Shield, the shield used by the Spear Knights. When we inspect it, we'll see that it mentions that the Ring Knights stood amongst the ranks who set out to slay the dragons, but their contributions were never lauded, furthering the schism between the gods of Gwyn's Age and mankind. Now let's move towards Midir. When we try to make it past him, he'll roast us. You can dodge through the initial attack, but the fire will remain, leading to a little fire damage. Thankfully, Midir has a long wind-up to his fire breath, so you should have enough time to make it around the area before he repeats his path. One detail that is cool is that you can see Midir perch on top of a mountain peak in the distance. When we make it past him, we'll enter a spiraling tower, or we'll be invaded by the Moaning Knight. This area is a bit tricky, as the staircase will fall from under you and make it harder to understand where to go. While finding a way out, you'll deal with some skeletons and the aforementioned knight. He resembles Aigon, and once defeated, you'll get the Blindfold Mask. This item increases dark attacks, but also increases dark damage taken. The description tells us that this purple creation has a resemblance to the Firekeeper's crown, but the similarity is purely cosmetic. Perhaps Aigon finds out what Irina becomes at the end of her questline, and fashions her a crown to fulfill her want to be a Firekeeper. Who knows? But the DLC has mentioned and had several enemies we've already seen before, so it doesn't seem that far-fetched for Aigon to be in the DLC, as Irina has already been mentioned as well. Anyway, we'll continue up and around until we return to the entrance, and we'll find the way forward because of Gael's cloth, or from our friend, Lap. If Lap is here, he'll be doing a familiar squat, before telling us that he now knows who he was, and he tells us to peep past the broken staircase, as there's some treasure sitting there all alone. If you haven't figured out who he is yet, I question if you're actually alive. When you walk towards the edge, a cutscene will play, showing your character get kicked down before Lap, or Patches, says that every age is tainted by the greed of men. But it's rubbish to someone like him, who is devoid of all worldly wants. He'll have a good laugh before saying that maybe it's just the way we are. Then he'll say he will stick us in his prayers. Then he gives Patch's final line of the series.
A fine dark soul to you.
Then he walks away. This small cutscene tells us a lot about Patches, especially given the reveal after how kind and thoughtful he was as Lap. As Vadi mentioned in his Prepare to Cry of Patches, maybe we've had Patches wrong this whole time. Given his worry for Greyrat and his actions when he couldn't remember who he was, perhaps he's not such a crook as we thought, and instead kills those consumed by greed. This is particularly interesting given the greed of the gods for essentially breaking nature to continue their lordship. Not to mention all the clerics we've run into throughout the trilogy that are in it for personal gain, rather than devotion to Gwyn and his age, something that probably infuriates Patches. But don't worry, we'll see him one last time before the end. If you want, you can make your way around to where Patches was to obtain Lap's set, or if you've killed him, return to the Shrine Handmaid and she'll sell it. Anyway, the pathway below allows you to move forward, where you can kill a Mimic to grab the Ring of the Evil Eye +3. We won't really be needing it much after this, because we're nearing the end of the DLC, but it's still nice to have. Eventually, we'll find a bonfire just before a bridge, where Midir will jump down to attack us in person. In order to fight Midir in his boss arena, you'll have to defeat him here. This involves wailing on him until his health gets low enough to trigger a critical attack. It can take a bit, but he has one fire-breathing attack that is very baitable and punishable, but be wary of his long combo just before the end, as he will thrash around, spraying fire and dark all over the place. The only safe spot from this is this corner near the rock in front of him. Once he falls over, you can do a critical attack that knocks him down into his boss arena below, and we'll find an elevator shortcut back up to the bonfire just after the first Judicator. From here, you can drop down onto a statue of Gwyn, bestowing a crown on a human, where you can get the Chloranthy Ring +3. On the way back up, we'll go through a hole in the wall that leads to a room with several knight statues, but one doesn't have a sword. Swiping it reveals it was an illusion, and a pathway leads down toward the entrance to Midir's arena. Before a long ladder down, you can find a Filianor's spear ornament, an item that serves as proof of the fulfillment of protecting the princess and her slumber. This is given as a covenant item for the Spears of the Church Covenant we'll see later. Just before the drop to the boss, we'll pick up the antiquated set. This describes a mission was sent to the Ring City long ago, but one of the younger missionaries elected to stay behind. He would eventually become the last recorded Spear of the Church, who we'll see later. Just after the set is Midir, but it will be locked by an impenetrable fog wall if you haven't knocked him down earlier. You can also find Shira's summon sign to help put her old friend to rest, but this summon is largely useless for a number of reasons, but we'll focus on one in particular when we drop down. Without further ado, here is the last dragon boss of the Dark Souls trilogy, Dark Eater Midir. This fight can be a tough one, as he has several moves that will catch you out if you try going for any part of his body. One attack you really want to look out for is his long combo charge. This has him breathe fire all over the place, while stamping and slashing his way around. This can do considerable damage, so it's best to run away for most of it, but run towards him near the end, as his tail can slap you when he turns at the end of it. Another move to watch out for is his grab, where he will roar and lunge at the player, dealing high damage. One intimidating feature of Midir is his Dark Beam. His beam attacks do insane damage, and are followed by an explosion wherever the laser connected. He also has one extended laser attack that is preceded by 2 jumps away from the player. If you see this happen, run as fast as you can to him, as being behind him is the safest place to be during it. This attack can reach clear across the arena, and should not be tanked. But this will usually only occur during Phase 2, which consists of moves he's done before, a Dark Explosion move where he will explode in dark energy, and another where he will summon some homing dark entities that track you. If you're lucky and do enough damage to his head, he'll stagger, allowing you to perform a critical attack that will take off almost all of his remaining health bar. You'll have to finish him off afterwards, but it is a great help with killing him. Now, I said this boss can be tough, but not that it definitively is. The reason I wouldn't say that is because of two things: head strategy and Pestilent Mist. Since Pestilent Mist does a percentage of a boss's health bar, and since Midir is massive, that spell cheapens the fight when you can cast it and keep Midir around the cloud of death. The head strategy is what I tend to use. This involves you staying directly in front of Midir's head as much as possible. This baits out his melee attacks, which are fairly easy to dodge. This makes the fight much more manageable, as it essentially keeps Midir from doing anything crazy, like his long combo charge or any dark laser move. That's not to say they won't appear though, so don't think the fight will be a cakewalk just because of either strategy. In any case, we'll slay the mighty dragon, and here is where I want to show something unique. As you can see from one of my Road to Commander episodes, shameless plug, when you defeat Midir in a later New Game Plus run, he can give over 1 million souls if you have all of the souls increasing gear on at once. This makes Midir the boss that gives the most souls out of any other boss in the trilogy. The reason I mention this is partially for the sake of showing the rewards you'll get, but also because other bosses in the DLC after him don't seem to scale as high as Midir in terms of soul increases, which I find quite odd. The final boss of the DLC, on the same run as that Midir clip, with the same gear, only gave a little under 900,000 souls when defeated. I'm not sure why Midir scales so high, but it's only a minor oddity, and not really a problem, since all of the bosses scale up pretty well on the New Game Plus runs. Getting back to our tank run, we'll inspect the Spears of the Church item that Midir dropped. It lets you toggle your involvement in the Spears of the Church Covenant at will, so Midir is a mandatory boss to beat if you want this. It also explains that when the church is compromised by a trespasser, the Judicator summons loyal spirits to eliminate the threat. I'll be going over the summoning aspect more in a moment when we move on to the next boss. For now, we'll have a gander at Midir's soul. It explains that he was a descendant of archdragons and was raised by the gods. Owing to his immortality, he was given the duty of eternally battling the dark, a duty that he would never forget, even after the gods perished. Even when the Abyss took him, he continued to fight on. If you don't choose to pop his soul, you can get the Frayed Blade, which is a weapon we'll see used in a minute, or the Old Moonlight Sorcery. The Old Moonlight Sorcery references the Moonlight Sword from previous From Software games, and acts as a projectile spell that allows an attack from a melee and ranged point. This can be useful if you are an intelligence build, and want to smack some people around with the added bonus of splashing them with a magic projectile afterwards. There's an interesting description for this sorcery, as it mentions that it was a memory of an old sword found deep within Midir. It's unclear if this is a wound or if Midir swallowed it, but it also says that it is slightly different to the one fashioned by Seath, as it may be rooted in an older memory, from not long after the beginning. That's an interesting callback to Seath, especially considering he is the first real dragon we fight in the trilogy, and Midir is the last. When you return to Shira, she'll give her thanks and will be rewarded with another Titanite slab. Then she'll tell us to continue on our journey, but not to awaken the princess, which we'll be doing soon. Anyway, we're going to make our way back down the elevator to head to the Church of Filianor. Once outside, we'll see a new Ring City Knight dual-wielding 2 greatswords. This enemy will kick your teeth in if you aren't careful. The Twin Greatswords Knight has a lot of health, and his weapon can do some serious damage to the unprepared, especially during his Flame Greatsword combo. Once killed, he'll drop the paired greatswords, which boast some good damage, but that tiny little 11 fire damage seems so weird to me. It's such a tiny number. Why is that even there? Anyway, the altar next to him is the place to increase your standing with the Spears of the Church Covenant, and after that, we'll try entering the church itself. When you get near it, Judicator Argo will speak to you, and if you're a Spear of the Church, he will tell you to turn back. He says the abyss runneth deep, and we are sworn to protect our mistress's slumber. Then he asks us if we'd forsake our covenant in violation of the king's decree. Then we'll open the big door and find the next boss of the DLC, the Spear of the Church, or Half-Light if you're offline. That's right, this boss is a reworked version of the old monk fight from Demon Souls, where it summons a player as the boss. This is a gimmick that I really wish they didn't use, because the online of these games gets extremely cancerous, because of the number of hackers and cheeses available to make the already difficult game harder on the player, not to mention lag. Bosses like this are what make me turn online off. I want to fight a boss, not a buffed player that might be cheating or lagging. If you've completed Lap's questline, and Patches is alive in the main game, You can summon patches to help you defeat the boss. This makes the fight much more manageable, but is still rather annoying on repeat playthroughs because of the requirements and challenges to get him here, as well as the boss itself. But it's nice to have a friend help us out when we need him as a final farewell. Anyway, once we enter as a Spear of the Church, Argo will say that this is foolishness to betray them. Then he says that he will bring us to justice. He will then call in a player or the backup, a painting guardian from Dark Souls 1. I managed to cut her down quickly and will engage Half-Light, Spear of the Church. This fight gets really annoying, as he has a lot of cheap stuff that aid him in combat, especially the summons that spawn and can heal him. He's got passive buffs that protect him, he can parry you, additional NPCs that can heal him, and that's on top of this healer being the backup to another player. What kind of garbage is this at the end of the last DLC for your largest series, From? Now, I don't think this fight is as atrociously bad a fight as Yorm or the Gravetender, so I wouldn't call it bad, but it is definitely the weakest boss of the DLC. Regardless, once defeated, you'll get a Titanite slab and another spear ornament for the Covenant, which is weird since we're fighting the Covenant, that we're gaining points from for that same Covenant. The flow of thoughts is convoluted here. You can refresh the boss at the Purging Monument to redo the fight if you wish, but after everything I just said, you can understand why I'm skipping out. After Half-Light, we'll go up an elevator that takes us to Filianor. If you interact with her, a cutscene will play, showing our character reach out to touch the egg thing she's holding before it crumbles before us. Then Filianor wakes up, and a light emanates from the egg, and we're transported into the next area, the End. Here we see a rotting corpse of Filianor, before the camera zooms out to show us the Desert of Ash we have come to. In the distance, we see Lothric and Anor Londo as all that is left. We've reached the end of the world, as everything has been burnt to ash. When you leave the ruins, you'll find a man crawling toward Filianor, begging for protection from the Red Hood, as he has come to eat them, to eat their dark soul. One weird thing is that if you wait near Filianor, you'll see this guy get close before he dies. It takes a bit, but it'll happen. If you go off to the right over a hill, you'll find a building where we'll be invaded by Shira, who says that she searched for us, saying we're a dark-stricken creature, and that she is the daughter of the Duke, descendant of the gods, and trusted friend to Midir. She is all at once, the honor of the gods, the glory of fire, and the fear of the dark. She will not let us go unpunished for our treachery, profanity, and shameless yearning. She will never forgive our kind, and she tries to get us to remember what a great honor it was to be a spear. She fights with a lightning arrow miracle and a giant mace thing called the Crucifix of the Mad King. She can be fairly tough, as she will swap between the two with relative ease and speed. Luckily, she can be stun-locked, so our tank cuts her down. When she is defeated, she says she would never forgive our kind. She drops the Crucifix, a Titanite slab, and the Sacred Chime of Filianor, assuming you haven't done her questline to get the slab and chime already. The Crucifix states that she once slew a mad king, but her spear could not kill him, only pinning itself to him, so she delivered them together to a dark room, where she stayed and held them close. She's literally smacking you with another person. Let that sink in. The chime also tells us that Filianor's favor knew no boundaries, which makes me wonder what she thought about the struggle between the gods and humanity, the fire and the dark. It makes me wonder if she ever could have been swayed to end her father's cursed legacy. After slaying her and returning to her door in the Ring City, we'll find the door open, which allows us to enter her chambers and loot her set. These items explain that she is very old, given that she has a rare women's piece from ancient times, and it hints that she has royal blood coursing through her veins, and with the Duke comment from earlier, you can probably guess who her dad was. Getting back to the end of the world, if you hang a left out of Filianor's chamber, you'll find another Greatsword Knight, who will continually drop Titanite chunks, and drops another slab when killed the first time. Makes him a good farming spot if you've got a weapon you want to finish up. Anyway, we're at the end, so let's fight the last boss, Slave Knight Gael. When you get close enough, a cutscene will play, showing Gael killing and feasting on dead pygmy bodies. He will then turn toward us, surprised that we're still here. Then he demands our dark soul for his lady's painting, before throwing a pygmy at us. In a lot of ways, this fight has parallels to Artorias. Both of them were fighting to protect or provide for someone else. They both are found corrupted and twisted from their former selves, and they both throw people at you. I would also argue that Gael is one of the best fights of the game and the trilogy as a whole, as his fight works similar to Artorias in that it's not just a difficult fight, but a dance. I've mentioned this before, that every good one-on-one Souls fight is an intricate dance, where the two of you are going back and forth, sometimes trading, sometimes not, where nobody gets a clear attack that'll just stomp the opponent. In other words, the two of you go back and forth, slowly chipping down each other until one of you is victorious, but nothing is cheap. Gael is one such fight, as all of his moves have fair tracking, wind-ups, and all of them give you fair warning for what is coming. This is what makes a great fight. It's difficult, but fair. And now it's more elaborate because of the new generation of technology available to the developers, and the experience of working on other bosses in a single series, where they know what players can and will do. This is one reason why I think From should invest in franchises, if only small ones. Every sequel is a chance to learn and grow within that franchise. As many problems as Dark Souls 2 has, it still experimented and tested the waters, and Dark Souls 3 was a reaction to those tests. This is one thing that I think adds to the bosses of this game in particular, because they've had a few games in the same style before that they could learn from and improve upon, giving us things like Gael. Getting to the actual fight, Gael has a consistent set of slashes and thrusts that will only get buffed after Phase 1. One of them features a long wind-up where he'll yell before throwing several strikes at you in quick succession. He also has a grab that will impale you and throw you a short distance. Once you've beaten down about a third of his health bar, he'll move into Phase 2, where he becomes hollow, a unique feature of this fight. A cutscene will play, where he falls to the ground while spitting up blood. He then realizes that this is his blood, and that it is also the blood of the Dark Soul. He returns to his former self, no longer fighting like a feral animal, but as a knight, as he stands erect, charred sword in hand, ready to fight you as a man. Now he has additional dark damage added to his weapon strikes, via his cloak swinging slightly after his sword attacks. He also has his machine gun crossbow that he'll periodically shoot at you at times. He will also throw a Way of White Corona at you, making the spell seem less bad when he uses it. Once he moans and stands still, Phase 3 will begin, adding new and extended combos to his already large palette of attacks, with my favorite being this combo, where he'll swipe and then jump above you while firing his crossbow at you mid-air. It's just beautiful to watch while fighting him, and still retains the threat of the last slave knight. At this point, lightning will appear throughout the arena randomly, and then track wherever his dark skulls land on the ground. He also has a rare attack in this phase where he will disappear and reappear behind the player using a summon sign similar to online functions. A neat little detail that connects Gael to the player a little more. Once defeated, you will gain his soul and the blood of the Dark Soul. When you inspect his soul, it strangely resembles Manus' soul from Dark Souls 1. His description says that Gael sought the Dark Soul as pigment for the painted world, but that it would likely ruin him. He had little hope of a safe return. This gives us some context to his position at that time in the world, as he left us clues on where to go up until we found Filianor. After that, it was already too late, and he had lost his mind searching for something already inside him. He had already completed his search for the perfect pigment for his lady, but it was the end for him. When you transpose his soul, you can get the repeating crossbow or his sword. The crossbow details that it was used in the battles of an endless journey, and was covered with twists and dinks, rusted with blood, and made extremely brittle from overuse. This crossbow acts just like Gael's during the fight, but its damage is very low. Even after a buff, it is still the weakest crossbow, which I think is a real shame, since it's a cool concept, and frankly, should have been buffed more. It's literally one of the few endgame weapons, so at least make it decent. Gael's sword gives us a better description of the man wielding it, as it is described as the only weapon that he kept with him from beginning to end. It goes on. Originally an executioner's sword made for decapitation, this blade is heavily chipped and stained with the blood of countless battles. This gives us some insight into Gael's past, as he either was or knew an executioner, and this was his favored weapon, as no matter how chipped and damaged it became, he never replaced it. But now we'll look at the blood of the Dark Soul, which explains that Gael found the Pygmy Lords, but discovered that their blood had dried long ago, so he consumed the Dark Soul. It also mentions that this blood seeped from a hole within Gael, making it a fitting end to the game, as Gael went hollow, but that emptiness can now be used to create something new, and with that, we've got one last thing to do. When you return to Ariendel after all of this, you will find it ablaze. The fire has spread, and I'm sure the woman can see it now. We'll head up the ladder to talk to the lady. If you talk to her before giving her the Dark Soul, she will tell us that our gift of flame has taken root, and that Uncle Gael will soon bring the pigment. If you continue talking, she will ask aloud if Gael ever found it. Once you give her the Dark Soul, she will thank you, and says that she'll name the painting after us. If you tell her your name, she will name the painting that, and it will be a cold, dark, and very gentle place. One day, it will make someone a goodly home. If you talk to her again, she will wonder when Gael will come home. Then she says that she hopes that the new painting will to him be a gentle home. From just has to make you go and feel bad about everything, don't they? If you continue talking to her, she'll say that she assuredly will finish the painting, and now our task, and Gael's, is complete. And with that, we'll settle down next to our best girl and rest, knowing that we may have seen the end of one world, but also the beginning of another. Quite a send-off, isn't it? But now that we're done with the walkthrough portion, let's get to the analysis. This will be similar to my previous analysis section in my Dying Light commentary, but this will be a bit extended given that this is the last Dark Souls game, as well as the last Souls game I plan to cover. We'll be going over these different topics in the following order: atmosphere, lore, mechanics, art, comparisons, and finally, the conclusion. The atmosphere section will detail the level design, interconnectivity, the artistic value of said levels in context of the game and the series, and we'll be talking about the music as well. The lore section will cover the actual lore of the game, as well as a discussion of the plot and the various quest lines and characters within it. The mechanics section will, obviously, talk about various mechanical aspects of the game, including the combat, healing, changed and returning mechanics, as well as the boss fights and quality of life changes. The art section will be just that, where we look at the various visuals designs of anything I feel like talking about, as well as a discussion on the performance of the game and how these two things play into each other. The comparisons section will be a retrospective of all the previous sections mentioned, but will be streamlined to incorporate Dark Souls 1 and 2 into the conversation more thoroughly. This section will end off with some basic points I want to make about which game I think did X better or worse, and why. Basically, just a small comparison game to end that section that will get a lot of opinions of mine out of the way regarding various aspects of the series. Finally, the conclusion will give my overall opinion on Dark Souls 3, as well as some food for thought. But with all of that out of the way, let's jump in. What better way to start off than to look at what's around us? The level design of the Souls games have always been an interesting point of conversation, both in terms of how they function and how they fit into the world. Many praise the series for having varied levels that span many different environments, from grand castles to frozen wastelands to fiery hellscapes and, From's favorite, poison swamps. Dark Souls 3 continues the diversity of environments that the previous games had, and I think these levels are par for the course when it comes to From Software level design. That's not to say they're generic, but rather that they continue to have a wide variety of areas that you'll visit on your journey to beat the game. The levels themselves will usually feature the cornerstones of several From levels from the past, that being several side passages, looping paths, and shortcuts to help you reach the boss, or the way forward. One of the most prominent locations of shortcuts is the Grand Archives, as you have ladders, sliding bookcases, and elevators all over the place that can help with traversing the Tower of Wax. There are very few areas that don't have some kind of shortcut, which I consider to be a good thing, but this is a part of a problem that some people have had with this game. The other part is quite obvious if you've seen any Dark Souls 3 discussion online. Dark Souls 3 loves bonfires, or at least people say it does. Dark Souls 1 had 43 bonfires, Dark Souls 2 had 77, and Dark Souls 3 also has 77. The bonfire count of Dark Souls 3 is one criticism that some people have leveled at the game, saying that there are so many bonfires that you don't really have to worry about running out of resources before getting to the next checkpoint. This would bring down the difficulty, surely. Except that areas between bonfires have several enemies and encounters to deal with before reaching a shortcut or checkpoint, just like the other games. I don't think this is as much a Dark Souls 3 problem as much as it is a perception problem. A problem that I think came about after Dark Souls 2. DS2 had bonfires all over the place, but durability was significantly decreased for weapons and armor, making people's resources more finite than the first game, even with the extra bonfires, so some people were expecting Dark Souls 3 to carry on this punishing system. Dark Souls 3's durability is barely an issue for players, however, given the complaints about durability being extremely low in its prequel, so durability was buffed, but the number of bonfires remained. I'm sure this was because most people like being able to warp wherever they need to go, and having more checkpoints allows for more precise and easier travel. This is where the perception kicks in that the game isn't as hard because of the bonfire placement. That is one reason, but not the only reason, why people complained about the bonfire number in Dark Souls 3. Another far more understandable reason may be because of the number of bonfires that don't need to be there. Take the Dragonslayer armor and the Grand Archives bonfires, for example. We don't need both bonfires, as they are within sight of each other, there are no enemies or encounters in between them, and they're 50 meters apart. Having the Grand Archives bonfire on its own would be enough, given that it leads to a new area, so taking out the Dragonslayer bonfire would have been preferable. A few more examples of useless bonfires would be the bonfire between Wolnir and the Irithyll Bridge, the bonfire just after the Dancer that leads into Lothric Castle, the bonfire just before the Crystal Sage, the first bonfire on the Undead Settlement, as well as a few others. Now, do these bonfires existing affect the difficulty of the areas they're in? Rarely, but some don't even have enemies to fight on the way to the next bonfire, so I really don't consider these an issue given that there isn't a challenge to deal with regardless. If you were to take out every other bonfire you run into while playing, that would drastically affect the difficulty of the game. In any case, people complaining about the bonfire placement have some legitimate reasons why they don't like it, but there's also an argument to be made that some people take it farther than necessary. We don't need bonfires all over the place, for sure, but we don't need one bonfire for every area either. There's a balance to strike, and From seems to have decided that they'd rather have more than they need, which I can't fault them for. Getting back to the level discussion, I wanted to bring something up that was in a comment of my Dark Souls 2 commentary. One unique feature that was toyed with in the previous installments was the idea of reusing areas. This includes Darkroot Garden being reused in the DLC of Dark Souls 1, the Memory of the Giants basically being parts of the Forest of Fallen Giants in Dark Souls 2, and then there's the untended graves leading to the Dark Firelink Shrine in this game. This is nothing new for the series as a whole, and I don't consider any of these things to be an issue. What many people see as an issue is reusing areas from the other games, namely Anor Londo, as a cheap reference. This is an argument I heavily disagree with, as there are suitable reasons why Anor Londo and other areas are featured in Dark Souls 3, with this one mainly being one of the structures where one of the old gods, Gwyndolin, was devoured by Aldrich. This is a part of Dark Souls 3's story, and as such, it implies that Lordran continued to exist in some way, but new kingdoms were built around, or even on top of it. Events took place involving all the characters that don't need to be killed to link the fire in the original story. Naturally, they may appear later, such as what we see when we fight Aldrich, and we see he's part Gwyndolin. There is a narrative reason for this to be the way it is. Is it a way to give players a nostalgia trip? Absolutely, but that doesn't mean it was poorly executed. Another area that appears, although not completely duplicated, was Earthen Peak in the Ring City DLC. The tower had fallen into the swamp, and we learned that the Dreg Heap is found at the end of the world, where everything is blending together. Civilizations are literally smashing together at this point, which sounds ridiculous, but it is contextualized in a way that fits within the story of the DLC. I mean, it's not the craziest thing in the Souls series to think that civilizations would smash together during the end times. Anyway, these areas that reappear aren't just here for nothing. They serve a purpose for the story, the lore, or as an example for the situation the world is in, and I think those are perfectly legitimate reasons to mention or reuse an old area. Now that we've talked about the levels and some of the criticisms they've had, let's talk about the world itself and its interconnectivity. The concept of a world being vast but interconnected wasn't created by Dark Souls 1, but the world they managed to create was quite impressive given how it all fit together. Dark Souls 2 was a noticeable step back in terms of level-to-level interconnectivity, with only a few connecting pathways or branching paths that ultimately ended in dead ends over and over again. Dark Souls 3's interconnectivity was an improvement over Dark Souls 2's world, but not by much. Everything slots into place based on where you are and what you can see, but there isn't much else to stick the levels together besides that. As you can see, this map is much more linear than previous Souls games, with an obvious main path to reach most of the areas in the game, with a few side paths here and there. The levels themselves have returned to the normal interconnected, shortcut-filled levels that we love, but the world has clearly been laid out with a specific route of progression in mind. It's not necessarily a bad idea to run with this progression of levels, but it is sad to think about the team making this when they created something like Dark Souls and later Elden Ring. Given that you have a relatively straightforward path, you can take alternative routes to reach certain areas if you want to skip something for now, or get specific items from one of the late game areas, like the Dragon Slayer Great Axe to pancake zap your foes. The only problem with the linear nature of this is that you usually only have one optional path to explore once you reach a branching area, as most of the levels are mandatory to reach each Lord of Cinder to complete the game. I really wish you could kill Lothric before the other lords, though. I really hate how he's locked off until you killed the other 3 Lords of Cinder. We have to kill all of them anyway, so why restrict it, you know? As you can see from the graph, you have a relatively simple road to walk. You'll start in the Untending Graves, then make your way to the Shrine, then warp to the High Wall, then go to the Undead Settlement, then the Road of Sacrifices, then Farron Keep or the Cathedral of the Deep, but both are mandatory, so I usually go to the Cathedral first. Then the Catacombs, then Irithyll, if you have the doll. Then it opens up a bit, so you can choose to go to Anor Londo for Aldrich, or Irithyll Dungeon, and then the Profaned Capital for Yorm. Either way, both will be defeated, and you'll be warped back to the High Wall, and then you'll go through Lothric Castle to the Grand Archives to defeat the Twin Princes. Then you'll return to the Shrine to reach the kiln before ending the game. There aren't many optional areas, but it is nice that you can find several valuable items in them, like Estus and Bone Shards, Titanite Slabs, and unique items like the Coiled Sword Fragment. Not to mention the optional bosses of Osiris, Emo Gundyr, Drop Attack, and the Nameless Chad. It helps each area feel a little more useful and helpful, especially when you reach an area like Archdragon Peak, when it gives a lot of upgrade materials and souls, along with one of the best fights in the game. Now let's discuss the music of the game. The soundtrack of the Dark Souls series, and From's work in general, always have an over-the-top nature to them. This emphasizes the obstacles the players face when dealing with each encounter, or more specifically, when facing a boss. While I enjoy all 3 of the Dark Souls soundtracks, Dark Souls 3 has a special place in my heart. Part of this is because it features a large assortment of pieces from different composers throughout the series, but also because of the way the soundtrack sings. Several tracks feature a melody that enforces the vibe of the situation, or helps build the tension with something rhythmic. Good examples of these would be the Dancer and Vordt's themes. The Dancer of the Boreal Valley has a very graceful, elegant sound to it, evoking a twisted beauty or purpose. Vordt's piece features very grand and dramatic melodies, but his second phase begins, and we get the quintessential Dark Souls choir we all know and love. These 2 tracks embody the basis of several songs, either in the sweeping melody of emotion or the rhythm of battle, but that doesn't mean every track sounds the same. One problem I had with the Dark Souls 2 soundtrack was that it began to sound the same after a while, which I don't blame the composer for. They start blending together because nothing really stands out about some of the tracks apart from the melodies. They don't feature a certain instrument's performance like the strings in the Iron Golem theme, the vocals in the Gwendolyn theme, or the piano in Gwyn's theme. Having to come up with almost 40 tracks for individual bosses, as well as the other music needed, would certainly stretch their ideas thin, and it shows in that soundtrack. However, I think Dark Souls 3 has a great soundtrack overall, with several of them evoking a vibe based on the boss they accompany. The deep rumbling of Wolnir, the quiet elegance of Sulyvahn, the play on Gwendolyn's theme for Aldrich's consumption of him, the grandiosity of the Nameless King, and the nostalgic references to where they come from within the second phases of the old Demon King, and the Soul of Cinder. A lot of the success of this soundtrack, in my mind, comes from what they learned by listening to the other soundtracks and how they tied the old with the new. One aspect of the soundtrack to the original that I didn't like was how several songs didn't have any significant shifts in the overall sound as each track went on. There were exceptions, but many tracks follow a basic song structure of a main melody, a reprieve, a main melody, a bridge, then a main melody again. The exceptions were usually found in the bosses with multiple phases that had real differences to them, like Ornstein and Smo, where a massive shift in the fight happens and the soundtrack enhances that change. This inadvertently created a problem for Dark Souls 2, where a lot of the soundtrack pieces were trying to sound like Ornstein and Smo's piece, but it blends together when there are so many tracks that sound the same. By comparison, Dark Souls 3's music often shifts to new melodies and rhythms during the second and third phase sections of the pieces, but since each piece has an identity already, either through the main instrument or the melody or rhythm created by it, this enhances each track on an individual basis without overshadowing the other tracks. Some tracks don't even feature a real second phase piece, but reach a grand finale. The Nameless King's piece is a fantastic example of this. You've been hearing these grand themes through strings and choirs, with a few horns every now and then, until the final 30 seconds, where we get a crescendo of all of them emphasizing a final theme before it ends. As previously mentioned, many of the tracks are multi-layered with various sub-tracks within them, since every boss features multiple phases, so the music would have to enhance that. This tends to increase as you get further into the soundtrack, especially during the DLC pieces, as those bosses often feature 3 phases. The simplest example that I've already shown before is the transition from Vordt's Phase 1 to Phase 2. The ha 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 ha, setting up a clearly different phase from earlier. The 3-phase bosses tend to do something similar, but not to such an extreme degree. Sister Friede's piece begins with an ominous piano with vocal accompaniment for Phase 1. Phase 2 brings in a full choir and orchestra. With the final phase continuing the layered nature of the fight through callbacks in the piece referencing Phase 1 as it reaches its end. Gael's piece is the second longest boss theme of the game, after the Soul of Cinder and its Plin Plin Plons. Given his nature as the final Souls boss of both the game and the franchise, it makes sense that they would give him some special attention. His first phase gives a sense of awe and reverence for the warrior who survived to the end of the world. The second phase begins with a brief pause before kicking things into a high gear as Gael remembers who he is and begins to fight like a knight. This leads into the third phase with a gradual crescendo compiling all the pieces of his track until you strike the final blow. Overall, I think the soundtrack of this game does a wonderful job of setting the mood, and it helps that it plays a little on the nostalgia for certain boss themes, referencing the past that involved them. Gwendolyn's theme being twisted because Aldrich consumed him, the old Demon King's piece featuring a similar section from the Bed of Chaos theme, and the famous Plin Plin Plon used when the Soul of Cinder reaches as far back into its memory and finds only Gwyn left to call upon. I think each track stands on its own very well, and even the weaker tracks aren't too similar to each other, so everything has its own identity. Several of my favorites are the Dark Souls 3 menu theme, the boss pieces for Vordt, the Nameless King, the Soul of Cinder, Meteor, and Gael, and the epilogue played during the credits. If you finished it with the Soul of Cinder or with Gael, I think the music gives a great send-off in one way or another. Now let's talk lore. First off, we'll go over the basic plot of the game. The linking of the fire has become so commonplace that entire kingdoms are built to maintain it, resulting in the kingdom of Lothric, and past linkers of fire being resurrected to link it again out of desperation. The heir to linking the fire, Prince Lothric himself, decides that he doesn't want to link the fire, so he doesn't, and other lords arise from their graves, but they too shirk their duty. After some time has passed, the player character wakes up and makes it to Firelink Shrine, learning from the Firekeeper that we must link the fire, but only one of the 5 lords necessary to link it has returned to the shrine. Then the player character makes their way through the world, slaying the Lords of Cinder. The Abyss Watchers, Yorm the Giant, and Aldrich the Devourer are all slain, allowing access to Prince Lothric in his room at the top of Lothric Castle. The player fights their way up to him, slays him, and uses all of the ashes of the lords collected to allow the Firekeeper to transport us to the kiln of the First Flame. Once there, we fight the Soul of Cinder, an amalgamation of all of the previous linkers of the fire, where we slay it and make our decision for one of the endings. Canonically, we link the fire, and the cycle begins anew. However, the player makes their way into a painting after meeting Slave Knight Gael. We learn that Irithyll needs fire to allow Gael's lady to paint a new painted world, and give its occupants a new home. In order to do this, she needs a pigment which Gael is searching for. An untold amount of time passes, but the world is falling apart after linking the fire so many times. We follow Gael's trail to the Ring City, the last bastion of the gods and their creation. We eventually make it to Princess Filianor, who awakens at our visit, where we find ourselves at the end of the Dark Souls world. The world is covered in ash for as far as the eye can see, with only the castles of former lords left standing. We find Gael, still alive after all this time, feasting on the blood of the pygmies. He is searching for the Dark Soul, but has gone mad, blinding him to the fact that he has it inside him. The player defeats Gael in combat, gaining the Dark Soul for themselves. They return it to the painter and find Irithyll on fire, signaling the time to paint a new world. The player gives the woman the Dark Soul as her pigment, and she promises to make a cold, dark, and very gentle place that will make a goodly home. So, this story is obviously more involved than the previous ones, as the story of Dark Souls 1 and 2 both retain the same themes of kingdoms that have fallen to ruin through their monarch's error. These events lead to the player taking over in order to link the fire in one way or another. Dark Souls 3's story serves one purpose that is expected, but another that the other 2 games don't. The first is the tradition of linking the fire. We see that it has become common for those with the strength to link the fire are expected, conditioned, and even bred for the task. This results in one such person eventually saying, "Nah, I'ma chill in my bed, let the fire burn out." From the beginning, this game is already trying to give you a sense that the fire shouldn't be linked, and that those who do link it are not going to do it again. The resistance against the linking of the fire has grown to the point where former linkers no longer are willing to partake in it, giving the players something to think about as they hunt down the Lords of Cinder to continue the gods' creation. The other purpose the story serves is to end the trilogy in some way. Some can view 3 of the 4 endings as the end of the trilogy on their own, resulting in the end of fire as we know it, the taking of fire for oneself, or usurpation of the fire to allow the rise of Londor and its hollows. Each ending has its own gravitas to it, considering that they each end with a major change to the world that we haven't seen before. No matter what ending you pick, the fire of Gwyn eventually burns out. Even if you link it, everything is eventually turned to a sea of ash, and the only hope of escaping this world is through the painting of a new one. Abandoning the world the fire destroyed may not be the happiest ending, but it certainly gives an interesting finale to think about, and does give a sense of closure to this whole Dark Souls storyline. It began with Gwyn's creation, and it's only fitting that it end with the fire finally burning out. Since the DLCs act as if the fire has gone on until there's nothing left to burn, I think it's safe to say that, canonically, the painting is the player's new home, once the new painting is complete. This drives home the main theme of all the games. Every fire eventually fades, and nothing you can do will stop it. Even the mighty Gwyn's creation would fade, as would his memory and legacy, with nothing but an ashen world to show for it. I really like the way Dark Souls 3 handled its endings, and I think this is something special that we should cherish as Dark Souls fans. This is sacred in a way, because we won't get this from the developers again. Given their track record of doing new IPs whenever they can, the Dark Souls trilogy is the only story they really got to develop as fully as they could. In a way, this makes the Dark Souls trilogy a special thing amongst their works, if nothing else for the simple story they told throughout the 3 games. Whether well executed or not, they are all some of the most interesting stories to be used in video games, and I'm happy that they were able to end this story here. Now that we've talked about the overarching story, let's look at some of the characters we meet in the game. There are quite a few involved here, as the developers definitely tried to cram in as many NPCs as possible to fit different purposes, as well as to be references to their past works in the franchise. One thing to highlight is that I enjoy what the game has the characters connect to in the world. It was tragic seeing a man abandon his oaths to become something he could never be. It was a lesson, watching someone learn all they could, but it was never enough to satisfy them. It was bittersweet, seeing a jolly onion fulfill a promise to his friend, even if it cost him his life. And it was heartbreaking to see another unkindled like us, trying to avenge those they lost, but ultimately losing everything else to them along the way. The Souls series love their tragedies, and this game has no shortage of that. As previously mentioned, every Lord of Cinder has an NPC tied to them in some way, usually resulting in help for a boss, but then a confrontation with the realities of their situations afterwards. Whether it be Hawkwood to the Abyss Watchers, Orbeck to the Twin Princes, Sigurd to Yorm, or Henri to Aldrich, their lives and deaths ultimately allowed you to reach your goal and achieve your ambitions. Others are just keen to help you along because they owe you, like Carla, or are trying to help others like Greyrat. Some still are here because of a purpose that remains incomplete, but their determination and belief help them remain dutiful, purposeful, and unbreakable. These things help build each of these characters up, before we ultimately lose them all, in one way or another. Even those we kill have motivations that come out of understandable circumstances. Someone born and bred to burn resists, because they've learned what happens to those who obey. Someone killing those they swore to protect, even as they see it as protection from us. Idolization and obsession with improvement, that it makes one go mad. In my opinion, the game does a great job when it comes to blending the new with the old. It takes familiar concepts and characters and turns them on their head to give us a new insight into them, or it develops a personal relationship we can root for or understand is deeper than what we see at first glance. Some even challenge our view, showing us a new way to look at things, or are reminders of what exploration into the darkest depths can lead to, whether intentional or not. A lot of these questlines and characters have made me sit and think about things, and I believe they've done the same for millions of other players. I'd say that is a sign of great characters, even if some of them have to kick us around a bit before we understand them. Given all that praise, there are several other characters that don't do much besides help us along and give some basic lore here and there. Andre, the Handmaid, even Cornix and Carla solely exist to allow you to use new spells or to upgrade or sell gear. They don't really have quests so much as meeting them, getting some details about them or the items we bring them, and then it's all up to mechanical purposes they were given after that. It's such a shame seeing so many characters before going through the quest lines and actions that they do, but the ones I just mentioned are almost there for a mechanical purpose, and that's it. They might have some interesting dialogue here and there, but they ultimately perform a function more than tell a story, which I think could have and even should have been made for them. Everyone that sells stuff drops ashes upon death, so there were plenty of opportunities to create quests for the rest of them. Since all the dead ones will drop something we can give to the immortal handmaid, it's not like we'd be locked out of content after doing a questline with them. They could just put it behind an unblock wall where we give them certain items to progress their quests, like with Orbeck, until they die or their questline ends. And they don't even have to die. I just wish From did more with some of the other NPCs we meet in the game. Now let's discuss the reason we play these games: the combat. Like what came before, Dark Souls 3 revolves around combat with dedicated animations to actions, meaning you need to pick and choose what moves to do carefully, otherwise you'll be caught out and punished for it. This game in particular has expanded the combat by incorporating many more opportunities for unique attacks and critical hits, whether by weapon art or stance break. This game also took inspiration from Bloodborne, as it uses a similar, if not identical, engine as that game, and features a more aggressive and faster pace to the combat, which is partially owed to the next generation of consoles, allowing for higher frame rates. This makes the adjustment to the game take a bit longer for those who didn't play Bloodborne in between Dark Souls 2 and 3. While Demon Souls basically trains you to play Dark Souls, and that trains you to play Dark Souls 2, Bloodborne will help better prepare you for Dark Souls 3, as the previous entries in the Souls series don't have the same aggro nature to them as Bloodborne or Dark Souls 3. This is one reason why the difficulty spike may seem rather harsh in this game compared to the others, since most people who have played Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3 haven't played Bloodborne, either because of the exclusivity of it, or just for a lack of interest. This can create several problems when jumping in for the first time, especially whenever From has a game come out between games that are Dark Souls-ish in nature. Jumping from Dark Souls 2 to 3, without playing Bloodborne, can be a strange jump, as well as jumping from Dark Souls 3 to Elden Ring, since Sekiro was so different from the other games made by From Software. From always seemed to take ideas from predecessors within and outside of the medieval fantasy RPG that they're known for, which can result in some sharp spikes in difficulty or changes to those who focus on the medieval fantasy RPGs exclusively. Personally, I would play all their games, as I think they're interesting and create cool challenges, but I'm usually turned off to the games via console exclusivity or bad PC ports. However, this is just a personal problem, so these issues won't be for everyone when jumping into certain games. If you skip over a game, you might not be as familiar with some mechanics as you'd like when you get into the next project, as there is a lot of rollover between From's projects in general, in one way or another. As I mentioned earlier, Dark Souls 3 is more aggressive than previous games in the series, but this is mainly owed to the speed of combat. This is an overall faster and more fluid game than its predecessors, as you can see when fighting enemies. Attacks and actions are faster, and there's a new flow to using items and actions, especially noticeable as you can move while using the items, similar to Bloodborne. This faster pace opens several doors for more difficult encounters that test reaction time, just as much as strategy. This essentially breathes new life into the series finale. This game has a similar feel to Dark Souls-style combat, but adds a new aggressive layer of speed to it from Bloodborne. This is something that I think would have created an interesting arc for the series if From had created different IPs in between each Souls game. As many people know, the development of Bloodborne and Dark Souls 2 ran parallel to each other, but thinking about everything that Dark Souls 3 got from Bloodborne, it would have been interesting to see if they had finished Bloodborne before development of Dark Souls 2 began. This could have led to some interesting results when you have the full team to work on a project instead of splitting it. That's a conversation that brings up many questions regarding each game in the series, as well as how From evolves their games after each release, but we'll delve into this a bit later. Now let's get into some specific things relating to the combat. First off, you may have noticed how I've complained about extended combos throughout the video. This is something that becomes very apparent when dealing with certain spastic regular enemies, like the large Corvians, or even bosses, such as Sister Friede. One problem I have with this is how one mistake can sometimes cause you to get octuple tapped by a combo that goes on forever. Now, you can still dodge around and away from these combos, so they aren't impossible to deal with by any means, but they do have an adverse effect on the combat in a way I haven't seen people really talk about. In short, they prolong the fight, and that's it. When developing any part of combat in a video game, you have to think about what is functionally happening whenever you implement an idea, especially from the player's point of view. This is something of a problem for From Software in general, as they tend to have the same type of combat and encounters throughout most of their games, especially in the Souls series. Not to say the combat is bad, but taking something like a 3-hit combo and extending it to 5, 7, 10, or more hits doesn't actually make the experience any better, it just extends the time that you have to dodge. On a literal level, it just makes things take longer. This is one of my chief problems with Elden Ring, as several enemies and bosses have elongated combos that go on for so long that every opening you get is 20 attacks apart, or 20 seconds apart. I'm being hyperbolic, of course, but you get my point. It doesn't act like a back and forth like you would get from a fight in the previous games. It acts more like a rhythm game, where you just have to hit the right notes or buttons in a specific sequence to win. This is something that ultimately undermines the enjoyment of a fight if you make the combos too long. There's no perfect amount of hits a combo can have, since I think it ultimately boils down to the enemy you're facing, and what other moves they have as well, so this isn't a criticism of combos in general, more of a criticism of extending fights in a simple and boring way. When you break this down, this is a similar problem to bosses that have too much health, as they both extend the fight in a very simplistic way. As an example of a similar problem, if you play a shooter like the original Modern Warfare trilogy, you'll notice several things about the combat and how it flows together. The games involve the same running and gunning for the majority of your playtime. If you played it for 3 to 4 hours doing this same thing, it would get boring and tedious after a while. The way they shake things up is through having missions where you don't just run and gun. Take the Cliffhanger mission from Modern Warfare 2. As opposed to running and gunning, you have to make your way through an enemy base using stealth to your advantage. This takes the already existing mechanics and uses them in a new light, given how you want to remain unseen. This makes you pick and choose your targets carefully, since wildly spraying bullets everywhere will blow your cover. This is taken to its extreme in missions where you are providing aerial support from a gunship, where you're now playing through a scenario that is very different than what came before. This keeps you interested to see what's coming next and breaks up any monotony on subsequent playthroughs. A fantastic example of a game slowly developing the combat as it goes is Doom Eternal. It continuously throws new weapons and enemies at you as you progress through the game, keeping everything fresh. Even though the same basic idea of use gun to shoot thing is still present, the way you do it is constantly changing and adapting to what you're dealing with. Certain enemies are weaker to certain types of weapons, so you'll use a plasma weapon against enemies with a plasma weakness, and then that gets amped up when you get the beefy plasma weapon later on. This functions with all of the weapons involved, slowly building up the enemy army and your arsenal, so by the end, you've demonstrated proficiency in understanding your enemies, their weaknesses, your strengths, and the best way to tackle each scenario. Getting back to the Souls series, some might say that I'm advocating for more gimmick enemies and bosses, as those tend to stand out from the rest. I'm not saying that. I'm asking that they do something new with each enemy or boss instead of extending a combo I'm already going to dodge anyway. But there's also the difficulty angle to this series specifically, so let's address it. Does it make it harder if the combo is longer? Sure it does, but does it make the fight more engaging? If we had an enemy that had one long wind-up to a 100-move combo that looks amazing while performing it, would that fight be good? Personally, I think it would be trash, and hopefully you can understand why I'd think that. Before we move on, I'd like to briefly talk about another thing that has annoyed me throughout From's catalog that never seems to get fixed. Blocking status effects. In my humble opinion, certain status effects should not trigger if you're blocking. This is one of the most basic and stupid things the series never seems to fix or even wants to address. A prime example is blood loss. If I raise my shield, which blocks 100% of physical damage, and I get hit by a weapon that has bleed on it, should I not avoid taking the bleed damage, since, it didn't damage me, and shields don't bleed? The developers are perfectly capable of designing a system where bleed can get through if your shield doesn't block 100% physical damage. Or if the weapon bleed is on, can get past shields like a scythe, but we never get an interesting development on that. It's always the same garbage game after game. Is this really the best you got from software? You don't even have to completely mitigate the status effect either. Just have it be reduced by one of the block values. Like my example before, if the shield blocks 90% of physical damage, I should take 10% of the bleed amount the weapon deals. You could have tied every status effect to a certain block value. Magic could be tied to frost resistance, bleed to physical, poison could also be tied to physical. There are options to make things more dynamic, but they don't seem to care about that as much as making enemies stronger by whatever means necessary. With the combat out of the way, let's talk about healing. The healing mechanics have always been a bit of a back-breaking experience in this franchise. Demon's Souls was hard, until you had a million grass to eat. Dark Souls 1 struck a good balance with your Estus flasks, usually coming in short supply, but you could adapt and improve your resources as you went. Dark Souls 2 was hard, until you found 100 cheap life gems. So, how does Dark Souls 3 deal with healing by comparison? Personally, I think it's the most unique game in the series when it comes to its healing. Unlike Demon's Souls and Dark Souls 2, it doesn't feature an overly abundant amount of farmable or buyable healing items just ready for the taking. Neither did it return to the Estus chunks approach of the original. It had a nice slow increase of your resources as you found each Estus and Bone Shard. I think this slow build-up of resources helps keep the player in an explorative mind, as looking around allows you to heal more in one way or another. This game also introduced a deeper healing system because of all the options available through miracles, now that focus points have returned. Along with the abundance of other things you can use to heal, such as regen items, items that give health or FP back per kill or action, and miracles, I think this game's healing may be the most interesting of the series. You have to make an active choice depending on your build. Do I use Estus or FP to heal? Maybe a bit of both with some help from a sword that gives FP back per kill, or maybe an item that gives health back every kill. These options are part of the reason why we love these games. The game gives us the freedom to choose how to deal with its challenges, and now that freedom has given us quite a load of options to consider. The combinations between rings, infusions, gear, and the different Estus types really open up the possibilities for health restoration. Now, how does this blend with the difficulty? I think it blends well, especially given how aggressive the enemy's endgame is. Several balancing factors are used to keep everything in line, so you get help, but not too much help. Take regenerating items like certain shields or infused blessed weapons. Blessed infusions significantly weaken weapons in question, while shields usually take a defense loss because of the health regen, so there's always a price to pay for that health you'll gain. Moving on to items, the rings that restore health through critical attacks and by kills demand that you engage in combat, so the risk and reward nature of the series remains the same there. Moving on to more specific items like the Sun Princess ring, this is probably the most reward for the least risk, but it is still featured after one of the main bosses, so I consider it a just reward for defeating Aldrich. Its health regen isn't crazy, and you lose a ring slot, but it's nowhere near as risky as infusions or open combat. One thing that can make survivability easier is having a shield and weapon infused to allow regeneration of both HP and FP. This combination takes a while to create, as you need to get the Sage's Coal before the Abyss Watchers, and the Giant's Coal just before Aldrich, to allow infusions for the regeneration of HP and FP, respectively. Although it takes a bit, you can easily find a shield with HP regeneration, and then buff your weapon later, making you an everlasting lord. The combinations in the game keep things fresh upon subsequent playthroughs, as you have an idea of what you can use to help you out, but like I said, there's a give and take for most of these things. Overall, the healing in this game is a drastic improvement over Dark Souls 2's Life Gem debacle, and I'd even go as far to call it better than the original in some ways, but that's up for debate. Now let's talk about some of the changes that were made to this game from its predecessor. I've already mentioned how Dark Souls 3 returned to a more Dark Souls style of combat, with balanced iframes and no ADP stat to worry about, as well as the restructuring of the healing mechanic to better balance the game. It is interesting to note that Dark Souls 3 dropped many mechanics of Dark Souls 2, with a few exceptions. These exceptions include 4 ring slots instead of 2, Estus shards to be found around the world instead of increased at a bonfire, and one particularly annoying feature that I will complain about until the day I die. We have to return to the hub to talk to the Firekeeper to level up. As mentioned earlier in the video and in my Dark Souls 2 commentary, why must we do this? You have the technology to make it work, and we know it. At this point, it feels like the developers for Dark Souls 3 just didn't care to fix Dark Souls 2's mistake. But then we might miss out on talking to someone regularly throughout the game. Again, I will never understand why Dark Souls 2 or 3 went with an NPC to level us up. I still don't get it, and will continue my incessant complaints. Thankfully, Elden Ring brought back Bonfire or Grace leveling up, but it's a shame that it took them a new franchise to figure it out. But now we get to a major mechanic that impacted several parts of gameplay in this game: FP. The blue bar has returned, and everything has been rebalanced accordingly. The new Ashen Estus flasks help you manage it, and I think the return of FP to the franchise is arguably one of the best things they did in Dark Souls 3. It streamlined and balanced the spellcasting from Dark Souls 1 and 2, as now you have limited uses like in Dark Souls 1, and more options for restoration without going overboard, which is what Dark Souls 2 did with all the items to restore cast points. Thankfully, this is much more balanced now, and this is one feature that reopened a lot of doors for the way spells are balanced and treated, not to mention weapon arts, and how FP affects them. In other words, the return of FP and the rebalancing has restored a lot of the freedom that was lost when Dark Souls changed spellcasting to a limited number per spell slot. While a balance problem for Demon Souls, Dark Souls 3 had the right idea with a few items that restore minimal amounts via certain actions or slow regeneration. This was further balanced through the Ashen Estus, effectively making spell builds much more effective while creating a higher risk, as more spells meant less Estus. Now spellcasters had a choice to make, but it doesn't stop there, as some characters retain the Ashen Estus for weapon arts, creating not only a balance between the builds, but deepening each build in the process. I can't understate how important FP's return is along with the balancing. This is a great example of how to learn from the past while moving forward as a franchise and developer. Now let's talk bosses. Bosses are arguably the main draw to this series and FromSoft's work as a whole. They have created some amazing boss encounters through their strength, their style, or their stories, in the best of cases, using all three. Thankfully, we returned to a quality over quantity approach from Dark Souls 3's older brother. It's not difficult to identify that while Dark Souls 2 had the most bosses of the franchise, it also had most of the laziest and downright worst bosses of the series as well. Repeated assets, similar movesets, and spam all made Dark Souls 2 a stain on the franchise's reputation for great bosses. Now, Dark Souls 2 wasn't the first game in the franchise to have a bad boss, as can be seen with the Bed of Cancer, and it wasn't the last, looking at you, Gravetender. Thankfully, Dark Souls 3 was able to create several bosses that fight in unique ways, offering different styles of fighting, as well as a few gimmicks with some working and others not so much. While there aren't many bosses I would consider bad in this game, I think the great ones certainly outweigh them. Some of the best fights in the franchise are in this game, including the Nameless King, the Soul of Cinder, Sister Friede, and Slave Knight Gael. All of these bosses are very well realized and developed, providing unique challenges and experiences when fought. While we also see a fair amount of unique bosses that fit a gimmick or overall style, like the Curse-Rotted Greatwood or the Abyss Watchers. Some bosses are just overwhelming in strength like Midir, who makes you earn that first victory. But what better way to describe some of these bosses than by looking at memes? Large Man in Armor, Mr. Freeze, Evil Treebeard, You're a Wizard, Crow Man, the entire Vatican, the Fluffy Butt Fan Club, Mega Papyrus, an Old Fire Fart, Lightsaber Pope, Giant Machete, the Very Hungry God Eater, Mr. Freeze's Ballerina Sister, Evil Butterfly Armor, Dragon Daddy, Large Man in Armor, at night, Sibling Camaraderie in its weirdest form, Dragon with the softest head in the world, Jesus riding a dragon, you, but cooler. Let's not forget the DLC bosses either. Crazy Dog Boy, Old Simp and his streamer, Demon Bros, freaking laser beams, Invasions but with more people, and Red Riding Guy. The Souls series have some of the best memes. In all seriousness, many bosses in this game are either engaging mechanically or interesting to fight. Even the more gimmicky bosses like the Tree and Wolnir both have a sense of identity to them that doesn't involve death pits, like a certain boss. While they all get their fair share of complaints, as you've seen from my thoughts while fighting them, I believe the overall package of Dark Souls 3 bosses to be a welcome return to form after the cesspool of laziness we got from Dark Souls 2. Every boss has a unique way of fighting revolving around a certain playstyle or aesthetic, so no boss fights the same way. Yes, they might fight you with a sword or axe and so on, but they don't have the same basic combos. The Soul of Cinder is arguably the deepest boss, as it pulls moves from 5 builds during the fight. That's some crazy detail to put into a boss, and I like to think it was a great end fight for the base game. Some of the other bosses with very layered mechanics to the fight offer some challenges, but can also be problematic for some people. The Nameless King isn't a particularly deep fight in terms of the mechanics and moveset, but I'd say it's still a great boss when you get past some issues people have with it, namely the camera. Other bosses like the Twin Princes, Friede, and Half-Light support different arguments for one annoying aspect of some fights, that being boss health restoration. I think the Twin Princes fight is one of the examples of a fair fight with boss healing, as it isn't infinite, and depending on your knowledge, you can bypass knocking Lorien over to hit Lothric directly on his back. All in all, it's very fair, and rewards players who pay attention and adapt to the moveset properly. Sister Friede is what I would say is a mid-tier boss regarding boss healing, as it only happens during the second phase, but it can still be annoying to deal with. Trying to defeat them both on your lonesome is a path to agony, but you get an NPC to help, which is nice, but the healing on top of a hard fight doesn't really add much to it, especially if you go it alone. Half-Light is what I would put on the stupid end of the boss healing scale, mainly because he has summons that heal him and damage you, but it becomes extra annoying if you're dealing with a player as the boss, making things even more frustrating. But with that, let's move on from the bosses for now, as we'll be circling back to them in the comparison section. Now let's talk about the art of the game, beginning with the graphics. As you've seen already, the game boasts the best graphics and effects of the Dark Souls trilogy. This is mainly owed to the next generation of consoles, allowing for higher frame rates and increased resolutions, but also to the engine used in the game. The graphics really come into focus during the intense fights in the game, especially with enemies that use a lot of different effects when fighting you. Good examples of fights you may want to slow down and look at include Friede and Gael, as their combos and special movement shows some beautiful animation. Not to say that other bosses don't have a similar effect. One favorite of mine is the animation of Midir before he's about to cut you in half with his laser beam. That initial windup gives a great indication that something big and deadly is coming, which the Great Dragon delivers on when he lets loose. One thing I want to mention specifically is an effect I call greasing, as it looks like everything is slick in the game. This is especially true whenever you encounter a liquid effect, like rolling through water or poison, or dealing with pus juice or the blood of your enemies. These things really enhance the effect of the greasing, making everything have a bit more shine to it. Now let's look at the NPC designs, which includes everyone, not just the NPCs you talk to. Right away, you'll notice how the NPCs' mouths don't move, except for Andre for some reason. It's a little weird how only he has mouth movement when talking, but it's probably from recycling animations from previous development cycles, as the Andre in Dark Souls 1 also was the only one with mouth movement. Either way, it's kinda weird how they didn't develop this in the third game. At least Elden Ring improved upon this later. When you look at the rest of the NPCs, especially with binoculars, you can see lots of little details that give insight into their status and position, with several offering subtle hints as to their position or lifestyle. The crown over Ludless Head, the prisoner hat on Grey Rat, the bloodbornness of Leonhard, the cleric robes of Irina, the onion armor being curvy in all the right places, and so on. These are all just simple things, but they help establish different aspects of the world and the NPCs' lives, beliefs, and the cultures they come from. When you look at the enemy designs, several of them create a dark and foreboding setting when you see them. The undead pups attacking mindless hollows, the hollow soldiers littering the walls of Lothric, the wandering demons without purpose, Sullivan's beasts and their prayers for help, the angels that rain literal death and sorrow upon you, the Grood that jump and slap you with poison and throw poo at you, and the list goes on. I'd go over more of the enemy and friendly designs, but we'd be here for 10 hours, and this video is already long enough as is. Now, some of these visuals have appeared before, like patches, mimics, dark wraiths, rats, desert pyromancer cleavage, and so on, but I don't think that's inherently a bad thing when you're working on the last project in the series. You're going to put in stuff that people would remember, and I think they did this with enough taste to explain why certain things would be reappearing. You're free to disagree, but I think they did a good job of molding everything into the final product. Now let's discuss the levels and their visuals. Some of the levels offer a deep look into their function and place in the civilization they fit into, the untended graves being covered in tombstones and coffins, the numerous headless knights throughout Lothric, the poverty of the Undead Settlement with its patchwork structures everywhere, the Road of Sacrifices and its forest of crucifixes, and so on. Each level does well in setting up the dreary and fatal areas that we come to explore. Some even go hard into the aspects of a certain civilization's demise, with the demon ruins arguably being the most clear-cut demonstration of a piece of the world dying and fading into nothing. Almost every demon from the land of Izalith is found here, their corpses rotting away as the last of their race fall. This is also done in the Kiln of the First Flame, as everything is shifting around and the world is covered in ash, leading to a realization of how doomed the world was upon waking Filianor from her slumber, showing us the sea of ash that has engulfed the world. Now, while these levels certainly have a good look to them with several details that add to the world building almost everywhere, there is a problem. I'll give you a second to guess what it is. Yeah, the world is grey. There's no other way to say it. A lot of the levels feature a grey backdrop with different lighting, textures, and effects over it to make it seem more colorful, but at the end of the day, there's a lot of grey in this game. This is something that could be tied to the theme of the series, being that the world has slowly turned to ash in the futility of linking the flame. But this doesn't excuse the fact that several levels end up blending together after a while, because we've been looking at roughly the same color palette for the majority of our playtime. This is something that isn't always the case, as several levels do add more color to the world, offering various shades of green, orange, black, and white. But this doesn't excuse how much of the game involves grey tombs, grey castles, grey catacombs, grey archives, and a grey finale. It really undermines the experience when you take a moment to think that such a large portion of the game is basically colorblind. Thankfully, the DLCs shake things up. Ariandel offered more snow and some red rot growing everywhere, while the Dread Keep offers some grey with a dash of green and brown, and the Ring City keeps a nice consistent palette of overgrowth covering a crimson beige along with a few spots of purple, but ultimately ending in grey like the base game. I wonder if this was an intentional decision to hammer home the hollow emptiness of the ending to the Souls series by using the color of ash everywhere. Who knows, but it's worth mentioning that the textures for the levels look great, but the color palette could have used a bit more variety. This didn't have to be an 80s game with color everywhere, but a little less gray would help each area stand out a little more, even if you're going for a drab color that fits the theme of the end of times within the Dark Souls universe. Now let's get into some comparisons of the 3 games of the trilogy, beginning with the level design. As far as the series goes, Dark Souls 3's levels were an improvement over Dark Souls 2 internally with connectivity and shortcuts everywhere, but I still consider Dark Souls 1 to have the best overall level design, because they interconnect often both internally and level to level, creating a real sense of this being a world with different locations that fit in logical positions. Even though Dark Souls 2 levels are linear during most of the game, the multiple pathways can be seen as better than Dark Souls 3's paths. There's usually only one main path to go down with one side path here and there to explore in 3, while there were several options at the beginning of Dark Souls 2, even though they were quite linear themselves and the game railroads you in the second half. Overall, I'd say that Dark Souls 3 levels were better than Dark Souls 2 on their own, but ultimately not better than Dark Souls 1, as the original had both internal and external interconnectivity, which is an impressive achievement, and multiple pathways available most of the time that the sequels didn't really care to do or didn't do consistently. Speaking of the music of the trilogy, I'd already stated my affinity for the Dark Souls 3 soundtrack, as it sings more than the others, but that's mostly a personal preference. However, I would consider the Dark Souls 3 soundtrack to be superior to the previous 2, as many boss themes blend together or were repeated in them or between them. Several themes in Dark Souls 1, while individualized in some way, would ultimately boil down to the same sounds for most of the track, barely venturing far from the main melody or rhythm that defines it. In Dark Souls 2, because of the size and number of tracks, they all begin blending together after a while. One piece is almost completely repurposed as the Belfry Gargoyles use the Bell Gargoyles theme from the first game, even though there is no connection between them besides the fact that it's multiple gargoyles. This is on top of almost every track of the 47 sounding like a bombastic reskin of Ornstein and Smo's theme, making everything sound the same during the 2.5 hours of music, with exceptions here and there. There aren't as many shifts in the music as in Dark Souls 3. These changes in Dark Souls 3 are either between the songs or within them. These shifts help keep things interesting, and help establish the changing mood as bosses change from phase to phase, keeping the music fresh, as well as the boss fight itself. Even when they play an old piece of music, I think they find legitimate ways to connect the old track, and its place in that game, into the new track, and its place in Dark Souls 3. The prime example being the Soul of Cinder piece and its repurpose of Gwyn's theme in the context that the Soul of Cinder is pulling from the memory of the oldest lord out of desperation to defeat you. Is this a nostalgic moment for the sake of it? Yeah, I'd say so. Is it here without reason? I don't think so, especially given the connections between what Gwyn built and how this game seeks to end his creation in one way or another. Now let's discuss the stories and characters of the trilogy. First off, the stories that the games tell involve the same basic theme: every fire eventually fades. However, the first 2 games focus on linking the fire or something equivalent, repeating the cycle, while the third game develops the idea, incorporating the futility of continuing this cycle, and ends it no matter which ending you get. This is an important aspect when comparing the story of each game, as Dark Souls created something that its sequel repeated, and then the sequel to that game developed it further. You see how there's a problem there? It's messy because Dark Souls 2's story is something that was alluded to in Dark Souls 1, so the sequel's story didn't really need to be told. This is something I'll go over more at the end of the comparison section, but for now, Dark Souls 2 didn't really add much to the concept that Dark Souls 1 set up, so Dark Souls 3 feels more in line with Dark Souls 1, given its development of the state of the world, and the cycle repeating over and over. In short, Dark Souls 3 progressed and reacted to the theme of the original game, making it my favorite in the series for its willingness to challenge the old ways and question the decisions of the past, while moving the narrative forward in meaningful and impactful ways. Speaking of the characters in each game, it's hard to beat the game that gave us Solaire, but I think Dark Souls 3 did a much better job at giving us characters to connect with and fear losing compared to the original or its sequel, even if the questlines were a bit convoluted at times. Several questlines feature some parallel to each main boss, and when that pathway is complete, you'll often find a friend die or turn hollow as a result. These tragedies help push you forward, but you lose something along the way, making you reflect on what these people gave you and the prices they paid for it, and vice versa. Not to mention the characters' lives that we change, such as Irina becoming a pseudo-firekeeper, what she wanted to be, but unable to see the fate that awaits her in the very room she stays in. I also like how Dark Souls 3 develops or references the old characters from previous games, making people like Andre and Patches seem much more three-dimensional in this game than the original. Not to say they were one-dimensional before, but the added dialogue in this game gives us insight into who they are at heart and what they believe in, especially when it comes to From's favorite character. Comparing the quest lines and how they work leads me to side with Dark Souls 3 on some things and the original in others. I prefer the characters of the third game, but the unnecessarily complicated ways you can fail quest lines makes me appreciate the straightforwardness of the original quest lines, if you can even call them straightforward. But overall, I'd say I prefer the Dark Souls 3 characters most, as they are more developed if they've appeared in the past, they give you unique perspectives on the world, or offer quest lines that make you cry when they reach the end. Now it's time to discuss the mechanics of the franchise, beginning with the combat. As you can probably guess by now, I'd say the combat of Dark Souls 3 is superior to the other games, but that's obvious given that it was built on stronger hardware, so it could incorporate more into the combat with the upgrade. I also think that it introduced balancing factors that helped mitigate several aspects of certain builds that were broken in previous releases, especially spellcasters being able to chuck spells at enemies from a distance, with the only drawback being that you get your stats up to use the spell. You don't lose anything by doing this, even if you don't have the strongest weapons after dumping points into intelligence or faith. The Ashen Estus was a great balancing choice, and I'm glad they kept it in Elden Ring. One major aspect of the combat in Dark Souls 3 is the return of consistent iframes. After Dark Souls 2's cheapery to try to kill the players at all costs, it's a relief that we don't have luck increase our iframes, or some other stat control it. It's nice to get back to some consistency with that. One thing that can divide people about the combat in Dark Souls 3 is the speed of things, which may make it feel more fast-paced if you enjoy it, or cheap and annoying if you don't. Personally, I'd tell you to get good, but I can see where you're coming from if you prefer the slower pace of the previous games. That being said, I would still consider Dark Souls 3's combat to be the overall best of the trilogy, given that it took previous mechanics and refined and tweaked them for a more fast-paced approach. I'd say Dark Souls 1 is next in line, as it helped establish what would come later and has a good, if slower, flow to fighting. Then Dark Souls 2 comes in last place again, because of how janky that combat can be, when you must account for bad hitboxes, severe tracking, and inconsistent backstabs and iframes. One of the only good things Dark Souls 3 got from its predecessor was having 4 ring slots instead of 2. That opened things up a bit regarding what combinations you can create with rings. Nice job, Dark Souls 2. You do get a compliment here and there, even if some people don't like you. Now let's discuss healing, as that is a major part of any combat game. I think the Dark Souls 3 system for healing is better than Dark Souls 1, but only by a little bit, as kindling is a cool effect that I wish was reworked into one of the sequels. I like the slow increase of your resources as you progress in Dark Souls 3, as opposed to the original, where you'll randomly double your Estus from 5 to 10, or 10 to 20 if you've got the humanity available. Those are big differences, and can skew things a little bit when you know how many resources you can actually get at each bonfire. There's not a single run I've done without kindling at least to 10 Estus, so maybe there's an argument to be made about the Estus getting up to 20 being a bit too forgiving. Regardless, we all know how overpowered Dark Souls 2's healing was, with its 15 different items for healing available at any one time, so I'd put that as the worst of the trilogy. The developers had some good ideas, but they really needed to playtest it more and refine it, so it wasn't so ridiculous where you could survive against a boss for hours if you have your resources set up properly. Regarding the changing mechanics of the series, such as iframes changing, balancing, and such, I'd say that Dark Souls 1 and 3 are on the same tier, as they both have several consistencies that were taken from a predecessor, so they tend to share 90% of the same mechanics as each other, even with some of the new implementations. Dark Souls 2 sits below them, as it tried many things, which is admirable in a way, but very little of it married well with the already established systems in place, making Dark Souls 2 the most experimental of the three, but also the one with the most ideas that fell flat or became a problem. Another example is the expansion of critical attacks, and the advent of special attacks available against bosses. I say that the trilogy is fairly consistent with the best being Dark Souls 3, followed by Dark Souls 2, followed by the original. All of them have expanded the critical attacks from previous games, in one way or another, and Dark Souls 3 makes the most of the previous ideas. Now let's compare the bosses of the three games. Personally, I have a tough time deciding if I prefer Dark Souls 1 or 3 for its bosses, as they both have several bosses that are fantastic encounters, but they also both have some bosses with annoying gimmicks or cheap tricks, sometimes both. If I had to pick, I'd probably go with Dark Souls 3, as I think those bosses offer more on a boss-to-boss basis when compared to the original, as several bosses of Dark Souls 1 are good, but some become very simple and boring after a while when you know how to fight them effectively. Dark Souls 3's bosses offer deeper experiences because of the multiple phases, making each fight an amalgamation of different ideas that grow as the phases progress. Given all that, some bosses will always be good from the original in my opinion. Artorias, Calamite, and Sif will probably stay in my mind as favorites for as long as I play these games, given their unique designs and the context around fighting them. Now on to the other game. As I've said a billion times, and will continue to, Dark Souls 2's bosses can stay in the trash bin. Seriously, less is more, and Dark Souls 3 proved it by making every boss interesting, even if the fight wasn't great, rather than making the same fight with different reskins or multiple opponents. When judging the art of each game, they all have something worth talking about, whether it's the eccentric designs of weapons, or the over-the-top features of armor, or the great castles and structures we see throughout the series. They each have a flavor for the flamboyant medieval style, which I think adds to the games in terms of making everything seem more fantastic than what we'd normally get out of the fantasy genre. Given all that, I'd say that Dark Souls 3 has the best overall graphics for the world, NPCs, and level design, but Dark Souls 1 and 2 have more colorful palettes when it comes to the levels, so it's a bit of a toss-up between the three games. But in terms of pure graphic fidelity, Dark Souls 3 all the way. It looks great, especially during some of the more unique weapon arts and boss moves. Now let's talk about how Dark Souls 3 ends this series. Some people believe it to be a fitting conclusion to a great trilogy, which I tend to agree with, but the faults of the game shouldn't be ignored either. Don't get me wrong, there was a lot in this game that pushed the franchise forward in terms of more complex bosses, levels, weapon movesets, and had significant balancing changes given the new yellow and blue Estus trade-offs. A lot of things either returned to form or were expanding upon previous ideas, but some people don't think this is such a good thing. The reason I bring this up is because of an overarching criticism of Dark Souls 3 being that it owes quite a heavy debt to Dark Souls 1 for several aspects of its design. This is a criticism that I've heard several times whenever people discuss the game and speak of its quality in relation to the original or its experimental predecessor. While this is technically true, many people have used this as a linchpin for why they don't consider Dark Souls 3 to be as good as Dark Souls 1 or 2, as they view it as a copycat or unimaginative by comparison. Personally, I find this argument to be garbage, as Dark Souls 3 isn't just another From Software medieval fantasy game. It is the final Dark Souls game, so it will naturally try to expand the mechanics and play on the nostalgia of its predecessors as much as possible, given how sequels go, especially when wrapping up a series as unique as Dark Souls. Let's not forget that From normally doesn't make sequels, so this might be the only chance they really had to flesh out a series of games where it's roughly the same ideas, but they can be refined over time. Some of the criticism of Dark Souls 3, in my opinion, can be seen as a reaction to the reverence of Dark Souls 3 towards the original Dark Souls, as opposed to how Dark Souls 2 treated its predecessor. When you look at how the games treat what came before, you'll notice an interesting shift. Dark Souls 1 was a spiritual successor to Demon Souls, so it borrowed many concepts and mechanics from that game, but ultimately strove to do its own thing, which is obvious given the direction of the world design, the healing mechanics, the overall plot, and so on. Dark Souls 2 has several subtle nods to the previous game, but ultimately acts as if its own cycle of linking the fire is its own special thing, along with all the other mechanics it took from both Dark Souls and Demon Souls. It acts like Dark Souls wasn't a serious part of its history, given how subtle and hidden a lot of details are about Lordran and Gwyn's reign in Dark Souls 2. Basically, it treats Drang Lake as another Lordran, instead of treating Lordran as Lordran. It tries to be its predecessor, not progress its predecessor's world and story. I think this is the fundamental difference between the way Dark Souls 2 and 3 are perceived by many people in the Souls community. Dark Souls 2 was essentially an experimental hybrid of Dark and Demon Souls, while Dark Souls 3 is much more in line with the original, but it learned from the experimental mistakes that Dark Souls 2 indulged in, so it refocused more on the Dark Souls aspects of the series to create a fitting end to the trilogy while still moving forward. And this is one thing that will really make DS2 fanboys angry, but it brings up a valid point. Ask yourselves, what would the trilogy be like if Dark Souls 2 didn't happen? Not just as a game, but as a story as well. What if we never saw Drang Lake, and we got the story of Lothric right after the story of Lordran? What if we jumped mechanics from Dark Souls 1 to 3, instead of 1 to 2, then to 3? What would change if this was the progression? How would the changes in Dark Souls 3 be perceived if this was the case? This is one main point for why Dark Souls 3 was a better sequel than Dark Souls 2. Dark Souls 3 progressed the series in both mechanical and narrative ways. Adding content isn't the same as expanding content, and that's the main difference between the three games. Dark Souls 2 had a lot of interesting ideas, but they were never fleshed out properly, or created issues that caused players to raise a fuss, as you can tell from the divisive nature of the game whenever it's discussed. In short, Dark Souls created something, Dark Souls 2 repeated it and tried random things, then Dark Souls 3 dropped a lot of these experimental features, expanded on the original's ideas, and then resolved the story. You see what I'm getting at? Dark Souls 3 acts as a sequel, not a reboot, like some could say of Dark Souls 2. This is a story with an intriguing genesis and an interesting conclusion, but the middle bit is just a repeat of what came before with a few tangents to be had. It had different characters, kingdoms, and mechanics without any reverence for the past, except in concept. That's why Dark Souls 3 feels like a nostalgia trip. It's because Dark Souls 2 could pass as a reboot of the original instead of a sequel. It's not because Dark Souls 3 is over-reliant on Dark Souls 1, it's because Dark Souls 2 was so different and disconnected from the original, but still retained the same basic ideas, with a few references here and there. That's what you get when you compare all four Souls games. Dark Souls 3 feels more like the original game because it progresses things in the world and mechanically, as a sequel should. Given all that, I think Dark Souls 3 actually would have been less well received by the community if Dark Souls 2 didn't exist. A lot of the love given to Dark Souls 3 comes from the idea that From Software learned from their mistakes with Dark Souls 2. This makes the third game feel like a return to form for them, instead of a sequel that does new stuff situation. Because Dark Souls 2 had so many experimental features and changes that had a mixed reception, returning to the Dark Souls formula with a few tweaks in the final game in the trilogy doesn't seem that far-fetched. You can even see the mentality of this when it comes to the sales of each game. A 2022 article from SegmentNext.com confirmed several sales numbers for the Souls series. It mentions Demon's Souls selling over 1 million copies in 2011, Dark Souls selling 5.5 million by 2015, not including the remaster, obviously. Dark Souls 2 sold roughly 3 million copies by 2015, and Dark Souls 3 had sold over 10 million copies by 2020. I couldn't find any numbers showing the progression of the other games specifically by the time of this recording, but the Dark Souls franchise reportedly has sold over 27 million copies by 2020. When you break down the numbers I just mentioned, it sounds fairly accurate to say that the other games would get a boost from Dark Souls 3's success, probably bringing an extra 2 to 3 million apiece just for the sake of fairness. Given all that, there is a noticeable slump during Dark Souls 2's run, especially given it wasn't console specific like Demon's Souls. Some could attribute that to the quality of the product, and I would say that same mentality could be applied to the other games like Dark Souls 3, though this game did have a much more aggressive marketing campaign. It's still something to think about, as Elden Ring sales as of writing this were estimated to be above 16 million according to an IGN article from August this year, so the A-team at From Software must feel pretty good about themselves. Getting back to what I mentioned earlier, From Software is growing their success, and it's kinda strange how only one game seemed to slump compared to its siblings in the series. Whether through word of mouth or marketing, the fact remains that Dark Souls 3 outsold all of its predecessors, which doesn't necessarily convey quality, but it does convey a passion or interest for the game as a whole, as well as growth in the community. Overall, Dark Souls 3 is a strong sequel that refined a lot of mechanics that the previous games introduced, and expanded the story to its natural conclusion by the end of the Ring City DLC, where everything has been burnt to ash. It was a true sequel to Dark Souls, and it makes me wonder what could have been if the Dark Souls 3 we knew was the second game in the trilogy, and the third game was on the way. Think of how interesting that third game could have been, both narratively and mechanically. It probably would have expanded upon the previous games, especially given a familiarity with the newest generation of technology at the time, but that's all speculation at this point. Now let's wrap things up so we can all get back to our lives. As stated previously, I have a lot of fun with every game in the trilogy, but Dark Souls 3 has more depth given the expansion of mechanics and the stories involved. Ultimately, I think this added to the experience for many players, especially Souls veterans, creating a unique challenge that also played on the nostalgia, expanding on the things we know and love in reverence to how this world is slowly dying because of the First Flame. In my mind, it did a great job as a send-off, giving us some of the most interesting ideas, some of the best stories, and some of the best bosses that From has made. When you play through the trilogy again, and you really pay attention, I think you can find yourself feeling the bittersweetness of the ending of the trilogy in this game. I think that's a great send-off, especially given the expansion and ending of the story. The world may have been burnt to ash, but a cold, dark, and gentle place will soon become our new home. This sends an interesting message, as there has been a constant theme of hopelessness throughout the trilogy, but this ending has a tinge of that rare commodity called hope. All in all, I think this is one of FromSoft's best works, so I'd recommend people play it if they liked or loved the other games. This is the ending we got, and I can't think of a better way to end a beloved and divisive trilogy. And with that, I'll let you all rest after listening to me rant for hours. So, I'd just like to thank you all for watching, and hopefully, I will see you later.